Lavengro Part 2 by George Borrow. Chapter 38. Painter of the Heroic. I'll go, a modest peep. Who is this? A capital pharaoh, disproportionately short, imaginary picture, English figures. The painter of the heroic resided a great way off, at the western end of the town. We had some difficulty in obtaining admission to him, a maidservant who opened the door eyeing us somewhat suspiciously. It was not until my brother had said that he was a friend of the painter that we were permitted to pass the threshold. At length we were shown into the studio, where we found the painter with an easel and brush standing before a huge piece of canvas on which he had lately commenced painting a heroic picture. The painter might be about 35 years old. He had a clever, intelligent countenance with a sharp gray eye. His hair was dark brown and cut a la Raphael, as I was subsequently told. That is, there was little before and much behind. He did not wear a neckcloth, but, in its stead, a black riband, so that his neck, which was rather fine, was somewhat exposed. He had a broad, muscular breast, and I make no doubt that he would have been a very fine figure. But unfortunately, his legs were scarred. He recognized my brother, and appeared glad to see him. "What brings you to London?" said he, whereupon my brother gave him a brief account of his commission. At the mention of the £100, I observed the eyes of the painter glisten. "Really," said he, when my brother had concluded, "it was very kind to think of me. I am not very fond of painting portraits, but a mayor is a mayor, and there is something grand in that idea of the Norman arch. I'll go. Moreover, I am just at this moment confoundedly in need of money, and when you knocked at the door, I don't mind telling you, I thought it was some done. I don't know how it is, but in the capital they have no taste for the heroic. They will scarce look at a heroic picture. I am glad to hear that they have better taste in the provinces. I'll go. When shall we set off?" Thereupon it was arranged between the painter and my brother that they should depart the next day but one. They then began to talk of art. "I'll stick to the heroic," said the painter. "I now and then dabble in the comic, but what I do gives me no pleasure. The comic is so low. There is nothing like the heroic. I am engaged here on a heroic picture," said he, pointing to the canvas. "The subject is Pharaoh dismissing Moses from Egypt, after the last plague, the death of the firstborn. It is not far advanced. That finished figure is Moses." They both looked at the canvas, and I, standing behind, took a modest peep. The picture, as the painter said, was not far advanced. The Pharaoh was merely in outline. My eye was, of course, attracted by the finished figure, or rather what the painter had called the finished figure. But as I gazed upon it, it appeared to me that there was something defective, something unsatisfactory in the figure. I concluded, however, that the painter, notwithstanding what he had said, had omitted to give it the finishing touch. "I intend this to be my best picture," said the painter. "What I want now is a face for Pharaoh. I have long been meditating on a face for Pharaoh." Here, chancing to cast his eye upon my countenance, of whom he had scarcely taken any manner of notice, he remained with his mouth open for some time. "Who is this?" said he at last. "Oh, this is my brother. I forgot to introduce him." We presently afterwards departed. My brother talked much about the painter. "He is a noble fellow," said my brother, "but like many other noble fellows, has a great many enemies. He is hated by his brethren of the brush. All the land and waterscape painters hate him, but above all, the race of portrait painters, who are 10 times more numerous than the other two sorts, detest him for his heroic tendencies. It will be a kind of triumph to the last, I fear, when they hear he has condescended to paint a portrait. However, that Norman arch will enable him to escape from their malice. That is a capital idea of the watchmaker, that Norman arch." I spent a happy day with my brother. On the morrow he went again to the painter with whom he dined. I did not go with him. On his return, he said, the painter has been asking a great many questions about you and expressed a wish that you would sit to him as Pharaoh. He thinks you would make a capital Pharaoh. I have no wish to appear on canvas, said I. Moreover, he can find much better pharaohs than myself, and, if he wants a real pharaoh, there is a certain Mr. Petulengro. Petulengro, said my brother. A strange kind of fellow came up to me some time ago in our town and asked me about you. When I inquired his name, he told me Petulengro. No, he will not do. He is too short. By the by, do you not think that figure of Moses is somewhat short? And then it appeared to me that I had thought the figure of Moses somewhat short, and I told my brother so. Ah, said my brother. On the morrow my brother departed with the painter for the old town, and there the painter painted the mayor. I did not see the picture for a great many years, when chancing to be at the old town, I beheld it. The original mayor was a mighty, portly man, with a bull's head, black hair, body like that of a dray horse, and legs and thighs corresponding, a man 6 foot high at the least. To his bull's head, black hair, and body the painter had done justice. There was one point, however, in which the portrait did not correspond with the original. The legs were disproportionably short, the painter having substituted his own legs for those of the mayor, which when I perceived I rejoiced that I had not consented to be painted as Pharaoh, for if I had, the chances are that he would have served me in exactly a similar way as he had served Moses and the mayor. Short legs in a heroic picture will never do, and upon the whole I think the painter's attempt at the heroic in painting the mayor of the old town a decided failure. If I am now asked whether the picture would have been a heroic one, provided the painter had not substituted his own legs for those of the mayor, I must say I am afraid not. I have no idea of making heroic pictures out of English. Mayors, even with the assistance of Norman arches, yet I am sure that capital pictures might be made out of English mayors, not issuing from Norman arches, but rather from the door of the Chequers or the Brewers' Three. The painter in question had great comic power, which he scarcely ever cultivated. He would fain be a Raphael, which he never could be, when he might have been something quite as good another Hogarth. The only comic piece which he ever presented to the world being something little inferior to the best of that illustrious master. I have often thought what a capital picture might have been made by my brother's friend if, instead of making the mayor issue out of the Norman arch, he had painted him moving under the sign of the Chequers or the Three Brewers with mace. Yes, with mace, the mace. The mace appears in the picture issuing out of the Norman arch behind the mayor, but likewise with snap, and with whiffler, quarter-pot, and frying-pan, Billy Blind and Owlinglass, Mr. Pestigrullingrawig audku and mefraandropik. In the concourse, what matter? But I repeat that I have no hope of making heroic pictures out of English mayors, or indeed out of English figures in general. England may be a land of heroic hearts, but it is not, properly, a land of heroic figures or heroic posture-making. Italy. What was I going to say about Italy? Chapter 39. No authority whatever, interference, wondrous virago, Branton strewn s. What a life! The hearse mortal relics, great poet, fashion and fame. What a difference! Oh, beautiful, good for nothing. And now once more to my pursuits, to my lives and trials. However partial at first I might be to these lives and trials, it was not long before they became regular trials to me, owing to the whims and caprices of the publisher. I had not been long connected with him before I discovered that he was wonderfully fond of interfering with other people's business, at least with the business of those who were under his control. What a life did his unfortunate authors lead! He had many in his employ toiling at all kinds of subjects. I call them authors because there is something respectable in the term author, though they had little authorship in, and no authority whatever over the works on which they were engaged. It is true the publisher interfered with some color of reason, the plan of all and every of the works alluded to having originated with himself. And, be it observed, many of his plans were highly clever and promising, for, as I have already had occasion to say, the publisher in many points was a highly clever and sagacious person, but he ought to have been contented with planning the works originally and have left to other people the task of executing them, instead of which he marred everything by his rage for interference. If a book of fairy tales was being compiled, he was sure to introduce some of his philosophy, explaining the fairy tale by some theory of his own. Was a book of anecdotes on hand, it was sure to be half filled with sayings and doings of himself during the time that he was common councilman of the city of London. Now, however fond the public might be of fairy tales, it by no means relished them in conjunction with the publisher's philosophy. And however fond of anecdotes in general, or even of the publisher in particular, for indeed there were a great many anecdotes in circulation about him, which the public both read and listened to very readily, it took no pleasure in such anecdotes as he was disposed to relate about himself. In the compilation of my lives and trials, I was exposed to incredible mortification and ceaseless trouble from this same rage for interference. It is true he could not introduce his philosophy into the work, nor was it possible for him to introduce anecdotes of himself, having never had the good or evil fortune to be tried at the bar, but he was continually introducing what, under a less apathetic government than the one then being, would have infallibly subjected him, and perhaps myself, to a trial, his politics, not his Oxford or pseudo-politics, but the politics which he really entertained and which were of the most republican and violent kind. But this was not all. When about a moiety of the first volume had been printed, he materially altered the plan of the work. It was no longer to be a collection of mere Newgate lives and trials, but of lives and trials of criminals in general, foreign as well as domestic. In a little time the work became a wondrous farrago, in which Königsmark the robber figured by the side of Sam Lin, and the Marchioness de Brinvilliers was placed in contact with a Chinese outlaw. What gave me the most trouble and annoyance was the publisher's remembering some life or trial, foreign or domestic, which he wished to be inserted, and which I was forthwith to go in quest of and purchase at my own expense. Some of those lives and trials were by no means easy to find. "Where is Brat and Struensee?" cries the publisher. "I am sure I don't know," I replied. Whereupon the publisher falls to squealing like one of Joey's rats. "Find me up Brant and Struensee by next morning," or "Have you found Brant and Struensee?" cried the publisher, on my appearing before him next morning. "No," I reply, "I can hear nothing about them." Whereupon the publisher falls to bellowing like Joey's bull. By dint of incredible diligence, I at length discover the dingy volume containing the lies and trials of the celebrated two who had brooded treason dangerous to the state of Denmark. I purchase the dingy volume and bring it in triumph to the publisher, the perspiration running down my brow. The publisher takes the dingy volume in his hand. He examines it attentively, then puts it down. His countenance is calm for a moment, almost benign. Another moment, and there is a gleam in the publisher's sinister eye. He snatches up the paper containing the names of the worthies, which I have intended shall figure in the forthcoming volumes. He glances rapidly over it, and his countenance once more assumes a terrific expression. "How is this?" he exclaims. "I can scarcely believe my eyes, the most important life and trial omitted to be found in the whole criminal record. What gross, what utter negligence! Where's the life of Farmer Patch? Where's the trial of Yeoman Patch? What a life, what a dog's life!" I would frequently exclaim, after escaping from the presence of the publisher. One day, after a scene with the publisher similar to that which I have described above, I found myself about noon at the bottom of Oxford Street, where it forms a right angle with the road which leads or did lead to Tottenham Court. Happening to cast my eyes around, it suddenly occurred to me that something uncommon was expected. People were standing in groups on the pavement. The upstairs windows of the houses were thronged with faces, especially those of women, and many of the shops were partly and not a few entirely closed. What could be the reason of all this? All at once I bethought me that the street of Oxford was no other than the far-famed Tyburn Way. Oh, oh, thought I, an execution. Some handsome young robber is about to be executed at the farther end. Just so, see how earnestly the women are peering. Perhaps another Harry Sims, Gentleman Harry as they called him, is about to be carted along this street to Tyburn Tree. But then I remembered that Tyburn Tree had long since been cut down, and that criminals, whether young or old, good-looking or ugly, were executed before the big stone jail, which I had looked at a Scheiberder in Dermgert. What could be the matter? Just then I heard various voices cry, "There it comes!" And all heads were turned up Oxford Street, down which a hearse was slowly coming. Nearer and nearer it drew. Presently it was just opposite the place where I was standing, when, turning to the left, it proceeded slowly along Tottenham Road. Immediately behind the hearse were 3 or 4 mourning coaches, full of people, some of whom, from the partial glimpse which I caught of them, appeared to be foreigners. Behind these came a very long train of splendid carriages, all of which, without one exception, were empty. "Whose body is in that hearse?" said I to a dapper-looking individual, seemingly a shopkeeper, who stood beside me on the pavement looking at the procession. "The mortal relics of Lord Byron," said the dapper-looking individual, mouthing his words and smirking. "The illustrious poet, which have been just brought from Greece, and are being conveyed to the family vault in Shire." "An illustrious poet, was he?" said I. "Beyond all criticism," said the dapper man. "All we of the rising generation are under incalculable obligation to Byron. I myself in particular have reason to say so. In all my correspondence my style is formed on the Byronic model." I looked at the individual for a moment, who smiled and smirked to himself applause, and then I turned my eyes upon the hearse proceeding slowly up the almost endless street. This man, this Byron, had for many years past been the demigod of England, and his verses the daily food of those who read, from the peer to the draper's assistant. All were admirers, or rather worshippers of Byron, and all doted on his verses. And then I thought of those who, with genius as high as his, or higher, had lived and died neglected. I thought of Milton abandoned to poverty and blindness, of witty and ingenious Butler consigned to the tender mercies of bailiffs, and starving Otway. They had lived neglected and despised, and when they died, a few poor mourners only had followed them to the grave. But this Byron had been made a half-god of when living, and now that he was dead he was followed by worshipping crowds, and the very sun seemed to come out on purpose to grace his funeral. And indeed, the sun, which for many days past had hidden its face in clouds, shone out that morn with wonderful brilliancy, flaming upon the black hearse and its tall ostrich plumes, the mourning coaches, and the long train of aristocratic carriages which followed behind. "Great poet, sir," said the dapper-looking man. "Great poet, but unhappy." "Unhappy?" Yes, I had heard that he had been unhappy, that he had roamed about a fevered, distempered man, taking pleasure in nothing that I had heard. But was it true? Was he really unhappy? Was not this unhappiness assumed with the view of increasing the interest which the world took in him? And yet, who could say? He might be unhappy, and with reason. Was he a real poet after all? Might he not doubt himself? Might he not have a lurking consciousness that he was undeserving of the homage which he was receiving? That it could not last? That he was rather at the top of fashion than of fame? He was a lordling, a glittering, gorgeous lordling, and he might have had a consciousness that he owed much of his celebrity to being so. He might have felt that he was rather at the top of fashion than of fame. Fashion soon changes, thought I eagerly to myself. A time will come, and that speedily, when he will be no longer in the fashion, when this idiotic admirer of his, who is still grinning at my side, shall have ceased to mold his style on Byron's, and this aristocracy, squirearchy, and whatnot, who now send their empty carriages to pay respect to the fashionable corpse, shall have transferred their empty worship to some other animate thing. Well, perhaps after all, it was better to have been mighty Milton in his poverty and blindness, witty and ingenious, butler consigned to the tender mercies of bailiffs, and starving Otway. They might enjoy more real pleasure than this lordling. They must have been aware that the world would one day do them justice. Fame after death is better than the top of fashion in life. They have left a fame behind them which shall never die, whilst this lordling a time will come when he will be out of fashion and forgotten. And yet I don't know, didn't he write Childe Harold and that ode? Yes, he wrote Childe Harold and that ode. Then a time will scarcely come when he will be forgotten. Lords, squires, and cockneys may pass away, but a time will scarcely come when Childe Harold and that ode will be forgotten. He was a poet after all, and he must have known it, a real poet, equal to what a destiny. Rank, beauty, fashion, immortality. He could not be unhappy. What a difference in the fate of men! I wish I could think he was unhappy. I turned away. Great poet, sir, said the dapper man, turning away too. But unhappy fate of genius, sir. I, too, am frequently unhappy. Hurrying down a street to the right, I encountered Francis Ardrey. What means the multitude yonder? He demanded. They are looking after the hearse which is carrying the remains of Byron up Tottenham Road. I have seen the man, said my friend, as he turned back the way he had come, so I can dispense with seeing the hearse. I saw the living man at Venice. Ah, a great poet. Yes, said I, a great poet. It must be so. Everybody says so. What a destiny! What a difference in the fate of men! But 'tis said he was unhappy. You have seen him. How did he look? Oh, beautiful. But did he look happy? Why, I can't say he looked very unhappy. I saw him with two very fair ladies. But what is it to you whether the man was unhappy or not? Come, where shall we go to Joey's? His hugest bear. Oh, I have had enough of bears. I have just been worried by one. The publisher? Yes. Then come to Joey's. 3 daubs are to be launched at his bear, as they pen him. Imagine him to be the publisher. No, said I am good for nothing. I think I shall stroll to London Bridge. That's too far for me. Farewell. Chapter 40. London Bridge. Why not? Every heart has its bitters. Wicked boys, give me my book. Such a fright, honor bright. So I went to London Bridge, and again took my station on the spot, by the booth where I had stood on the former occasion. The booth, however, was empty. Neither the apple woman nor her stall was to be seen. I looked over the balustrade upon the river. The tide was now, as before, rolling beneath the arch with frightful impetuosity. As I gazed upon the eddies of the whirlpool, I thought within myself how soon human life would become extinct there. A plunge, a convulsive flounder, and all would be over. When I last stood over that abyss, I had felt a kind of impulse, a fascination. I had resisted it. I did not plunge into it. At present, I felt a kind of impulse to plunge, but the impulse was of a different kind. It proceeded from a loathing of life. I looked wistfully at the eddies. What had I to live for? What indeed? I thought of Brant and Struensee, and Yeoman Patch. Should I yield to the impulse? Why not? My eyes were fixed on the eddies. All of a sudden I shuddered. I thought I saw heads in the pool, human bodies wallowing confusedly, eyes turned up to heaven with hopeless horror. Was that water, or where was the impulse now? I raised my eyes from the pool. I looked no more upon it. I looked forward, far down the stream in the far distance. Ha! What is that? I thought I saw a kind of fata morgana, green meadows, waving groves, a rustic home. But in the far distance I stared a fata morgana. It was gone. I left the balustrade and walked to the farther end of the bridge, where I stood for some time contemplating the crowd. I then passed over to the other side with an intention of returning home. Just halfway over the bridge, in a booth immediately opposite to the one in which I had formerly beheld her, sat my friend, the old apple hippet. Sat dat macamabaraked. Well, mother, said I, how are you? The old woman lifted her head with a startled look. Don't you know me? Said I. Yes, I think I do. Ah, yes, said she, as her features beamed with recollection. I know you, dear. You are the young lad that gave me the tanner. Well, child, got anything to sell? Nothing at all, said I. Bad luck? Yes, said I. Bad enough, and ill usage. Ah, I suppose they caught ye. Well, child, never mind. Better luck next time. I am glad to see you. Thank you, said I, sitting down on the stone bench. I thought you had left the bridge. Why have you changed your side? The old woman shook. What is the matter with you? Said I. Are you ill? No, child, no. Only what? Any bad news of your son? No, child, no. Nothing about my son. Only lo, child, every heart has its bitters. That's true, said I. Well, I don't want to know your sorrows. Come, where's the book? The apple woman shook more violently than before, bent herself down, and drew her cloak more closely about her than before. Book, child? What book? Why, Blessed Mary, to be sure. Oh, that! I hadn't got it, child. I have lost it, have left it at home. Lost it, said I. Left it at home? What do you mean? Come, let me have it. I hand got it, child. I believe you have got it under your cloak. Don't tell anyone, dear. Don't. And the apple woman burst into tears. What's the matter with you? Said I, staring at her. You want to take my book from me? Not I. I care nothing about it. Keep it if you like. Only tell me what's the matter. Why, all about that book. The book. Yes, they wanted to take it from me. Who did? Why, some wicked boys. I'll tell you all about it. 8 or 10 days ago, I sat behind my stall reading my book. All of a sudden I felt it snatched from my hand. Up I started, and see 3 rascals of boys grinning at me. One of them held the book in his hand. What book is this? Said he, grinning at it. What do you want with my book? Said I, clutching at it over my stall. Give me my book. What do you want a book for? Said he, holding it back. I have a good mind to fling it into the Thames. Give me my book, I shrieked, and, snatching at it, I fell over my stall, and all my fruit was scattered about. Off ran the boys, off ran the rascal with my book. Oh dear, I thought I should have died. Up I got, however, and ran after them as well as I could. I thought of my fruit, but I thought more of my book. I left my fruit and ran after my book. My book, I shrieked. Murder, theft, robbery. I was near being crushed under the wheels of a cart, but I didn't care. I followed the rascals. Stop them, stop them. I ran nearly as fast as they couldn't run very fast on account of the crowd. At last someone stopped the rascal, whereupon he turned round, and flinging the book at me, it fell into the mud. Well, I picked it up and kissed it, all muddy as it was. Has he robbed you? Said the man. Robbed me indeed. Why, he had got my book. Oh, your book, said the man, and laughed and let the rascal go. Ah, he might laugh, but, well, go on. My heart beats so. Well, I went back to my booth and picked up my stall and my fruits, what I could find of them. I couldn't keep my stall for 2 days. I got such a fright, and when I got round I couldn't bide the booth where the thing had happened, so I came over to the other side. Oh, the rascals, if I could but see. Them hanged. For what? Why, for stealing my book. I thought you didn't dislike stealing, that you were ready to buy things. There was your son, you know. Yes, to be sure. He took things. To be sure he did. But you don't like a thing of yours to be taken. No, that's quite a different thing. What's stealing handkerchiefs and that kind of thing to do with taking my book? There's a wide difference. Don't you see? Yes, I see. Do you, dear? Well, bless your heart, I'm glad you do. Would you like to look at the book? Well, I think I should. Honor bright, said the apple woman, looking me in the eyes. Honor bright, said I, looking the apple woman in the eyes. Well then, dear, here it is, said she, taking it from under her cloak. Read it as long as you like, only get a little farther into the booth. Don't sit so near the edge, you might. I went deep into the booth, and the apple woman, bringing her chair round, almost confronted me. I commenced reading the book, and was soon engrossed by it. Hours passed away. Once or twice I lifted up my eyes. The apple woman was still confronting me. At last my eyes began to ache, whereupon I returned the book to the apple woman, and, giving her another tenner, walked away. Chapter 41. Disease of the Review. Homer himself, bread and cheese, finger and thumb, impossible to find. Something grand, universal mixture, some other publisher. Time passed away, and with it the review, which, contrary to the publisher's expectation, did not prove a successful speculation. About 4 months after the period of its birth it expired, as all reviews must for which there is no demand. Authors had ceased to send their publications to it and, consequently, to purchase it, for I have already hinted that it was almost entirely supported by authors of a particular class who expected to see their publications foredoomed to immortality in its pages. The behavior of these authors towards this unfortunate publication I can attribute to no other cause than to a report which was industriously circulated, namely, that the review was low, and that to be reviewed in it was an infallible sign that one was a low person who could be reviewed nowhere else. So authors took fright, and no wonder, for it will never do for an author to be considered low. Homer himself has never yet entirely recovered from the injury he received by Lord Chesterfield's remark that the speeches of his heroes were frequently exceedingly low. So the review ceased, and the reviewing corps no longer existed as such. They forthwith returned to their proper avocations, the editor to compose tunes on his piano, and to the task of disposing of the remaining copies of his quintillion, the inferior members to working for the publisher, being to a man dependents of his, one to composing fairy tales, another to collecting miracles of popish saints, and a third Newgate Lives and Trials. Owing to the bad success of the review, the publisher became more furious than ever. My money was growing short, and I one day asked him to pay me for my labors in the deceased publication. "Sir," said the publisher, "what do you want the money for?" "Merely to live on," I replied. "It is very difficult to live in this town without money." "How much money did you bring with you to town?" demanded the publisher. "Some 20 or 30 pounds," I replied. "And you have spent it already?" "No," said I, "not entirely, but it is fast disappearing." "Sir," said the publisher, "I believe you to be extravagant." "Yes, sir, extravagant. On what grounds do you suppose me to be so?" "Sir," said the publisher, "you eat meat." "Yes," said I eat meat sometimes. What should I eat?" "Bread, sir," said the publisher. "Bread and cheese." "So I do, sir, when I am disposed to indulge, but I cannot often afford it. It is very expensive to dine on bread and cheese, especially when one is fond of cheese, as I am. My last bread and cheese dinner cost me 14 pence. There is drink, sir. With bread and cheese one must drink porter, sir." "Then, sir, eat bread alone, as good men as yourself have eaten bread alone. They have been glad to get it, sir. If with bread and cheese you must drink porter, sir, with bread alone you can, perhaps, drink water, sir." However, I got paid at last for my writings in the review, not, it is true, in the current coin of the realm, but in certain bills. There were 2 of them, one payable at 12 and the other at 18 months after date. It was a long time before I could turn these bills to any account. At last I found a person who, at a discount of only 30%, consented to cash them, not however without sundry grimaces, and what was still more galling, holding more than once the unfortunate papers high in air between his forefinger and thumb. So ill indeed did I like this last action that I felt much inclined to snatch them away. I restrained myself, however, for I remembered that it was very difficult to live without money, and that if the present person did not discount the bills, I should probably find no one else that would. But if the treatment which I had experienced from the publisher, previous to making this demand upon him, was difficult to bear, that which I subsequently underwent was far more so. His great delight seemed to consist in causing me misery and mortification. If on former occasions he was continually sending me in quest of lives and trials difficult to find, he now was continually demanding lives and trials which it was impossible to find, the personages whom he mentioned never having lived, nor consequently been tried. Moreover, some of my best lives and trials which I had corrected and edited with particular care, and on which I prided myself no little, he caused to be cancelled after they had passed through the press. Amongst these was the life of Gentleman Harry. "They are drugs, sir," said the publisher. "Drugs. That life of Harry Sims has long been the greatest drug in the calendar, has it not, Taggart?" Taggart made no answer save by taking a pinch of snuff. The reader has, I hope, not forgotten Taggart, whom I mentioned whilst giving an account of my first morning's visit to the publisher. I begged Taggart's pardon for having been so long silent about him, but he was a very silent man. Yet there was much in Taggart, and Taggart had always been civil and kind to me in his peculiar way. "Well, young gentleman," said Taggart to me one morning when we chanced to be alone a few days after the affair of the cancelling, "how do you like authorship?" "I scarcely call authorship the drudgery I am engaged in," said I. "What do you call authorship?" said Taggart. "I scarcely know," said I. "That is, I can scarcely express what I think it." "Shall I help you out?" said Taggart, turning round his chair and looking at me. "If you like," said I. "To write something grand," said Taggart, taking snuff, "to be stared at, lifted on people's shoulders." "Well," said I, "that is something like it." Taggart took snuff. "Well," said he, "why don't you write something grand?" "I have," said I. "What?" said Taggart. "Why," said I, "there are those ballads." Taggart took snuff. "And those wonderful versions from Abguilum." Taggart took snuff again. "You seem to be very fond of snuff," said I, looking at him angrily. Taggart tapped his box. "Have you taken it long?" 23 years. "What snuff do you take?" "Universal mixture." "And you find it of use?" Taggart tapped his box. "In what respect?" said I. "In many there is nothing like it to get a man through, but for snuff I should scarcely be where I am now." "Have you been long here?" 23 years. "Dear me," said I, "and snuff brought you through?" "Give me a pinch, Pa, I don't like it," and I sneezed. "Take another pinch," said Taggart. "No," said I don't like snuff." "Then you will never do for authorship, at least for this kind." So I begin to think, what shall I do? Taggart took snuff. "You were talking of a great work, what shall it be?" Taggart took snuff. "Do you think I could write one?" Taggart uplifted his 2 forefingers as if to tap. He did not, however. "It would require time," said I with a half sigh. Taggart tapped his box. "A great deal of time. I really think that my ballads." Taggart took snuff. "If published, would do me credit. I'll make an effort and offer them to some other publisher." Taggart took a double quantity of snuff. Chapter 42. Francis Ardrey. "That won't do, sir. Observe my gestures. I think you improve. Better than politics. Delightful young Frenchwoman. a burning shame, magnificent impudence, paunch, Voltaire lump of sugar. Occasionally, I called on Francis Ardrey. This young gentleman resided in handsome apartments in the neighborhood of a fashionable square, kept a livery servant, and, upon the whole, lived in very good style. Going to see him one day between 1 and 2, I was informed by the servant that his master was engaged for the moment, but that if I pleased to wait a few minutes, I should find him at liberty. Having told the man that I had no objection, he conducted me into a small apartment which served as antechamber to a drawing-room. The door of this last being half open, I could see Francis Ardrey at the farther end, speechifying and gesticulating in a very impressive manner. The servant, in some confusion, was hastening to close the door. But, ere he could effect his purpose, Francis Ardrey, who had caught a glimpse of me, exclaimed, come in by all means," and then proceeded as before, speechifying and gesticulating. Filled with some surprise, I obeyed his summons. On entering the room I perceived another individual, to whom Francis Ardrey appeared to be addressing himself. This other was a short, spare man of about 60. His hair was a badger gray, and his face was covered with wrinkles. Without vouchsafing me a look, he kept his eye, which was black and lustrous, fixed full on Francis Ardrey, as if paying the deepest attention to his discourse. All of a sudden, however, he cried with a sharp, cracked voice, "That won't do, sir. That won't do. More vehemence. Your argument is at present particularly weak. Therefore, more vehemence. You must confuse them, stun them, stultify them, sir." And at each of these injunctions he struck the back of his right hand sharply against the palm of the left. "Good, sir, good," he occasionally uttered in the same sharp, cracked tone, as the voice of Francis Ardrey became more and more vehement. "Infinitely good," he exclaimed, as Francis Ardrey raised his voice to the highest pitch. "And now, Sir Abate, let the tempest of vehemence decline gradually, sir, not too fast." "Good, sir, very good," as the voice of Francis Ardrey declined gradually in vehemence. "And now a little pathos, sir. Try them with a little pathos." "That won't do, sir, that won't do," as Francis Ardrey made an attempt to become pathetic. "That will never pass for pathos. With tones and gesture of that description you will never redress the wrongs of your country. Now, sir, observe my gestures, and pay attention to the tone of my voice, sir." Thereupon, making use of nearly the same terms which Francis Ardrey had employed, the individual in black uttered several sentences in tones and with gestures which were intended to express a considerable degree of pathos, though it is possible that some people would have thought both the one and the other highly ludicrous. After a pause, Francis Ardrey recommenced imitating the tones and the gestures of his monitor in the most admirable manner. Before he had proceeded far, however, he burst into a fit of laughter, in which I should, perhaps, have joined, provided it were ever my wont to laugh. "Ha, ha," said the other, good-humoredly, "you are laughing at me. Well, well, I merely wished to give you a hint, but you saw very well what I meant. Upon the whole, I think you improve. But I must now go, having 2 other pupils to visit before 4. Then taking from the table a kind of 3-cornered hat and a cane headed with amber, he shook Francis Ardrey by the hand, and after glancing at me for a moment, made me a half bow, attended with a strange grimace, and departed. "Who is that gentleman?" said I to Francis Ardrey, as soon as we're alone. "Oh, that is," said Frank, smiling, "the gentleman who gives me lessons in elocution." "And what need have you of elocution?" "Oh, I merely obey the commands of my guardians," said Francis, "who insist that I should, with the assistance of, qualify myself for Parliament, for which they do me the honor to suppose that I have some natural talent. I dare not disobey them, for, at the present moment, I have particular reasons for wishing to keep on good terms with them." "But," said I, "you are a Roman Catholic, and I thought that persons of your religion were excluded from Parliament?" "Why, upon that very thing the whole matter hinges. People of our religion are determined to be no longer excluded from Parliament, but to have a share in the government of the nation. Not that I care anything about the matter. I merely obey the will of my guardians. My thoughts are fixed on something better than politics. I understand you, said I. Dog-fighting well. I can easily conceive that to some minds dog-fighting— I was not thinking of dog-fighting, said Francis Ardrey, interrupting me. Not thinking of dog-fighting, I ejaculated. No, said Francis Ardrey. Something higher and much more rational than dog-fighting at present occupies my thoughts. Dear me, said I. I thought I had heard you say that there was nothing like it. Like what? Said Francis Ardrey. Dog-fighting, to be sure, said I. Pooh, said Francis Ardrey. Who but the gross and unrefined care anything for dog-fighting? That which at present engages my waking and sleeping thoughts is love, divine love. There is nothing like that. Listen to me. I have a secret to confide to you. And then Francis Ardrey proceeded to make me his confidant. It appeared that he had had the good fortune to make the acquaintance of the most delightful young Frenchwoman imaginable, Annette Lenoir by name, who had just arrived from her native country with the intention of obtaining the situation of governess in some English family, a position which, on account of her many accomplishments, she was eminently qualified to fill. Francis Ardrey had, however, persuaded her to relinquish her intention for the present, on the ground that, until she had become acclimated in England, her health would probably suffer from the confinement inseparable from the occupation in which she was desirous of engaging. He had, moreover, for it appeared that she was the most frank and confiding creature in the world, succeeded in persuading her to permit him to hire for her a very handsome first floor in his own neighborhood, and to accept a few inconsiderable presents in jewelry. I am looking out for a handsome gig and horse, said Francis Ardrey at the conclusion of his narration. It were a burning shame that so divine a creature should have to go about a place like London on foot or in a paltry hackney coach. But, said I, will not the pursuit of politics prevent your devoting much time to this fair lady? It will prevent me devoting all my time, said Francis Ardrey, as I gladly would, but what can I do? My guardians wish me to qualify myself for a political orator, and I dare not offend them by a refusal. If I offend my guardians, I should find it impossible unless I have recourse to Jews and moneylenders to support Annette, present her with articles of dress and jewelry, and purchase a horse and cabriolet worthy of conveying her angelic person through the streets of London. After a pause, in which Francis Ardrey appeared lost in thought, his mind being probably occupied with the subject of Annette, I broke silence by observing, "So your fellow religionists are really going to make a serious attempt to procure their emancipation?" "Yes," said Francis Ardrey, starting from his reverie. "Everything has been arranged. Even a leader has been chosen, at least for us of Ireland, upon the whole the most suitable man in the world for the occasion, a barrister of considerable talent, mighty voice, and magnificent impudence. With emancipation, liberty, and redress for the wrongs of Ireland in his mouth, he is to force his way into the British House of Commons, dragging myself and others behind him. He will succeed, and when he is in he will cut a figure. I have heard himself, who has heard him speak, say that he will cut a figure." "And is competent to judge?" I demanded. "Who but he?" said Francis Ardrey. "No one questions his judgment concerning what relates to elocution. His fame on that point is so well established that the greatest orators do not disdain occasionally to consult him. See himself, as I have been told, when anxious to produce any particular effect in the House, is in the habit of calling in for a consultation. As to matter, or manner," said I. "Chiefly the latter," said Francis Ardrey, "though he is competent to give advice as to both, for he has been an orator in his day and a leader of the people, though he confessed to me that he was not exactly qualified to play the latter part. 'I want paunch,' said he." "It is not always indispensable," said I. "There is an orator in my town, a hunchback and watchmaker, without it, who not only leads the people, but the mayor too. Perhaps he has a succedaneum in his hunch. But, tell me, is the leader of your movement in possession of that which wants? No more deficient in it than in brass, said Francis Ardrey. Well, said I, whatever his qualifications may be, I wish him success in the cause which he has taken up. I love religious liberty. We shall succeed, said Francis Ardrey. John Bull, upon the whole, is rather indifferent on the subject, and then we are sure to be backed by the Radical party, who, to gratify their political prejudices, would join with Satan himself. There is one thing, said I, connected with this matter which surprises me, your own lukewarmness. Yes, making every allowance for your natural predilection for dogfighting, and your present enamored state of mind, your apathy at the commencement of such a movement is to me unaccountable. You would not have cause to complain of my indifference, said Frank, provided I thought my country would be benefited by this movement. But I happen to know the origin of it. The priests are the originators, and what country was ever benefited by a movement which owed its origin to them? So, says Voltaire, a page of whom I occasionally read, by the present move they hope to increase their influence, and to further certain designs which they entertain both with regard to this country and Ireland. I do not speak rashly or unadvisedly. A strange fellow, a half-Italian, half-English priest, who was recommended to me by my guardians, partly as a spiritual, partly as a temporal guide, has let me into a secret or two. He is fond of a glass of gin and water, and over a glass of gin and water, and over a glass of gin and water cold, with a lump of sugar in it. He has been more communicative, perhaps, than was altogether prudent. Were I my own master, I would kick him, politics, and religious movements, to a considerable distance. And now, if you are going away, do so quickly. I have an appointment with Annette, and must make myself fit to appear before her. Chapter 43. Progress. Glorious John. Utterly unintelligible. What a difference! By the month of October I had, in spite of all difficulties and obstacles, accomplished about 2/3 of the principal task which I had undertaken, the compiling of the Newgate Lives. I had also made some progress in translating the publisher's philosophy into German. But about this time I began to see very clearly that it was impossible that our connection should prove of long duration. Yet, in the event of my leaving the big man, what other resource had I? Another publisher. But what had I to offer? There were my ballads, my Ab Gwilym, but then I thought of Taggart and his snuff, his pinch of snuff. However, I determined to see what could be done. So I took my ballads under my arm and went to various publishers. Some took snuff, others did not, but none took my ballads or Ab Gwilym. They would not even look at them. One asked me if I had anything else. He was a snuff-taker. I said yes, and going home, returned with my translation of the German novel, to which I have before alluded. After keeping it for a fortnight, he returned it to me on my visiting him, and, taking a pinch of snuff, told me it would not do. There were marks of snuff on the outside of the manuscript, which was a roll of paper bound with red tape, but there were no marks of snuff on the interior of the manuscript, from which I concluded that he had never opened it. I had often heard of one Glorious John, who lived at the western end of the town. On consulting Taggart, he told me that it was possible that Glorious John would publish my ballads, and Ab Gwilym, that is, said he, taking a pinch of snuff, provided you can see him. So I went to the house where Glorious John resided, and a glorious house it was, but I could not see Glorious John. I called a dozen times, but I never could Glorious John. 20 years after, by the greatest chance in the world, I saw Glorious John, and sure enough, Glorious John published my books, but they were different books from the first. I never offered my ballads or Ab Gwilym to Glorious John. Glorious John was no snuff-taker. He asked me to dinner and treated me with superb Rhenish wine. Glorious John is now gone to his rest, but what was I going to say? The world will never forget Glorious John. So I returned to my last resource, for the time then being to the publisher, persevering doggedly in my labor. One day, on visiting the publisher, I found him stamping with fury upon certain fragments of paper. "Sir," said he, "you know nothing of German. I have shown your translation of the first chapter of my philosophy to several Germans. It is utterly unintelligible to them." "Did they see the philosophy?" I replied. "They did, sir, but they did not profess to understand English." "No more do I," I replied, "if that philosophy be English." The publisher was furious. I was silent. For want of a pinch of snuff, I had recourse to something which is no bad substitute for a pinch of snuff, to those who can't take it, silent contempt. At first it made the publisher more furious, as perhaps a pinch of snuff would. It, however, eventually calmed him, and he ordered me back to my occupations. In other words, the compilation. To be brief, the compilation was completed, I got paid in the usual manner, and forthwith left him. He was a clever man, but what a difference in clever men! Chapter 44. The Old Spot, A Long History, Thou Shalt Not Steal, No Harm, Education, Necessity Foam on Your Lip, Apples and Pears, What Will You Read, Metaphor, The Fur Cap, I Don't Know Him. It was past midwinter, and I sat on London Bridge, in company with the old apple woman. She had just returned to the other side of the bridge, to her place in the booth where I had originally found her. This she had done after frequent conversations with me. She liked the old place best, she said, which she would never have left but for the terror which she experienced when the boys ran away with her book. So I sat with her at the old spot, one afternoon past midwinter, reading the book, of which I had by this time come to the last pages. I had observed that the old woman for some time past had shown much less anxiety about the book than she had been in the habit of doing. I was, however, not quite prepared for her offering to make me a present of it, which she did that afternoon, when, having finished it, I returned it to her, with many thanks for the pleasure and instruction I had derived from its perusal. "You may keep it, dear," said the old woman with a sigh. "You may carry it to your lodging and keep it for your own." Looking at the old woman with surprise, I exclaimed, "Is it possible that you are willing to part with the book which has been your source of comfort so long?" Whereupon the old woman entered into a long history, from which I gathered that the book had become distasteful to her. She hardly ever opened it of late, she said, or if she did, it was only to shut it again. Also that other things which she had been fond of, though of a widely different kind, were now distasteful to her. Porter and beefsteaks were no longer grateful to her palate, her present diet chiefly consisting of tea and bread and butter. "Ah," said I, "you have been ill, and when people are ill, they seldom like the things which give them pleasure when they are in health." I learned, moreover, that she slept little at night, and had all kinds of strange thoughts, that as she lay awake, many things connected with her youth, which she had quite forgotten, came into her mind. There were certain words that came into her mind the night before the last, which were continually humming in her ears. I found that the words were, "Thou shalt not steal." On inquiring where she had first heard these words, I learned that she had read them at school in a book called The Primer. To this school she had been sent by her mother, who was a poor widow, and followed the trade of apple selling in the very spot where her daughter followed it now. It seems that the mother was a very good kind of woman, but quite ignorant of letters, the benefit of which she was willing to procure for her child, and at the school the daughter learned to read and subsequently experienced the pleasure and benefit of letters in being able to read the book which she found in an obscure closet of her mother's house, and which had been her principal companion and comfort for many years of her life. But, as I have said before, she was now dissatisfied with the book, and with most other things in which she had taken pleasure. She dwelt much on the words, "Thou shalt not steal." She had never stolen things herself, but then she had bought things which other people had stolen, and which she knew had been stolen, and her dear son had been a thief, which he perhaps would not have been but for the example which she set him in buying things from characters, as she called them, who associated with her. On inquiring how she had become acquainted with these characters, I learned that times had gone hard with her, that she had married, but her husband had died after a long sickness which had reduced them to great distress, that her fruit trade was not a profitable one, and that she had bought and sold things which had been stolen to support herself and her son. That for a long time she supposed there was no harm in doing so, as her book was full of entertaining tales of stealing. But she now thought that the book was a bad book, and that learning to read was a bad thing. Her mother had never been able to read, but had died in peace, though poor. So here was a woman who attributed the vices and follies of her life to being able to read. Her mother, she said, who could not read, lived respectably, and died in peace. And what was the essential difference between the mother and daughter save that the latter could read? But for her literature she might in all probability have lived respectably and honestly, like her mother, and might eventually have died in peace, which at present she could scarcely hope to do. Education had failed to produce any good in this poor woman. On the contrary, there could be little doubt that she had been injured by it. Then was education a bad thing? Rousseau was of opinion that it was. But Rousseau was a Frenchman, at least wrote in French, and I cared not the snap of my fingers for Rousseau. But education has certainly been of benefit in some instances. Well, what did that prove? But that partiality existed in the management of the affairs of the world. If education was a benefit to some, why was it not a benefit to others? Could some avoid abusing it any more than others could avoid turning it to a profitable account? I did not see how they could. This poor simple woman found a book in her mother's closet, a book which was a capital book for those who could turn it to the account for which it was intended, a book from the perusal of which I felt myself wiser and better, but which was by no means suited to the intellect of this poor simple woman who thought that it was written in praise of thieving. Yet she found it, she read it, and I felt myself getting into a maze. What is right? Thought I. What is wrong? Do I exist? Does the world exist? If it does, every action is bound up with necessity. Necessity, I exclaimed, and cracked my finger joints. Ah, it is a bad thing, said the old woman. What is a bad thing, said I. Why, to be poor, dear. You talk like a fool, said I. Riches and poverty are only different forms of necessity. You should not call me a fool, dear. You should not call your own mother a fool. You are not my mother, said I. Not your mother, dear. No, no more I am. But your calling me fool put me in mind of my dear son, who often used to call me fool, and you just now looked as he sometimes did, with a blob of foam on your lip. After all, I don't know that you are not my mother. Don't you, dear? I'm glad of it. I wish she would make it out. How should I make it out? Who can speak from his own knowledge as to the circumstances of his birth? Besides, before attempting to establish our relationship, it would be necessary to prove that such people exist. What people, dear? You and I. Lord, child, you're mad. That book has made you so. Don't abuse it, said I. The book is an excellent one, that is, provided it exists. I wish it did not, said the old woman. But it shan't long. I'll burn it or fling it into the river. The voices at night tell me to do so. Tell the voices, said I, that they talk nonsense. The book, if it exists, is a good book. It contains a deep moral. Have you read it all? All the funny parts, dear. All about taking things and the manner it was done. As for the rest, I could not exactly make it out. Then the book is not to blame. I repeat that the book is a good book and contains deep morality, always supposing that there is such a thing as morality, which is the same thing as supposing that there is anything at all. Anything at all. Why ain't we here on this bridge? In my booth, with my stall and my apples and pears, baked hot, you would say I don't know. All is a mystery, a deep question. It is a question, and probably always will be, whether there is a world, and consequently apples and pears, and, provided there be a world, whether that world be like an apple or a pear. Don't talk so, dear. I won't. We will suppose that we all exist, world, ourselves, apples and pears. So you wish to get rid of the book? Yes, dear, I wish you would take it. I have read it, and have no farther use for it. I do not need books. In a little time, perhaps, I shall not have a place wherein to deposit myself, far less books. Then I will fling it into the river. Don't do that. Here, give it me. Now what shall I do with it? You are so fond of it. I am so no longer. But how will you pass your time? What will you read? I wish I had never learned to read, or, if I had, that I had only read the books I saw at school, the primer or the other. What was the other? I think they called it the Bible, all about God and Job and Jesus. Ah, I know it. You have read it. Is it a nice book, all true? True. True. I don't know what to say, but if the world be true and not all a lie, a fiction, I don't see why the Bible, as they call it, should not be true. By the by, what do you call Bible in your tongue, or indeed, book of any kind? As Bible merely means a book. What do I call the Bible in my language, dear? Yes, the language of those who bring you things. The language of those who did, dear? They bring them now no longer. They call me fool, as you did, dear, just now. They call kissing the Bible, which means taking a false oath, smacking calfskin. That's metaphor, said I. English, but metaphorical. What an odd language. So you would like to have a Bible, shall I buy you one? I am poor, dear. No money since I left off the other trade. Well then, I'll buy you one. No, dear, no. You are poor, and may soon want the money. But if you can take me one conveniently on the sly, you know I think you may, for as it is a good book, I suppose there can be no harm in taking it. That will never do, said I, more especially as I should be sure to be caught, not having made taking of things my trade. But I'll tell you what I'll do, try and exchange this book of yours for a Bible. Who knows for what great things this same book of yours may serve? Well, dear, said the old woman, do as you please. I should like to see the, what do you call it, Bible, and to read it, as you seem to think it true. Yes, said I, seem. That is the way to express yourself in this maze of doubt. I seem to think these apples and pears seem to be, and here seems to be a gentleman who wants to purchase either one or the other. A person had stopped before the apple woman's stall and was glancing now at the fruit, now at the old woman and myself. He wore a blue mantle and had a kind of fur cap on his head. He was somewhat above the middle stature. His features were keen, but rather hard. There was a slight obliquity in his vision. Selecting a small apple, he gave the old woman a penny. Then, after looking at me scrutinizingly for a moment, he moved from the booth in the direction of Southwark. Do you know who that man is? Said I to the old woman. No, said she, except that he is one of my best customers. He frequently stops, takes an apple, and gives me a penny. His is the only piece of money I have taken this blessed day. I don't know him, but he has once or twice sat down in the booth with two strange-looking men, mulattoes or lascars, I think they call them. Chapter 45. Bought and exchanged, quite empty, a new firm, Bibles, countenance of a lion, clap of thunder, a truce with this, I have lost it, clearly a right goddess of the mint. In pursuance of my promise to the old woman, I set about procuring her a Bible with all convenient speed, placing the book which she had entrusted to me for the purpose of exchange in my pocket. I went to several shops and asked if Bibles were to be had. I found that there were plenty. When, however, I informed the people that I came to barter, they looked blank and declined treating with me, saying that they did not do business in that way. At last I went into a shop over the window of which I saw written, "Books bought and exchanged." There was a smartish young fellow in the shop with black hair and whiskers. "You exchange?" said I. "Yes," said he. "Sometimes, but we prefer selling. What book do you want?" "A Bible," said I. "Ah," said he, "there's a great demand for Bibles just now. All kinds of people are become very pious of late," he added, grinning at me. "I am afraid I can't do business with you, more especially as the master is not at home. What book have you brought?" Taking the book out of my pocket, I placed it on the counter. The young fellow opened the book, and inspecting the title page, burst into a loud laugh. "What do you laugh for?" said I angrily and half clenching my fist. "Laugh," said the young fellow. "Laugh? Who could help laughing?" "I could," said I. "I see nothing to laugh at. I want to exchange this book for a Bible." "You do?" said the young fellow. "Well, I dare say there are plenty who would be willing to exchange, that is, if they dared. I wish master were at home, but that would never do either. Master's a family man, the Bibles are not mine, and master being a family man, is sharp and knows all his stock. I'd buy it of you, but to tell you the truth, I am quite empty here," said he, pointing to his pocket, "so I am afraid we can't deal." Whereupon, looking anxiously at the young man, "What am I to do?" said I. "I really want a Bible." "Can't you buy one?" said the young man. "Have you no money?" "Yes," said I have some, but I am merely the agent of another. I came to exchange, not to buy. What am I to do?" "I don't know," said the young man, thoughtfully laying down the book on the counter. "I don't know what you can do. I think you will find some difficulty in this bartering job. The trade are rather precise." All at once he laughed louder than before. Suddenly stopping, however, he put on a very grave look. "Take my advice," said he. "There is a firm established in this neighborhood which scarcely sells any books but Bibles. They are very rich, and pride themselves on selling their books at the lowest possible price. Apply to them, who knows but what they will exchange with you." Thereupon I demanded with some eagerness of the young man the direction to the place where he thought it possible that I might effect the exchange, which direction the young fellow cheerfully gave me, and, as I turned away, had the civility to wish me success. I had no difficulty in finding the house to which the young fellow directed me. It was a very large house, situated in a square, and upon the side of the house was written in large letters, "Bibles and other religious books." At the door of the house were 2 or 3 tumbrels, in the act of being loaded with chests, very much resembling tea chests. One of the chests falling down, burst, and out flew, not tea, but various books, in a neat small size, and in neat leather covers. "Bibles," said I. "Bibles, doubtless." I was not quite right, nor quite wrong. Picking up one of the books, I looked at it for a moment, and found it to be the New Testament. "Come, young lad," said a man who stood by in the dress of a porter. "Put that book down, it is none of yours. If you want a book, go in and deal for one." Deal, thought I, deal, the man seems to know what I am coming about, and going in, I presently found myself in a very large room, behind a counter too. Men stood with their backs to a splendid fire, warming themselves, for the weather was cold. Of these men, one was dressed in brown, and the other was dressed in black. Both were tall men. He who was dressed in brown was thin, and had a particularly ill-natured countenance. The man dressed in black was bulky, his features were noble, but they were those of a lion. "What is your business, young man?" said the precise personage as I stood staring at him and his companion. "I want a Bible," said I. "What price? What size?" said the precise-looking man. "As to size," said I should like to have a large one, that is. If you can afford me one, I do not come to buy." "Oh, friend," said the precise-looking man, "if you come here expecting to have a Bible for nothing, you are mistaken. I would scorn to have a Bible for nothing," said I, "or anything else. I came not to beg, but to barter. There is no shame in that, especially in a country like this, where all folks barter." "Oh, we don't barter," said the precise man. "At least Bibles. You had better depart." "Stay, brother," said the man with the countenance of a lion. "Let us ask a few questions. This may be a very important case. Perhaps the young man has had convictions." "Not I exclaimed. "I am convinced of nothing, and with regard to the Bible, I don't believe." "Hey!" said the man with the lion countenance, and there he stopped. But with that "hey," the walls of the house seemed to shake, the windows rattled, and the porter whom I had seen in front of the house came running up the steps and looked into the apartment through the glass of the door. There was silence for about a minute, the same kind of silence which succeeds a clap of thunder. At last the man with the lion countenance, who had kept his eyes fixed upon me, said calmly, "Were you about to say that you don't believe in the Bible, young man?" "No more than in anything else," said I. "You were talking of convictions. I have no convictions." It is not easy to believe in the Bible till one is convinced that there is a Bible. "He seems to be insane," said the prim-looking man. "We had better order the porter to turn him out." "I am by no means certain," said I, "that the porter could turn me out, always provided there is a porter, and this system of ours be not a lie and a dream." "Come," said the lion-looking man impatiently, "a truce with this nonsense. If the porter cannot turn you out, perhaps some other person can. But to the point, you want a Bible?" "I do," said I, "but not for myself. I was sent by another person to offer something in exchange for one." "And who is that person?" "A poor old woman who has had what you call convictions, heard voices, or thought she heard them. I forgot to ask her whether they were loud ones." "What has she sent to offer in exchange?" said the man, without taking any notice of the concluding part of my speech. "A book," said I. "Let me see it." "Nay, brother," said the precise man, "this will never do. If we once adopt the system of barter, we shall have all the holders of useless rubbish in the town applying to us." "I wish to see what he has brought," said the other, "perhaps Baxter or Jules' Apology, either of which would make a valuable addition to our collection." "Well, young man, what's the matter with you?" I stood like one petrified. I had put my hand into my pocket. The book was gone. "What's the matter?" repeated the man with the lion countenance in a voice very much resembling thunder. "I have it not. I have lost it." "A pretty story, truly," said the precise-looking man. "Lost it! You had better retire," said the other. "How shall I appear before the party who entrusted me with the book? She will certainly think that I have purloined it, notwithstanding all I can say. Nor indeed can I blame her. Appearances are certainly against me." "They are, so you had better retire." I moved towards the door. "Stay, young man, one word more. There is only one way of proceeding which would induce me to believe that you are sincere." "What is that?" said I, stopping and looking at him anxiously. "The purchase of a Bible." "Purchase," said I, "purchase." I came not to purchase, but to barter. Such was my instruction, and how can I barter if I have lost the book? The other made no answer, and turning away, I made for the door. All of a sudden I started, and turning round, "Dear me," said I, "it has just come into my head that if the book was lost by my negligence, as it must have been, I have clearly a right to make it good." No answer. "Yes," I repeated, "I have clearly a right to make it good. How glad I am! See the effect of a little reflection. I will purchase a Bible instantly, that is, if I have not lost." And with considerable agitation I felt in my pocket. The prim-looking man smiled. "I suppose," said he, "that he has lost his money as well as book." "No," said I have not. and pulling out my hand I displayed no less a sum than 3 half-crowns. "Oh, noble goddess of the mint!" As Dame Charlotta Nordenflicht, the Swede, said 150 years ago, "Great is thy power, how energetically the possession of thee speaks in favor of man's character." "Only half a crown for this Bible?" said I, putting down the money. "It is worth 3." And bowing to the man of the noble features, I departed with my purchase. "Queer customer," said the prim-looking man as I was about to close the door. "Don't like 'em." "Why, as to that, I scarcely know what to say," said he of the countenance of a lion. Chapter 46. The Pickpocket. Strange rencounter. Drag him along. A great service, things of importance. Philological matters. Mother of languages. Zats. A few days after the occurrence of what is recorded in the last chapter, as I was wandering in the city, chance directed my footsteps to an alley leading from one narrow street to another in the neighborhood of Cheapside. Just before I reached the mouth of the alley, a man in a greatcoat, closely followed by another, passed it, and, at the moment in which they were passing, I observed the man behind snatch something from the pocket of the other, whereupon, darting into the street, I seized the hindermost man by the collar, crying at the same time to the other, "My good friend, this person has just picked your pocket." The individual whom I addressed, turning round with a start, glanced at me, and then at the person whom I held. London is the place for strange rencounters. It appeared to me that I recognized both individuals, the man whose pocket had been picked and the other. The latter now began to struggle violently. "I have picked no one's pocket," said he. "Rascal," said the other, "you have got my pocketbook in your bosom." "No, I have not," said the other, and, struggling more violently than before, the pocketbook dropped from his bosom upon the ground. The other was now about to lay hands upon the fellow, who was still struggling. "You had better take up your book," said I. "I can hold him." He followed my advice, and taking up his pocketbook, surveyed my prisoner with a ferocious look, occasionally glaring at me. Yes, I had seen him before. It was the stranger whom I had observed on London Bridge, by the stall of the old apple woman, with a cap and cloak. But instead of these, he now wore a hat and greatcoat. "Well," said I, at last, "what am I to do with this gentleman of ours?" nodding to the prisoner, who had now left off struggling. "Shall I let him go?" "Go," said the other, "go." "The knave, the rascal! Let him go indeed." "Not so, he shall go before the Lord Mayor. Bring him along." "Oh, let me go," said the other, "let me go. This is the first offence, I assure ye, the first time I ever thought to do anything wrong." "Hold your tongue," said I, "or I shall be angry with you. If I am not very much mistaken, you once attempted to cheat me." "I never saw you before in all my life," said the fellow, though his countenance seemed to belie his words. "That is not true," said I. "You are the man who attempted to cheat me of 1 and 9 pence in the coach-yard, on the first morning of my arrival in London." "I don't doubt it," said the other. "A confirmed thief." And here his tones became peculiarly sharp. "I would fain see him hanged, crucified. Drag him along." "I am no constable," said I. "You have got your pocket-book. I would rather you would bid me let him go." "Bid you let him go," said the other almost furiously. "I command. Stay. What was I going to say?" "I was forgetting myself," he observed more gently, "but he stole my pocket-book. If you did but know what it contained." "Well," said I, "if it contains anything valuable, be the more thankful that you have recovered it. As for the man, I will help you to take him where you please, but I wish you would let him go." The stranger hesitated, and there was an extraordinary play of emotion in his features. He looked ferociously at the pickpocket, and, more than once, somewhat suspiciously at myself. At last his countenance cleared, and, with a good grace, he said, "Well, you have done me a great service, and you have my consent to let him go. But the rascal shall not escape with impunity," he exclaimed suddenly, as I let the man go, and starting forward, Before the fellow could have struck him a violent blow at the face, the man staggered and had nearly fallen, recovering himself, however, he said, "I tell you what, my fellow, if I ever meet you in the street in a dark night, and I have a knife about me, it shall be the worse for you. As for you, young man," said he to me, but observing that the other was making towards him, he left whatever he was about to say unfinished, and taking to his heels, was out of sight in a moment. The stranger and myself walked in the direction of Cheapside, the way in which he had been originally proceeding. He was silent for a few moments. At length he said, "You have really done me a great service, and I should be ungrateful not to acknowledge it. I am a merchant, and a merchant's pocketbook, as you perhaps know, contains many things of importance. But, young man," he exclaimed, "I think I have seen you before. I thought so at first, but where I cannot exactly say. Where was it?" I mentioned London Bridge and the old apple woman. "Oh," said he, and smiled, and there was something peculiar in his smile. "I remember now. Do you frequently sit on London Bridge?" "Occasionally," said I. "That old woman is an old friend of mine." "Friend," said the stranger, "I am glad of it, for I shall know where to find you. At present I am going to change. Time, you know, is precious to a merchant." We were by this time close to Cheapside. "Farewell," said he. "I shall not forget this service. I trust we shall soon meet again." He then shook me by the hand and went his way. The next day, as I was seated beside the old woman in the booth, the stranger again made his appearance, and, after a word or two, sat down beside me. The old woman was sometimes reading the Bible, which she had already had 2 or 3 days in her possession, and sometimes discoursing with me. Our discourse rolled chiefly on philological matters. "What do you call bread in your language?" said I. "You mean the language of those who bring me things to buy, or who did, for, as I told you before, I shan't buy any more. It's no language of mine, dear. They call bread panem in their language." "Panem," said I, "panem." Evidently connected with, if not derived from, the Latin panis. Even as the word tanner, which signifieth a sixpence, is connected with, if not derived from, the Latin tenor, which is itself connected with, if not derived from, tonno or tonner, which in the language of Mr. Petulengro signifieth a sucking child. Let me see, what is the term for bread in the language of Mr. Petulengro? Moro or Monroe, as I have sometimes heard it called. Is there not some connection between these words and panis? Yes, I think there is, and I should not wonder if moral, manege, and panis were connected, perhaps derived from the same root. But what is that root? I don't know. I wish I did, though, perhaps, I should not be the happier. Moro Monro. I rather think Moro is the oldest form. It is easier to say Moro than Monro. Morrow. Irish, Aaron. Welsh, Bera. English, bread. I can see a resemblance between all the words and panem too, and I rather think that the Petulengrian word is the elder. How odd it would be if the language of Mr. Petulengro should eventually turn out to be the mother of all the languages in the world. Yet it is certain that there are some languages in which the terms for bread have no connection with the word used by Mr. Petulengro, notwithstanding that those languages, in many other points, exhibit a close affinity to the language of the horseshoe master. For example, bread in Hebrew is laham, which assuredly exhibits little similitude to the word used by the aforesaid Petulengro. In Armenian it is zhats, said the stranger, starting up. By the Patriarch and the 3 holy churches, this is wonderful. How came you to know aught of Armenian? Chapter 47. New Acquaintance. Wired cases, bread and wine, Armenian colonies, learning without money, what a language, the tide, your foible, learning of the Hygax, wold proverb, pressing invitation. Just as I was about to reply to the interrogation of my new-formed acquaintance, a man with a dusky countenance, Probably one of the Lascars, or mulattoes, of whom the old woman had spoken, came up and whispered to him, and with this man he presently departed, not however before he had told me the place of his abode, and requested me to visit him. After the lapse of a few days, I called at the house which he had indicated. It was situated in a dark and narrow street in the heart of the city, at no great distance from the bank. I entered a counting room in which a solitary clerk with a foreign look was writing. The stranger was not at home. Returning the next day, however, I met him at the door as he was about to enter. He shook me warmly by the hand. "I am glad to see you," said he. "Follow me. I was just thinking of you." He led me through the counting room to an apartment up a flight of stairs. Before ascending, however, he looked into the book in which the foreign-visaged clerk was writing, and, seemingly not satisfied with the manner in which he was executing his task, he gave him 2 or 3 cuffs, telling him at the same time that he deserved crucifixion. The apartment above stairs to which he led me was large, with 3 windows, which opened upon the street. The walls were hung with wired cases apparently containing books. There was a table and 2 or 3 chairs, but the principal article of furniture was a long sofa, extending from the door by which we entered to the farther end of the apartment. Seating himself upon the sofa, my new acquaintance motioned to me to sit beside him, and then, looking me full in the face, repeated his former inquiry. "In the name of all that is wonderful, how came you to know aught of my language?" "There is nothing wonderful in that," said I. "We are at the commencement of a philological age. Everyone studies languages, that is, everyone who is fit for nothing else. Philology being the last resource of dullness and ennui, I have got little in advance of the throng by mastering the Armenian alphabet, but I foresee the time when every unmarriageable miss and desperate blockhead will likewise have acquired the letters of Miss Rube, and will know the term for bread in Armenian, and perhaps that for wine." "Kni," said my companion, "and that and the other word put me in mind of the duties of hospitality. Will you eat bread and drink wine with me?" "Willingly," said I. Whereupon my companion, unlocking a closet, produced, on a silver salver, a loaf of bread with a silver-handled knife, and wine in a silver flask with cups of the same metal. "I hope you like my fare," said he, after we had both eaten and drunk. "I like your bread," said I, "for it is stale. I like not your wine, it is sweet, and I hate sweet wine." "It is wine of Cyprus," said my entertainer, and when I found that it was wine of Cyprus, I tasted it again, and the second taste pleased me much better than the first, notwithstanding that I still thought it somewhat sweet. "So," said I after a pause, looking at my companion, "you are an Armenian?" "Yes," said he, "an Armenian born in London, but not less an Armenian on that account. My father was a native of Ispahan, one of the celebrated Armenian colony which was established there shortly after the time of the dreadful hunger which drove the children of Haik in swarms from their original country, and scattered them over most parts of the eastern and western world. In Ispahan he passed the greater portion of his life, following mercantile pursuits with considerable success. Certain enemies, however, having accused him to the despot of the place of using seditious language, he was compelled to flee, leaving most of his property behind. Traveling in the direction of the west, he came at last to London, where he established himself, and where he eventually died, leaving behind a large property and myself, his only child, the fruit of a marriage with an Armenian Englishwoman, who did not survive my birth more than 3 months. The Armenian then proceeded to tell me that he had carried on the business of his father, which seemed to embrace most matters, from buying silks of Lascars to speculating in the funds, and that he had considerably increased the property which his father had left him. He candidly confessed that he was wonderfully fond of gold, and said there was nothing like it for giving a person respectability and consideration in the world, to which assertion I made no answer, being not exactly prepared to contradict it. And when he had related to me his history, he expressed a desire to know something more of myself. Whereupon I gave him the outline of my history, concluding with saying, I am now a poor author, or rather philologist, upon them streets of London, possessed of many tongues, which I find of no use in the world. Learning without money is anything but desirable, said the Armenian, as it unfits a man for humble occupations. It is true that it may occasionally beget him friends. I confess to you that your understanding something of my language weighs more with me than the service you rendered me in rescuing my pocketbook the other day from the claws of that scoundrel whom I yet hope to see hanged, if not crucified, notwithstanding there were in that pocketbook papers and documents of considerable value. Yes, that circumstance makes my heart warm towards you, for I am proud of my language, as I indeed well may be. What a language, noble and energetic, quite original, differing from all others both in words and structure. You are mistaken, said I. Many languages resemble the Armenian both in structure and words. For example, said the Armenian. For example, said I. The English, said the Armenian. Show me one word in which the English resembles the Armenian. You walk on London Bridge, said I. Yes, said the Armenian. I saw you look over the balustrade the other morning. True, said the Armenian. Well, what did you see rushing up through the arches with noise and foam? What was it? Said the Armenian. What was it? You don't mean the tide, do I not? Said I. Well, what has the tide to do with the matter? Much, said I. What is the tide to do with the matter? Much, said I. What is the tide? The ebb and flow of the sea, said the Armenian. The sea itself. What is the Haik word for sea? The Armenian gave a strong gasp. Then, nodding his head thrice, You are right, said he. The English word tide is the Armenian for sea. And now I begin to perceive that there are many English words which are Armenian. There is an ed. And there again in French there is and derived from the Armenian. How strange, how singular, I thank you. It is a proud thing to see that the language of my race has had so much influence over the languages of the world. I saw that all that related to his race was the weak point of the Armenian. I did not flatter the Armenian with respect to his race or language. An inconsiderable people, said I. Shrewd and industrious, but still an inconsiderable people. A language bold and expressive and of some antiquity, derived, though perhaps not immediately, from some much older tongue. I do not think that the Armenian has had any influence over the formation of the languages of the world. I am not much indebted to the Armenian for the solution of any doubts, whereas, to the language of Mr. Petulengro, I have heard you mention that name before, said the Armenian. Who is Mr. Petulengro? And then I told the Armenian who Mr. Petulengro was. The Armenian spoke contemptuously of Mr. Petulengro and his race. Don't speak contemptuously of Mr. Petulengro, said I, nor of anything belonging to him. He is a dark, mysterious personage. All connected with him is a mystery, especially his language. But I believe that his language is doomed to solve a great philological problem. Mr. Petulengro, you appear agitated, said the Armenian. Take another glass of wine. You possess a great deal of philological knowledge, but it appears to me that the language of this Petulengro is your foible. But let us change the subject. I feel much interested in you, and would fain be of service to you. Can you cast accounts? I shook my head. Keep books? I have an idea that I could write books, said I. But as to keeping them, and here again, I shook my head. The Armenian was silent some time. All at once, glancing at one of the wire cases with which, as I have already said, the walls of the room were hung, he asked me if I was well acquainted with the learning of the Haiks. The books in these cases, said he, contain the masterpieces of Haik learning. No, said I. All I know of the learning of the Haiks is their translation of the Bible. You have never read Z? No, said I have never read Z. I have a plan, said the Armenian. I think I can employ you agreeably and profitably. I should like to see Z in an English dress. You shall translate Z. If you can read the scriptures in Armenian, you can translate Z. He is our Aesop. The most acute and clever of all our moral writers. His philosophy, I will have nothing to do with him, said I. Wherefore, said the Armenian. There is an old proverb, said I, that a burnt child avoids the fire. I have burnt my hands sufficiently with attempting to translate philosophy to make me cautious of venturing upon it again. And then I told the Armenian how I had been persuaded by the publisher to translate his philosophy into German, and what sorry thanks I had received. And who knows, said I, but the attempt to translate Armenian philosophy into English might be attended with yet more disagreeable consequences. The Armenian smiled. You would find me very different from the publisher. In many points I have no doubt I should, I replied, but at the present moment I feel like a bird which has escaped from a cage, and, though hungry, feels no disposition to return. Of what nation is the dark man below stairs whom I saw writing at the desk? He is a Moldave, said the Armenian. The dog, and here his eyes sparkled, deserves to be crucified. He is continually making mistakes. The Armenian again renewed his proposition about Z, which I again refused, as I felt but little inclination to place myself beneath the jurisdiction of a person who was in the habit of cuffing those whom he employed, when they made mistakes. I presently took my departure. Not, however, before I had received from the Armenian a pressing invitation to call upon him whenever I should feel disposed. Chapter 48. What to do. Strong enough. Fame and profit. Alliterative euphony. Excellent fellow. Listen to me. A plan. Bagmiga Wells. Anxious thoughts frequently disturbed me at this time, with respect to what I was to do, and how support myself in the great city. My future prospects were gloomy enough, and I looked forward and feared. Sometimes I felt half disposed to accept the offer of the Armenian, and to commence forthwith, under his superintendence, the translation of the Haik Aesop, but the remembrance of the cups which I had seen him bestow upon the Moldavian, when glancing over his shoulder into the ledger, or whatever it was on which he was employed, immediately drove the inclination from my mind. I could not support the idea of the possibility of his staring over my shoulder upon my translation of the Haik Aesop, and, dissatisfied with my attempts, treating me as he had treated the Moldavian Quirk. Placing myself in a position which exposed me to such treatment would indeed be plunging into the fire after escaping from the frying pan. The publisher, insolent and overbearing as he was, whatever he might have wished or thought, had never lifted his hand against me or told me that I merited crucifixion. What was I to do? Turn porter? I was strong, but there was something besides strength required to ply the trade of a porter, a mind of a particularly phlegmatic temperament, which I did not possess. What should I do? Enlist as a soldier? I was tall enough, but something besides height is required to make a man play with credit the part of soldier. I mean a private one, a spirit, if spirit it can be called, which will not only enable a man to submit with patience to insolence and abuse, and even to cuffs and kicks, but occasionally to the lash. I felt that I was not qualified to be a soldier, at least a private one. Far better be a drudge to the most ferocious of publishers, editing Newgate Lives, and writing in 18-penny reviews. Better to translate the Haik Aesop under the superintendence of 10 Armenians than be a private soldier in the English service. I did not decide rashly. I knew something of soldiering. What should I do? I thought that I would make a last and desperate attempt to dispose of the ballads and of Ab Gwilym. I had still an idea that, provided I could persuade any spirited publisher to give these translations to the world, I should acquire both considerable fame and profit. Not perhaps a world-embracing fame such as Byron's, but a fame not to be sneered at, which would last me a considerable time and would keep my heart from breaking. Profit, not equal to that which Scott had made by his wondrous novels, but which would prevent me from starving, and enable me to achieve some other literary enterprise. I read and reread my ballads, and the more I read them, the more I was convinced that the public, in the event of their being published, would freely purchase and hail them with the merited applause. Were not the deeds and adventures wonderful and heart-stirring, from which it is true I could claim no merit, being but the translator, but had I not rendered them into English with all their original fire? Yes, I was confident I had, and I had no doubt that the public would say so. And then, with respect to Ave Gwilym, had I not done as much justice to him as to the Danish ballads, not only rendering faithfully his thoughts, imagery, and phraseology, but even preserving in my translation the alliterative euphony which constitutes one of the most remarkable features of Welsh prosody? Yes, I had accomplished all this, and I doubted not that the public would receive my translations from Ave Gwilym with quite as much eagerness as my version of the Danish ballads. But I found the publishers as intractable as ever, and to this day the public has never had an opportunity of doing justice to the glowing fire of my ballad versification and the alliterative euphony of my imitations of Ave Gwilym. I had not seen Francis Ardrey since the day I had seen him taking lessons in elocution. One afternoon, as I was seated at my table, my head resting on my hands, he entered my apartment. Sitting down, he inquired of me why I had not been to see him. I might ask the same question of you, I replied. Wherefore had you not been to see me? Whereupon Francis Ardrey told me that he had been much engaged in his oratorical exercises, also in escorting the young Frenchwoman about to places of public amusement. He then again questioned me as to the reason of my not having been to see him. I returned an evasive answer. The truth was that for some time past my appearance, owing to the state of my finances, had been rather shabby, and I did not wish to expose a fashionable young man like Francis Ardrey, who lived in a fashionable neighborhood, to the imputation of having a shabby acquaintance. I was aware that Francis Ardrey was an excellent fellow, but on that very account I felt, under existing circumstances, a delicacy in visiting him. It is very possible that he had an inkling of how matters stood, as he presently began to talk of my affairs and prospects. I told him of my late ill success with the booksellers, and inveighed against their blindness to their own interest in refusing to publish my translations. The last that I addressed myself to, said I, told me not to trouble him again unless I could bring him a decent novel or a tale. Well, said Frank, and why did you not carry him a decent novel or a tale? Because I have neither, said I, and to write them is, I believe, above my capacity. At present I feel divested of all energy, heartless and almost hopeless. I see how it is, said Francis Ardrey. You have overworked yourself, and, worst of all, to no purpose. Take my advice. Cast all care aside, and only think of diverting yourself for a month at least. Divert myself, said I, and where am I to find the means? Be that care on my shoulders, said Francis Ardrey. Listen to me, my uncles. Have been so delighted with the favorable accounts which they have lately received from tea of my progress in oratory, that in the warmth of their hearts they made me a present yesterday of £200. This is more money than I want, at least for the present. Do me the favor to take half of it as a loan. Hear me, said he, observing that I was about to interrupt him. I have a plan in my head, one of the prettiest in the world. The sister of my charmer is just arrived from France. She cannot speak a word of English, and as Annette and myself are much engaged in our own matters, we cannot pay her the attention which we should wish, and which she deserves, for she is a truly fascinating creature, although somewhat differing from my charmer, having blue eyes and flaxen hair, whilst Annette on the contrary. But I hope you will shortly see Annette. Now my plan is this. Take the money, Dress yourself fashionably and conduct Annette's sister to Bagnigge Wells. And what should we do at Bagnigge Wells? Do, said Francis Ardrey, dance. But, said I scarcely know anything of dancing. Then here's an excellent opportunity of improving yourself. Like most Frenchwomen, she dances divinely. However, if you object to Bagnigge Wells and dancing, go to Brighton and remain there a month or two, at the end of which time you can return with your mind refreshed and invigorated and materials, perhaps for a tale or novel. I never heard a more foolish plan, said I, or one less likely to terminate profitably or satisfactorily. I thank you, however, for your offer, which is, I dare say, well meant. If I am to escape from my cares and troubles, and find my mind refreshed and invigorated, I must adopt other means than conducting a French demoiselle to Brighton or Bagnigge Wells, defraying the expense by borrowing from a friend. Chapter 49. Singular personage, a large sum, Papa of Rome, we are Christians, degenerate Armenians, roots of Ararat, regular features. The Armenian. I frequently saw this individual, availing myself of the permission which he had given me to call upon him. A truly singular personage was he, with his love of amassing money, and his nationality so strong as to be akin to poetry. Many an Armenian I have subsequently known fond of money-getting, and not destitute of national spirit, but never another who, in the midst of his schemes of lucre, was at all times willing to enter into a conversation on the structure of the Haik language, or who ever offered me money to render into English the fables of Z, in the hope of astonishing the stock-jobbers of the exchange with the wisdom of the Haik Aesop. But he was fond of money, very fond. Within a little time I had won his confidence to such a degree that he informed me that the grand wish of his heart was to be possessed of 200,000 pounds. I think you might satisfy yourself with the half, said I. 100,000 pounds is a large sum. You are mistaken, said the Armenian. 100,000 pounds is nothing. My father left me that or more at his death. No, I shall never be satisfied with less than 2. And what will you do with your riches, said I, when you have obtained them? Will you sit down and muse upon them, or will you deposit them in a cellar and go down once a day to stare at them? I have heard say that the fulfillment of one's wishes is invariably the precursor of extreme misery, and forsooth, I can scarcely conceive a more horrible state of existence than to be without a hope or wish. It is bad enough, I dare say, said the Armenian. It will, however, be time enough to think of disposing of the money when I have procured it. I still fall short by a vast sum of the 200,000 pounds. I had occasionally much conversation with him on the state and prospects of his nation, especially of that part of it which still continued in the original country of the Haik Ararat and its confines, which, it appeared, he had frequently visited. He informed me that since the death of the last Haik monarch, which occurred in the 11th century, Armenia had been governed both temporally and spiritually by certain personages called patriarchs. Their temporal authority, however, was much circumscribed by the Persian and Turk, especially the former, of whom the Armenians spoke with much hatred, whilst their spiritual authority had at various times been considerably undermined by the emissaries of the Papa of Rome, as the Armenian called him. The Papa of Rome sent his emissaries at an early period amongst us, said the Armenian, seducing the minds of weak-headed people, persuading them that the hillocks of Rome are higher than the ridges of Ararat, that the Roman Papa has more to say in heaven than the Armenian Patriarch, and that puny Latin is a union. Patriarch and that puny Latin is a better language than nervous and sonorous height. They are both dialects, said I, of the language of Mr. Lavengro, one of whose race I believe to have been the original founder of Rome. But, with respect to religion, what are the chief points of your faith? You are Christians, I believe. Yes, said the Armenian, we are Christians in our way. We believe in God, the Holy Spirit, and Savior, though we are not prepared to admit that the last personage is not only himself but the other too. We believe, and then the Armenian told me of several things which the hikes believed or disbelieved. But what we find most hard of all to believe, said he, is that the man of the mole hills is entitled to our allegiance, he not being a hike or understanding the hike language. But, by your own confession, said I, he has introduced a schism in your nation, and has amongst you many that believe in him. It is true, said the Armenian, that even on the confines of Ararat there are a great number who consider that mountain to be lower than the hillocks of Rome, but the greater number of degenerate Armenians are to be found amongst those who have wandered to the west. Most of the hike churches of the west consider Rome to be higher than Ararat. Most of the Armenians of this place hold that dogma. I, however, have always stood firm in the contrary opinion. Huh, huh, huh. Here the Armenian laughed in his peculiar manner. Talking of this matter puts me in mind of an adventure which lately befell me with one of the emissaries of the Papa of Rome, for the Papa of Rome has at present many emissaries in this country, in order to seduce the people from their own quiet religion to the savage heresy of Rome. This fellow came to me partly in the hope of converting me, but principally to extort money for the purpose of furthering the designs of Rome in this country. I humored the fellow at first, keeping him in play for nearly a month, deceiving and laughing at him. At last he discovered that he could make nothing of me, and departed with the scowl of Caiaphas, whilst I cried after him, "The roots of Ararat are deeper than those of Rome." The Armenian had occasionally reverted to the subject of the translation of the Haik Aesop, which he had still a lurking desire that I should execute. But I had invariably declined the undertaking, without, however, stating my reasons. On one occasion, when we had been conversing on the subject, the Armenian, who had been observing my countenance for some time with much attention, remarked, "Perhaps, after all, you are right, and you might employ your time to better advantage. Literature is a fine thing, especially hike literature, but neither that nor any other would be likely to serve as a foundation to a man's fortune, and to make a fortune should be the principal aim of everyone's life. Therefore listen to me. Accept a seat at the desk opposite to my Moldavian clerk, and receive the rudiments of a merchant's education. You shall be instructed in the Armenian way of doing business. I think you would make an excellent merchant. Why do you think so? Because you have something of the Armenian look. I understand you, said I. You mean to say that I squint? Not exactly, said the Armenian, but there is certainly a kind of irregularity in your features. One eye appears to me larger than the other. Never mind, but rather rejoice. In that irregularity consists your strength. All people with regular features are fools. It is very hard for them, you'll say. But there is no help. All we can do, who are not in such a predicament, is to pity those who are. Well, will you accept my offer? No, you are a singular individual, but I must not forget my own concerns. I must now go forth, having an appointment by which I hope to make money. Chapter 50. Wish fulfilled. Extraordinary figure. Bueno, Noah, the two faces, I don't blame him. Too fond of money. Were I an Armenian. The fulfillment of the Armenian's grand wish was nearer at hand than either he or I had anticipated, partly owing to the success of a bold speculation in which he had some time previously engaged, and partly owing to the bequest of a large sum of money by one of his nation who died at this period in Paris. He found himself in the possession of a fortune somewhat exceeding £200,000. This fact he communicated to me one evening about an hour after the close of change, the hour at which I generally called, and at which I mostly found him at home. "Well," said I, "and what do you intend to do next?" "I scarcely know," said the Armenian. "I was thinking of that when you came in. I don't see anything that I can do, save going on in my former course. After all, I was perhaps too moderate in making the possession of £200,000 the summit of my ambition. There are many individuals in this town who possess 3 times that sum and are not yet satisfied. No, I think I can do no better than pursue the old career. Who knows but I may make the 200,000 3 or 4. There is already a surplus, which is an encouragement. However, we will consider the matter over a goblet of wine. I have observed of late that you have become partial to my Cyprus. And it came to pass that, as we were seated over the Cyprus wine, we heard a knock at the door. Adelante, cried the Armenian, whereupon the door opened and in walked a somewhat extraordinary figure, a man in a long loose tunic of a stuff, striped with black and yellow, breeches of plush velvet, silk stockings, and shoes with silver buckles. On his head he wore a high peaked hat. He was tall, had a hooked nose, and in age was about 50. "Welcome, Rabbi Manasseh," said the Armenian. "I know your knock. You are welcome. Sit down." "I am welcome," said Manasseh, sitting down. He, you know my knock. I bring you money, bueno." There was something very peculiar in the sound of that bueno. I never forgot it. Thereupon a conversation ensued between Rabbi Manasseh and the Armenian, in a language which I knew to be Spanish, though a peculiar dialect. It related to a mercantile transaction. The rabbi sighed heavily as he delivered to the other a considerable sum of money. "It is right," said the Armenian, handing a receipt. "It is right, and I am quite satisfied." "You are satisfied you have taken money? Bueno, I have nothing to say against your being satisfied." "Come, Rabbi," said the Armenian, "do not despond. It may be your turn next to take money. In the meantime, can't you be persuaded to taste my Cyprus?" "Signor, you know I do not love wine." "I love Noah when he is himself, but, as Janus, I love him not. But you are merry. Bueno, you have a right to be so." "Excuse me," said I, "but does Noah ever appear as Janus?" He, said the rabbi. "He only appeared as Janus once una vez cuando estuvo borracho." "Which means, I understand," said I, "when he was," and I drew the side of my right hand sharply across my left wrist. "Are you one of our people?" said the rabbi. "No," said I am one of the goyim, but I am only half enlightened. Why should Noah be Janus when he was in that state? You must know that in Lasanakadi's wine is Janin. In Armenian, Kini, said I. In Welsh, Gwyn, Latin, Venom. But do you think that Janus and Janin are one? Do I think? Don't the commentators say so? Does not Master Leal Abarbanel say so in his Dialogues of Divine Love? But, said I always thought that Janus was a god of the ancient Romans who stood in a temple open in time of war and shut in time of peace. He was represented with 2 faces, which he, said the rabbi, rising from his seat. He had 2 faces, had he? And what did those 2 faces typify? You do not know. No, nor did the Romans who carved him with 2 faces know why they did so, for they were only half enlightened, like you and the rest of the Goyim. Yet they were right in carving him with 2 faces looking from each other. They were right, though they knew not why. There was a tradition among them that the Janin also had 2 faces, but they knew not that one was for the world which was gone, and the other for the world Bicarli, for the drowned world and for the present, as Master of Leo Abarbanel says in his Dialogues of Divine Love. He, continued the rabbi, who had by this time advanced to the door, and, turning round, waved the 2 forefingers of his right hand in our faces. The Goyims and Epikoraim are clever men. They know how to make money better than we of Israel. My good friend there is a clever man. I bring him money. He never brought me any. Bueno, I do not blame him. He knows much, very much. But one thing there is, my friend does not know, nor any of the Epicureans. He does not know the sacred thing he has never received, the gift of interpretation which God alone gives to the seed. He has his gift. I have mine. He is satisfied. I don't blame him. Bueno. And, with this last word in his mouth, he departed. "Is that man a native of Spain?" I demanded. "Not a native of Spain," said the Armenian, "though he is one of those who call themselves Spanish Jews, and who are to be found scattered throughout Europe, speaking the Spanish language transmitted to them by their ancestors who were expelled from Spain in the time of Ferdinand and Isabella." "The Jews are a singular people," said I. "A race of cowards and dastards," said the Armenian, "without a home or country, servants to servants, persecuted and despised by all." "And what are the Hykes?" I demanded. "Very different from the Jews," replied the Armenian. "The Hykes have a home, country, and can occasionally use a good sword, though it is true, they are not what they might be." "Then it is a shame that they do not become so," said I, "but they are too fond of money." "There is yourself, with £200,000 in your pocket, craving for more, whilst you might be turning your wealth to the service of your country." "In what manner?" said the Armenian. "I have heard you say that the grand oppressor of your country is the Persian. Why not attempt to free your country from his oppression? You have £200,000, and money is the sinew of war. Would you then have me attack the Persian? I scarcely know what to say. Fighting is a rough trade, and I am by no means certain that you are calculated for the scratch. It is not every one who has been brought up in the school of Mr. Lavengro and Tano Chichno. All I can say is that if I were an Armenian and had £200,000 to back me, I would attack the Persian." "Him!" said the Armenian. Chapter 51. The 1/2 crown, merit and patience, cementer of friendship, dreadful perplexity, the usual guttural Armenian letters, much indebted to you, pure helplessness, dumb people. One morning on getting up, I discovered that my whole worldly wealth was reduced to 1/2 crown. Throughout that day I walked about in considerable distress of mind. It was now requisite that I should come to a speedy decision with respect to what I was to do. I had not many alternatives, and before I had retired to rest on the night of the day in question, I had determined that I could do no better than accept the first proposal of the Armenian and translate under his superintendence the Hayk Aesop into English, but to English I reflected, for I made a virtue of necessity that, after all, such an employment would be an honest and honorable one. Honest, inasmuch as by engaging in it I should do harm to nobody. Honorable, inasmuch as it was a literary task which not everyone was capable of executing. It was not every one of the booksellers' writers of London who was competent to translate the Hayk Aesop. I determined to accept the offer of the Armenian. Once or twice the thought of what I might have to undergo in the translation from certain peculiarities of the Armenian's temper almost unsettled me, but a mechanical diving of my hand into my pocket and the feeling of the solitary 1/2 crown confirmed me. After all, this was a life of trial and tribulation, and I had read somewhere or other that there was much merit in patience, so I determined to hold fast in my resolution of accepting the offer of the Armenian. But all of a sudden I remembered that the Armenian appeared to have altered his intentions towards me. He appeared no longer desirous that I should render the Hayk Aesop into English for the benefit of the stock jobbers on exchange, but rather that I should acquire the rudiments of doing business in the Armenian fashion and accumulate a fortune which would enable me to make a figure upon 'change with the best of the stock jobbers. Well, thought I, withdrawing my hand from my pocket, whither it had again mechanically dived, after all, what would the world, what would this city, be without commerce? I believe the world, and particularly this city, would cut a very poor figure without commerce. And then there is something poetical in the idea of doing business after the Armenian fashion, dealing with dark faceless scars and rabbins of the Sephardim. Yes, should the Armenian insist upon it, I will accept a seat at the desk opposite the Moldavian clerk. I do not like the idea of cuffs similar to those the Armenian bestowed upon the Moldavian clerk. Whatever merit there may be in patience, I do not think that my estimation of the merit of patience would be sufficient to induce me to remain quietly sitting under the infliction of cuffs. I think I should, in the event of his cuffing me, knock the Armenian down. Well, I think I have heard it said somewhere that a knockdown blow is a great cementer of friendship. I think I have heard of two people being better friends than ever after the one had received from the other a knockdown blow. That night I dreamed I had acquired a colossal fortune, some 400,000 pounds, by the Armenian way of doing business, but suddenly awoke in dreadful perplexity as to how I should dispose of it. About 9 o'clock next morning I set off to the house of the Armenian. I had never called upon him so early before, and certainly never with a heart beating with so much eagerness. But the situation of my affairs had become very critical, and I thought that I ought to lose no time in informing the Armenian that I was at length perfectly willing either to translate the Haik Aesop under his superintendence, or to accept a seat at the desk opposite to the Moldavian clerk, and acquire the secrets Armenian commerce. With a quick step I entered the counting room where, notwithstanding the earliness of the hour, I found the clerk busied as usual at his desk. He had always appeared to me a singular being, this same Moldavian clerk. A person of fewer words could scarcely be conceived. Provided his master were at home, he would, on my inquiring, nod his head, and, provided he were not, he would invariably reply with the monosyllable "no," delivered in a strange guttural tone. On the present occasion, being full of eagerness and impatience, I was about to pass by him to the apartment above without my usual inquiry, when he lifted his head from the ledger in which he was writing, and, laying down his pen, motioned to me with his forefinger, as if to arrest my progress, whereupon I stopped, and with a palpitating heart demanded whether the master of the house was at home. The Moldavian clerk replied with his usual guttural, and, opening his desk, ensconced his head therein. "It does not much matter," said I. "I suppose I shall find him at home after change. It does not much matter, I can return." I was turning away with the intention of leaving the room. At this moment, however, the head of the Moldavian clerk became visible, and I observed a letter in his hand, which he had inserted in the desk at the same time with his head. This he extended towards me, making at the same time a sidelong motion with his head, as much as to say that it contained something which interested me. I took the letter, and the Moldavian clerk forthwith resumed his occupation. The back of the letter bore my name, written in Armenian characters. With a trembling hand I broke the seal, and, unfolding the letter, I beheld several lines also written in the letters of Masrub, the Cadmus of the Armenians. I stared at the lines, and at first could not make out a syllable of their meaning. At last, however, by continued staring, I discovered that, though the letters were Armenian, the words were English. In about 10 minutes I had contrived to decipher the sense of the letter. It ran somewhat in this style: "Herr Friend, the words which you uttered in our last conversation have made a profound impression upon me. I have thought them over day and night, and have come to the conclusion that it is my bounden duty to attack the state." Persians. When these lines are delivered to you, I shall be on the route to Erot. A mercantile speculation will be to the world the ostensible motive of my journey, and it is singular enough that one which offers considerable prospect of advantage has just presented itself on the confines of Persia. Think not, however, that motives of lucre would have been sufficiently powerful to tempt me to the East at the present moment. I may speculate, it is true, but I should scarcely have undertaken the journey but for your pungent words inciting me to attack the Persians. Doubt not that I will attack them on the first opportunity. I thank you heartily for putting me in mind of my duty. I have hitherto, to use your own words, been too fond of money-getting, like all my countrymen. I am much indebted to you. Farewell, and may every prosperity await you. For some time after I had deciphered the epistle, I stood as if rooted to the floor. I felt stunned my last hope was gone. Presently a feeling arose in my mind, a feeling of self-reproach. Whom had I to blame but myself for the departure of The Armenian? Would he have ever thought of attacking the Persians, had I not put the idea into his head? He had told me in his epistle that he was indebted to me for the idea. But for that he might at the present moment have been in London, increasing his fortune by his usual methods, and I might be commencing under his auspices the translation of the Haik Aesop with the promise, no doubt, of a considerable remuneration for my trouble. Or I might be taking a seat opposite the Moldavian clerk and imbibing the first rudiments of doing business after the Armenian fashion, with the comfortable hope of realizing in a short time a fortune of 300,000 or 400,000 pounds, but the What was I to do? I looked wildly around till my eyes rested on the Moldavian clerk, who was writing away in his ledger with particular vehemence. Not knowing well what to do or to say, I thought I might as well ask the Moldavian clerk when the Armenian had departed, and when he thought that he would return. It is true it mattered little to me when he departed, seeing that he was gone, and it was evident that he would not be back soon. But I knew not what to do, and in pure helplessness thought I might as well ask. So I went up to the Moldavian clerk and asked him when the Armenian had departed, and whether he had been gone 2 days or 3. Whereupon the Moldavian clerk, looking up from his ledger, made certain signs which I could by no means understand. I stood astonished, but presently recovering myself, inquired when he considered it probable that the master would return, and whether he thought it would be 2 months, or my tongue faltered 2 years, whereupon the Moldavian clerk made more signs than before, and yet more unintelligible. As I persisted, however, he flung down his pen, and putting his thumb into his mouth, moved it rapidly, causing the nail to sound against the lower jaw, whereupon I saw that he was dumb, and hurried away for a dumb pish. When I was a child, that dumb people were half demoniacs, or little better. Chapter 52. Kind of stupor. Peace of God, divine hand, farewell, child. The fair, massive edifice, battered tars, lost. Lost. Good day, gentlemen. Leaving the house of the Armenian, I strolled about for some time. Almost mechanically my feet conducted me to London Bridge, to the roof in which stood the stall of the old apple-woman. The sound of her voice aroused me, as I sat in a kind of stupor on the stone bench beside her. She was inquiring what was the matter with me. At first, I believe, I answered her very incoherently, for I observed alarm beginning to depict itself upon her countenance. Rousing myself, however, I in my turn put a few questions to her upon her present condition and prospects. The old woman's countenance cleared up instantly. She informed me that she had never been more comfortable in her life, that her trade, her honest trade, laying an emphasis on the word honest, had increased of late wonderfully, that her health was better, and above all, that she felt no fear and horror, here, laying her hand on her breast. On my asking her whether she still heard voices in the night, she told me that she frequently did, but that the present were mild voices, sweet voices, encouraging voices, very different from the former ones, that a voice only the night previous had cried out about the peace of God, in particularly sweet accents. A sentence which she remembered to have read in her early youth in the primer, but which she had clean forgotten till the voice the night before brought it to her recollection. After a pause, the old woman said to me, "I believe, dear, that it is the blessed book you brought me which has wrought this goodly change. How glad I am now that I can read! But oh, what a difference between the book you brought to me and the one you took away! I believe the one you brought is written by the finger of God, and the other by—" "Don't abuse the book," said I. "It is an excellent book for those who can understand it. It was not exactly suited to you, and perhaps it had been better that you had never read it, and yet, who knows? Peradventure, if you had not read that book, you would not have been fitted for the perusal of the one which you say is written by the finger of God." And, pressing my hand to my head, I fell into a deep fit of musing. What, after all, thought I, If there should be more order and system in the working of the moral world than I have thought, does there not seem in the present instance to be something like the working of a divine hand? I could not conceive why this woman, better educated than her mother, should have been, as she certainly was, a worse character than her mother. Yet perhaps this woman may be better and happier than her mother ever was. Perhaps she is so. Already, perhaps this world is not a wild, line dream, as I have occasionally supposed it to be. But the thought of my own situation did not permit me to abandon myself much longer to these musings. I started up. "Where are you going, child?" said the woman anxiously. "I scarcely know," said I. "Anywhere." "Then stay here, child," said she. "I have much to say to you." "No," said I shall be better moving about." And I was moving away, when it suddenly occurred to me that I might never see this woman again, and turning round, I offered her my hand, and bade her good-bye. "Farewell, child," said the old woman, "and God bless you." I then moved along the bridge until I reached the Southwark side, and, still holding on my course, my mind again became quickly abstracted from all surrounding objects. At length I found myself in a street or road, with terraces on either side, and seemingly of interminable length, leading, as it would appear, to the southeast. I was walking at a great rate there, were likewise a great number of people, also walking at a great rate, also carts and carriages driving at a great rate, and all men, carts and carriages going in the self-same direction, namely to the southeast. I stopped for a moment, and deliberated whether or not I should proceed. What business had I in that direction? I could not say that I had any particular business in that direction, but what could I do, were I to turn back? Only walk about well-known streets. And if I must walk, why not continue in the direction in which I was to see whither the road and its terraces led? I was here in a terra incognita, and an unknown place had always some interest for me. Moreover, I had a desire to know whither all this crowd was going, and for what purpose. I thought they could not be going far, as crowds seldom go far, especially at such a rate. So I walked on more lustily than before, passing group after group of the crowd and almost vying in speed with some of the carriages, especially the hackney coaches, and by dint of walking at this rate, the terraces and houses becoming somewhat less frequent as I advanced, I reached in about 3/4 of an hour a kind of low dingy town in the neighborhood. The streets were swarming with people, and I concluded severely. Now, as I had always been partial to fairs, I felt glad that I had fallen in with the crowd which had conducted me to the present one, and cast him in opments, a wanting 2 miles, on methes quagmus, hung it before the shows of wild beasts, which, by the by, are frequently found much more worthy of admiration than the real beasts themselves, listening to the jokes of the Merry Andrews from the platforms at the Naldaperomos, timid. In this manner, occasionally listening a term to the performers of the Pimitems. In this manner, it gazing of ponelatives, but at it was a massive stone edifice, built in an antique style and black with age, with a broad esplanade between it and the river, on which, mixed with a few people from the fair, I observed moving about a great many individuals in quaint dresses of blue, with strange 3-cornered hats on their heads. Most of them were mutilated. This had a wooden leg, this wanted an arm, some had but one eye, and as I gazed upon the edifice and the singular-looking individuals who moved before it, I guessed where I was. "I am at," said I. "These individuals are battered tars of old England, and this edifice, once the favorite abode of glorious Elizabeth, is the refuge which a grateful country has allotted to them. Here they can rest their weary bodies, at their ease talk over the actions in which they have been injured, and, with the tear of enthusiasm flowing from their eyes, boast how they have trod the deck of fame with Rodney, or Nelson, or others whose names stand emblazoned in the naval annals of their country." Turning to the right, I entered a park or wood consisting of enormous trees, occupying the foot, sides and top of the hill which rose behind the town. There were multitudes of people among the trees, diverting themselves in various ways. Coming to the top of the hill, I was presently stopped by a lofty wall, along which I walked, till, coming to a small gate, I passed through, and found myself on an extensive green plain, on one side bounded in part by the wall of the park, and on the others, in the distance, by extensive ranges of houses. To the southeast was a lofty eminence, partially clothed with wood. The plain exhibited an animated scene, a kind of continuation of the fair below. There were multitudes of people upon it, many tents and shows. There was also horse racing, and much noise and shouting, the sun shining brightly overhead. After gazing at the horse racing for a little time, feeling myself somewhat tired, I went up to one of the tents and laid myself down on the grass. There was much noise in the tent. "Who will stand me?" said a voice with a slight tendency to lisp. "Will you, my lord?" "Yes," said another voice. Then there was a sound as of a piece of money banging on a table. "Lost! Lost! Lost!" cried several voices, and then the banging down of the money and the "lost! Lost! Lost!" were frequently repeated. At last the second voice exclaimed, "I will try no more. You have cheated me. Never cheated any one in my life, my lord. All fair, all chance. Them that finds wins them that can't." Finds, loses. Anyone else try? Who'll try? Will you, my lord? And then it appeared that some other lord tried, for I heard more money flung down. Then again the cry of "lost! Lost!" Then again the sound of money, and so on. Once or twice, but not more, I heard "won! Won!" but the predominant cry was "lost! Lost!" At last there was a considerable hubbub, and the words "cheat," "rogue," and "you filched away the pea" were used freely by more voices than one, to which the voice with the tendency to lisp replied, "Never filched a pea in my life. Would scorn it. Always glad when folks wins, but as those here don't appear to be civil, not to wish to play any more, I shall take myself off with my table. So good day, gentlemen." Chapter 53. Singular table. No money. Out of employ. My bonnet. We of the thimble. Good wages. Wisely resolved. Strangest way in the world. Fat gentleman. Not such another. First edition. Not very easy. Won't close. A vella gorgio. Alarmed look. Presently a man emerged from the tent, bearing before him a rather singular table. It appeared to be of white deal, was exceedingly small at the top, and with very long legs. At a few yards from the entrance he paused, and looked round, as if to decide on the direction which he should take. Presently, his eye glancing on me as I lay upon the ground, he started, and appeared for a moment inclined to make off as quick as possible, table and all. In a moment, however, he seemed to recover assurance, and, coming up to the place where I was, the long legs of the table projecting before him, he cried, "Glad to see you here, my lord." "Thank you," said I. "It's a fine day." "Very fine, my lord. Will your lordship play? Them that finds, wins, them that don't finds, loses." "Play at what?" said I. "Only at the thimble and pea, my lord." "I never heard of such a game." "Didn't you? Well, I'll soon teach you," said he, placing the table down. "All you have to do is to put a sovereign down on my table, and to find the pea, which I put under one of my thimbles. If you find it, and it is easy enough to find it, I give you a sovereign besides your own, for them that finds wins." "And them that don't finds loses," said I. "No, I don't wish to play." "Why not, my lord?" "Why, in the first place, I have no money." "Oh, you have no money? That of course alters the case. If you have no money, you can't play." "Well, I suppose I must be seeing after my customers," said he. Glancing over the plain, Good day, said I. Good day, said the man slowly, but without moving, and as if in reflection. After a moment or two, looking at me inquiringly, he added, Out of employ? Yes, said I, out of employ. The man measured me with his eye as I lay on the ground. At length he said, May I speak a word or two to you, my lord? As many as you please, said I. Then just come a little out of hearing, a little farther on the grass, if you please, my lord. Why do you call me my lord? Said I, as I arose and followed him. We of the thimble always calls our customers lords, said the man, but I won't call you such a foolish name any more. Come along. The man walked along the plain till he came to the side of a dry pit, when, looking round to see that no one was nigh, he laid his table on the grass, and sitting down with his legs over the side of the pit, he motioned me to do the same. So, you are in want of employ? Said he, after I had sat down beside him. Yes, said I. I am very much in want of employ. I think I can find you some. What kind? Said I. Why, said the man, I think you would do to be my bonnet. Bonnet, said I. What is that? Don't you know? However, no wonder, as you had never heard of the thimble and pea game. But I will tell you. Be crute, Kayavdil. Cause the top deals to fly off. This is the third table I have used this day. They are owned just, I ban not see or other who I can make worse than back yet to sit of my pakalad. Finds, wins, and then the bonnet plays, and I lets the bonnet win. In a word, said I, the bonnet means the man who covers you, even as the real bonnet covers the head. Just so, said the man. I see you are awake and would soon make a first-rate bonnet. Bonnet, said I musingly. Bonnet, it is metaphorical. Is it? Said the man. Yes, said I. Like the cant words, bonnet is cant, said the man. We of the thimble, as well as all cly-fakers and the like, understand cant as of course must every bonnet. So, if you are employed by me, you had better learn it as soon as you can, that we may discourse together without being understood by everyone. Besides covering his principal, a bonnet must have his eyes about him, for the trade of the pea, though a strictly honest one, is not altogether lawful. So it is the duty of the bonnet, if he sees the constable coming, to say, the Gorgio's welling. That is not cant, said I. That is the language of the Ramani Chals. Do you know those people? Said the man. Perfectly, said I, and their language too. I wish I did, said the man. I would give £10 and more to know the language of the Ramani Chals. There's some of it in the language of the pea and thimble. How it came there I don't know, but so it is. I wish I knew it, but it is difficult. You'll make a capital bonnet, shall we close? What would the wages be? I demanded. Why, to a first-rate bonnet, as I think you would prove, I could afford to give from 40 to 50 shillings a week. Is it possible? Said I. Good wages, ain't they? Said the man. First rate, said I. Bonneting is more profitable than reviewing. An, said the man. Or translating. I don't think the Armenian would have paid me at that rate for translating his Aesop. Who is he? Said the man. Aesop. No, I know what that is. Aesop's cant for a hunchback, but t'other, you should know, said I. Never saw the man in all my life. Yes, you have, said I, and belt him too. Don't you remember the individual from whom you took the pocketbook? Oh, that was he. Well, the less said about that matter, the better. I have left off that trade and taken to this, which is a much better. Between ourselves, I am not sorry that I did not carry off that pocketbook. If I had, it might have encouraged me in the trade, in which had I remained, I might have been lagged, sent abroad as I had been already imprisoned, so I determined to leave it off at all hazards, though I was hard up, not having a penny in the world. And wisely resolved, said I. It was a bad and dangerous trade, I wonder you should ever have embraced it. "It is all very well talking," said the man, "but there is a reason for everything. I am the son of a Jewess by a military officer." And then the man told me his story. I shall not repeat the man's story. It was a poor one, a vile one. At last he observed, "So that affair which you know of determined me to leave the filching trade and take up with a more honest and safe one. So at last I thought of the pea and thimble. But I wanted funds, especially to pay for lessons at the hands of a master, for I knew little about it." "Well," said I, "how did you get over that difficulty?" "Why," said the man, "I thought I should never have got over it. What funds could I raise? I had nothing to sell. The few clothes I had I wanted, for we of the thimble must always appear decent, or nobody would come near us. I was at my wits' ends. At last I got over my difficulty in the strangest way in the world." "What was that?" "By an old thing which I had picked up some time before, a book." "A book?" said I. "Yes, which I had taken out of your lordship's pocket one day as you were walking the streets in a great hurry. I thought it was a pocket-book at first, full of bank-notes perhaps," continued he, laughing. "It was well for me, however, that it was not, for I should have soon spent the notes. As it was, I had flung the old thing down with an oath, as soon as I brought it home. When I was so hard up, however, after the affair with that friend of yours, I took it up one day, and thought I might make something by it to support myself a day with. Chance, or something else, led me into a grand shop. There was a man there who seemed to be the master, talking to a jolly, portly old gentleman who seemed to be a country squire. Well, I went up to the first, and offered it for sale. He took the book, opened it at the title page, and then all of a sudden his eyes glistened, and he showed it to the fat, jolly gentleman, and his eyes glistened too, and I heard him say, 'How singular!' And then the two talked together in a speech I didn't understand. I rather thought it was French. At any rate it wasn't cant, and presently the first asked me what I would take for the book. Now I am not altogether a fool, nor am I blind, and I had narrowly marked all that passed, and it came into my head that now was the time for making a man of myself. At any rate I could lose nothing by a little confidence. So I looked the man boldly in the face, and said, 'I will have 5 guineas for that book. There ain't such another in the whole world.' 'Nonsense,' said the first man. 'There are plenty of them. There have been nearly 50 editions to my knowledge. I will give you 5 shillings. No,' said I, 'I'll not take it, for I don't like to be cheated, so give me my book again.' And I attempted to take it away from the fat gentleman's hand. 'Stop,' said the younger man. 'Are you sure that you won't take less?' 'Not a farthing,' said I, which was not altogether true, but I said so. 'Well,' said the fat gentleman, 'I will give you what you ask.' And sure enough, he presently gave me the money, so I made a bow, and was leaving the shop, when it came into my head that there was something odd in all this. And as I had the money in my pocket, I turned back and, making another bow, said, 'May I be so bold as to ask why you gave me all this money for that 'ere dirty book?' When I came into the shop, I should have been glad to get a shilling for it, but I saw you wanted it and asked 5 guineas. Then they looked at one another and smiled and shrugged up their shoulders. Then the first man, looking at me, said, 'Friend, you have been a little too sharp for us. However, we can afford to forgive you, as my friend here has long been in quest of this particular book. There are plenty of editions, as I told you, and a common copy is not worth 5 shillings, but this is a first edition, and a copy of the first edition is worth its weight in gold.' So, after all, they outwitted you," I observed. "Clearly," said the man, "I might have got double the price had I known the value, but I don't care. Much good may it do them. It has done me plenty. By means of it I have got into an honest, respectable trade, in which there's little danger and plenty of profit, and got out of one which would have got me lagged sooner or later. But," said I, "you ought to remember that the thing was not yours. You took it from me, who had been requested by a poor old apple woman to exchange it for a Bible." "Well," said the man, "did she ever get her Bible?" "Yes," said I, "she got her Bible." "Then she has no cause to complain. And as for you, chance or something else has sent you to me, that I may make you reasonable amends for any loss you may have had. Here am I ready to make you my bonnet with 40 or 50 shillings a week, which you say yourself are capital wages. I find no fault with the wages, said I, but I don't like the employ. Not like bonneting, said the man. Ah, I see, you would like to be principal. Well, a time may come, those long white fingers of yours would just serve for the business. Is it a difficult one? I demanded. Why, it is not very easy. 2 things are needful: natural talent and constant practice, but I'll show you a point or two connected with the game. And, placing his table between his knees as he sat over the side of the pit, he produced 3 thimbles and a small brown pellet, something resembling a pea. He moved the thimble and pellet about, now placing it to all appearance under one, and now under another. Under which is it now? He said at last. Under that, said I, pointing to the lowermost of the thimbles, which as they stood formed a kind of triangle. No, said he, it is not, but lift it up. And when I lifted up the thimble, the pellet, in truth, was not under it. It was under none of them, said he. It was pressed by my little finger against my palm. And then he showed me how he did the trick, and asked me if the game was not a funny one, and, on my answering in the affirmative, he said, I am glad you like it. Come along and let us win some money. Thereupon, getting up, he placed the table before him and was moving away. Observing, however, that I did not stir, he asked me what I was staying for. Merely for my own pleasure, said I. I like sitting here very well. Then you won't close? Said the man. By no means, I replied. Your proposal does not suit me. You may be principal in time, said the man. That makes no difference, said I, and, sitting with my legs over the pit, I forthwith began to decline. Armenian noun. That ain't cant, said the man. No, nor gypsy either. Well, if you won't close, another will. I can't lose any more time. And forthwith he departed. And after I had declined 4 Armenian nouns of different declensions, I rose from the side of the pit and wandered about amongst the various groups of people scattered over the green. Presently I came to where the man of the thimbles was standing, with the table before him and many people about him. Them who finds, wins, and them who can't find, loses, he cried. Various individuals tried to find the pellet, but all were unsuccessful, till at last considerable dissatisfaction was expressed, and the terms rogue and cheat were lavished upon him. Never cheated anybody in all my life, he cried. And, observing me at hand, didn't I play fair, my lord? He inquired. But I made no answer. Presently some more played, and he permitted 1 or 2 to win, and the eagerness to play with him became greater. After I had looked on for some time, I was moving away. Just then I perceived a short, thick personage, with a staff in his hand, advancing in a great hurry, whereupon, with a sudden impulse, I exclaimed soon, thimble and grow, Avella Gorgio! The man, who was in the midst of his pea and thimble process, no sooner heard the last word of the distich than he turned an alarmed look in the direction of where I stood. Then, glancing around and perceiving the constable, he slipped forthwith his pellet and thimbles into his pocket, and lifting up his table, he cried to the people about him, "Make way!" And with a motion with his head to me, as if to follow him, he darted off with a swiftness which the short, pursy constable could by no means rival. And whither he went, or what became of him, I know not, inasmuch as I turned away in another direction. Chapter 54. Mr. Petulengro, Romany Rye, Lil Riders, One's Own Horn, Lawfully Earned Money, The Wooded Hill, A Great Favorite, The Shop Window, Much Wanted. And as I wandered along the green, I drew near to a place where several men, with a cask beside them, sat carousing in the neighborhood of a small tent. "Here he comes," said one of them as I advanced, and standing up he raised his voice and sang, "Hear the gypsy gemman see, with his Roman jib and his Rome, and dree, rum and dree, rum and dry, rally round the Romany rye." It was Mr. Petulengro, who was here diverting himself with several of his comrades. They all received me with considerable frankness. "Sit down, brother," said Mr. Petulengro, "and take a cup of good ale." I sat down. "Your health, gentlemen," said I, as I took the cup which Mr. Petulengro handed to me. "Alco tu bios, adre Romanis. Here is your health in Romane, brother," said Mr. Petulengro, who, having refilled the cup, now emptied it at a draught. "Your health in Romane, brother," said Tonno Chickno, to whom the cup came next. "The Romany rye," said a third. "The gypsy gentleman," exclaimed a fourth, drinking. And then they all sang in chorus, "Here the gypsy gemman see, with his Roman jib and his Rome, and dree, Rome and dree, Rome and dree rami, rally round the Romany rye." Picture, "Here the gypsy gemman see," page 304.jp. "And now, brother," said Mr. Petulengro, "seeing that you have drunk and been drunken, you will perhaps tell us where you have been, and what about?" "I have been in the big city," said I, "writing lils." "How much money have you got in your pocket, brother?" said Mr. Petulengro. 18 pence, said I, "all I have in the world." "I have been in the big city too," said Mr. Petulengro, "but I have not written lils. I have fought in the ring. I have 50 pounds in my pocket. I have much more in the world." "Brother, there's considerable difference between us. I would rather be the Lyle writer after all," said the tall, handsome black man. "Indeed, I would wish for nothing better." "Why so?" said Mr. Petulengro. "Because they have so much to say for themselves," said the black man, "even when dead and gone. When they are laid in the churchyard, it is their own fault. If people ain't talking of them, who will know, after I am dead, or bitchety podel, that I was once the beauty of the world, or that you, Jasper, were the best man in England of my inches? That's true, Tonno, however. Here's our brother will perhaps let the world know something about us." "Not he," said the other with a sigh. "He'll have quite enough to do in writing his own lils, and telling the world how handsome and clever he was, and who can blame him? Not I. If I could write lils, every word should be about myself and my own Tacho Romanis, my own lawful wedded wife, which is the same thing. I tell you what, brother, I once heard a wise man say in Brummagem that there is nothing like blowing one's own horn, which I conceive to be much the same thing as writing one's own lil." After a little more conversation, Mr. Petulengro arose and motioned me to follow him. "Only 18 pence in the world, brother," said he, as we walked together. "Nothing more, I assure you. How came you to ask me how much money I had?" "Because there was something in your look, brother, something very much resembling that which a person showeth who does not carry much money in his pocket. I was looking at my own face this morning in my wife's looking-glass. I did not look as you do, brother." "I believe your sole motive for inquiring," said I, "was to have an opportunity of venting a foolish boast, and to let me know that you were in possession of 50 pounds. "What is the use of having money unless you let people know you have it?" said Mr. Petulengro. "It is not everyone can read faces, brother, and unless you knew I had money, how could you ask me to lend you any?" "I am not going to ask you to lend me any." "Then you may have it without asking. As I said before, I have 50 pounds, all lawfully earned money, got by fighting in the ring. I will lend you that, brother." "You are very kind," said I, "but I will not take it." "Then the half of it." "Nor the half of it. But it is getting towards evening. I must go back to the great city." "And what will you do in the Boroforos?" "I know not," said I. "Earn money, if I can, and if you can't, starve." "You look ill, brother," said Mr. Petulengro. "I do not feel well. The great city does not agree with me." Should I be so fortunate as to earn some money, I would leave the big city and take to the woods and fields." "You may do that, brother," said Mr. Petulengro, "whether you have money or not. Our tents and horses are on the other side of yonder wooded hill. Come and stay with us. We shall all be glad of your company, but more especially myself and my wife Pakhomovna." "What hill is that?" I demanded. And then Mr. Petulengro told me the name of the hill. "We shall stay on t'other side of the hill a fortnight," he continued, "and, as you are fond of lil writing, you may employ yourself profitably whilst there. You can write the lil of him whose dock gallops down that hill every night, even as the living man was wont to do long ago." "Who was he?" I demanded. "Jimmy Abershaw," said Mr. Petulengro, "one of those whom we call Boro Dron Ingros and the Gorgio's highwaymen. I once heard a rye say that the life of that man would fetch much money. So come to the other side of the hill and write the lil in the tent of Jasper and his wife Pakhomovna. Picture, even as the living man was wont to do long ago." Page 307-page. At first I felt inclined to accept the invitation of Mr. Petulengro. A little consideration, however, determined me to decline it. I had always been on excellent terms with Mr. Petulengro, but I reflected that people might be excellent friends when they met occasionally in the street, or on the heath, or in the wood, but that these very people, when living together in a house, to say nothing of a tent, might quarrel. I reflected, moreover, that Mr. Petulengro had a wife. I had always, it is true, been a great favorite with Mrs. Petulengro, who had frequently been loud in her commendation of the young rye, as she called me, and his turn of conversation. But this was at a time when I stood in need of nothing, lived under my parents' roof, and only visited at the tents to divert and to be diverted. The times were altered, and I was by no means certain that Mrs. Petulengro, when she should discover that I was in need both of shelter and subsistence, might not alter her opinion both with respect to the individual and what he said, stigmatizing my conversation as saucy discourse, and myself as a scurvy companion, and that she might bring over her husband to her own way of thinking, provided indeed he should need any conducting. I therefore, though without declaring my reasons, declined the offer of Mr. Petulengro, and presently, after shaking him by the hand, bent again my course towards the great city. I crossed the river at a bridge considerably above that height of London, for, not being acquainted with the way, I missed the turning which should have brought me to the latter. Suddenly I found myself in a street of which I had some recollection, and mechanically stopped before the window of a shop at which various publications were exposed. It was that of the bookseller to whom I had last applied in the hope of selling my ballads or Ab Gwilym, and who had given me hopes that, in the event of my writing a decent novel or a tale, he would prove a purchaser. As I stood listlessly looking at the window and the publications which it contained, I observed a paper affixed to the glass by wafers, with something written upon it. I drew yet nearer for the purpose of inspecting it. The writing was in a fair round hand. "A novel or tale is much wanted," was what was written. Chapter 55. Bread and Water. Pear Play. Fashion. Colonel B. Satch. Colonel B. Joseph Sell. The kindly glow. Easiest manner imaginable. "I must do something," said I, as I sat that night in my lonely apartment, with some bread and a pitcher of water before me. Thereupon, taking some of the bread and eating it, I considered what I was to do. "I have no idea what I am to do," said I, as I stretched my hand towards the pitcher, "unless," and here I took a considerable draught, "I write a tale or a novel. That bookseller," I continued, speaking to myself, "is certainly much in need of a tale or a novel, otherwise he would not advertise for one. Suppose I write one, I appear to have no other chance of extricating myself from my present difficulties. Surely it was fate that conducted me to his window. I will do it," said I, as I struck my hand against the table. "I will do it." Suddenly, a heavy cloud of despondency came over me. Could I do it? Had I the imagination requisite to write a tale or a novel? Yes, yes, said I, as I struck my hand again against the table. I can manage it. Give me fair play, and I can accomplish anything. But should I have fair play, I must have something to maintain myself with whilst I wrote my tale, and I had but 18 pence in the world. Would that maintain me whilst I wrote my tale? Yes, I thought it would, provided I ate bread, which did not cost much, and drank water, which cost nothing. It was poor diet. It was true, but better men than myself had written on bread and water. Had not the big man told me so? Or something to that effect, months before? It was true there was my lodging to pay for, but up to the present time I owed nothing, and perhaps by the time that the people of the house asked me for money, I should have written a tale or a novel, which would bring me in money. I had paper, pens, and ink, and, let me not forget them, I had candles in my closet, all paid for to light me during my night work. Enough, I would go doggedly to work upon my tale or novel. But what was the tale or novel to be about? Was it to be a tale of fashionable life, about Sir Harry somebody and the Countess something? But I knew nothing about fashionable people and cared less. Therefore, how should I attempt to describe fashionable life? What should the tale consist of? The life and adventures of someone. Good, but of whom? Did not Mr. Petulengro mention one Jimmy Abershaw? Yes. Did he not tell me that the life and adventures of Jimmy Abershaw would bring in much money to the writer? Yes, but I knew nothing of that worthy. I heard, it is true, from Mr. Petulengro that when alive he committed robberies on the hill, on the side of which Mr. Petulengro had pitched his tents, and that his ghost still haunted the hill at midnight. But those were scant materials out of which to write the man's life. It is probable, indeed, that Mr. Petulengro would be able to supply me with further materials if I should apply to him, but I was in a hurry, and could not afford the time which it would be necessary to spend in passing to and from Mr. Petulengro and consulting him. Moreover, my pride revolted at the idea of being beholden to Mr. Petulengro for the materials of the history. No, I would not write the history of Abershaw. Whose then Harry Sims? Alas, the life of Harry Sims had been already much better written by himself than I could hope to do it, and after all, Harry Sims, like Jimmy Abershaw, was merely a robber. Both, though bold and extraordinary men, were merely highwaymen. I question whether I could compose a tale likely to excite any particular interest out of the exploits of a mere robber. I want a character for my hero, thought I, something higher than a mere robber, someone like Colonel B. By the way, why should I not write the life and adventures of Colonel B. of Londonderry in Ireland? A truly singular man was this same Colonel B. of Londonderry in Ireland, a personage of most strange and incredible feats and daring, who had been a partisan soldier, a bravo who, assisted by certain discontented troopers, nearly succeeded in stealing the crown and regalia from the Tower of London, who attempted to hang the Duke of Ormond at Tyburn, and whose strange, eventful career did not terminate even with his life, his dead body, on the circulation of an unfounded report that he did not come to his death by fair means, having been exhumed by the mob of his native place, where he had retired to die, and carried in the coffin through the streets. Of his life I had inserted an account in the Newgate Lives and Trials. It was bare and meager, and written in the stiff, awkward style of the 17th century. It had, however, strongly captivated my imagination, and I now thought that out of it something better could be made, that, if I added to the adventures and purified the style, I might fashion out of it a very decent tale or novel. On a sudden, however, the proverb of mending old garments with new cloth occurred to me. I am afraid, said I, any new adventures which I can invent will not fadge well with the old tale. One will but spoil the other. I had better have nothing to do with Colonel B, thought I, but boldly and independently sit down and write the life of Joseph Sell. This Joseph Sell, dear reader, was a fictitious personage who had just come into my head. I had never even heard of the name, but just at that moment it happened to come into my head. I would write an entirely fictitious narrative called The Life and Adventures of Joseph Sell, the Great Traveler. I had better begin at once, thought I, and removing the bread and the jug, which latter was now empty, I seized pen and paper and forthwith essayed to write the life of Joseph Sell, but soon discovered that it is much easier to resolve upon a thing than to achieve it or even to commence it. For the life of me, I did not know how to begin, and after trying in vain to write a line, I thought it would be as well to go to bed and defer my projected undertaking till the morrow. So I went to bed, but not to sleep. During the greater part of the night, I lay awake, musing upon the work which I had determined to execute. For a long time my brain was dry and unproductive. I could form no plan which appeared feasible. At length I felt within my brain a kindly glow. It was the commencement of inspiration. In a few minutes I had formed my plan. I then began to imagine the scenes and the incidents. Scenes and incidents flitted before my mind's eye so plentifully that I knew not how to dispose of them. I was in a regular embarrassment. At length I got out of the difficulty in the easiest manner imaginable, namely, by consigning to the depths of oblivion all the feebler and less stimulant scenes and incidents, and retaining the better and more impressive ones. Before morning I had sketched the whole work on the tablets of my mind, and then resigned myself to sleep in the pleasing conviction that the most difficult part of my undertaking was achieved. Chapter 56. Considerably sobered. Power of writing. The tempter hungry talent. Work concluded. Rather late in the morning I awoke. For a few minutes I lay still, perfectly still. My imagination was considerably sobered. The scenes and situations which had pleased me so much overnight appeared to me in a far less captivating guise that morning. I felt languid and almost hopeless. The thought, however, of my situation soon roused me. I must make an effort to improve the posture of my affairs. There was no time to be lost, so I sprang out of bed, breakfasted on bread and water, and then sat down doggedly to write the life of Joseph Sell. It was a great thing to have formed my plan, and to have arranged the scenes in my head, as I had done on the preceding night. The chief thing requisite at present was the mere mechanical act of committing them to paper. This I did not find at first so easy as I could wish. I wanted mechanical skill, but I persevered, and before evening I had written 10 pages. I partook of some bread and water, and before I went to bed that night, I had completed 15 pages of my life of Joseph Sell. The next day I resumed my task. I found my power of writing considerably increased. My pen hurried rapidly over the paper. My brain was in a wonderfully teeming state. Many scenes and visions which I had not thought of before were evolved, and as fast as evolved, written down. They seemed to be more pat to my purpose, and more natural to my history, than many others which I had imagined before, and which I made now give place to these newer creations. By about midnight I had had 30 fresh pages pasties. The third day arose. It was dark and dreary out of doors, and I passed it drearily enough within. My brain appeared to have lost much of its former glow, and my pen much of its power. I, however, toiled on, but at midnight had only added 7 pages to my history of Joseph Sell. On the 4th day the sun shone brightly. I arose and, having breakfasted as usual, I fell to work. My brain was this day wonderfully prolific, and my pen never before or since glided so rapidly over the paper. Towards night I began to feel strangely about the back part of my head, and my whole system was extraordinarily affected. I likewise occasionally saw a double attempter now seemed to be at work within me. "You had better leave off now for a short space," said the tempter, "and go out and drink a pint of beer. You have still 1 shilling left. If you go on at this rate, you will go mad. Go out and spend 6 pence. You can afford it. More than half your work is done." I was about to obey the suggestion of the tempter when the idea struck me that if I did not complete the work whilst the fit was on me, I should never complete it, so I held on. I am almost afraid to state how many pages I wrote that day of the life of Joseph Sell. From this time I proceeded in a somewhat more leisurely manner, but as I drew nearer and nearer to the completion of my task, dreadful fears and despondencies came over me. It will be too late, thought I. By the time I have finished the work, the bookseller will have been supplied with a tale or a novel. Is it probable that, in a town like this, where talent is so abundant, hungry talent too, a bookseller can advertise for a tale or a novel without being supplied with half a dozen in 24 hours? I may as well fling down my pen. I am writing to no purpose, and these thoughts came over my mind so often that at last, in utter despair, I flung down the pen. Whereupon the tempter within me said, "And now you have flung down the pen, you may as well fling yourself out of the window. What remains for you to do?" Why, to take it up again, thought I to myself, for I did not like the latter suggestion at all. And then forthwith I resumed the pen, and wrote with greater vigor than before, from about 6 o'clock in the evening until I could hardly see, when I rested for a while, when the tempter within me again said, or appeared to say, "All you have been writing is stuff, it will never do a mere drug." And methought these last words were uttered in the gruff tones of the big publisher. "A thing merely to be sneezed at," a voice like that of Taggart added. And then I seemed to hear a sternutation, as I probably did, for, recovering from a kind of swoon, I found myself shivering with cold. The next day I brought my work to a conclusion. But the task of revision still remained. For an hour or two I shrank from it, and remained gazing stupidly at the pile of paper which I had written over. I was all but exhausted, and I dreaded, on inspecting the sheets, to find them full of absurdities which I had paid no regard to, in the furor of composition. But the task, however trying to my nerves, must be got over. At last, in a kind of desperation, I entered upon it. It was far from an easy one. There were, however, fewer errors and absurdities than I had anticipated. About 12 o'clock at night I had got over the task of revision. "Tomorrow for the bookseller," said I, as my head sank on the pillow. Oh me! Chapter 57. Nervous look. The bookseller's wife. The last stake. Terms. God forbid. Will you come to tea? A light heart. On arriving at the bookseller's shop, I cast a nervous look at the window, for the purpose of observing whether the paper had been removed or not. To my great delight, the paper was in its place. With a beating heart I entered. There was nobody in the shop. As I stood at the counter, however, deliberating whether or not I should call out, the door of what seemed to be a back parlor opened, and out came a well-dressed lady-like female of about 30, with a good-looking and intelligent countenance. "What is your business, young man?" said she to me, after I had made her a polite bow. "I wish to speak to the gentleman of the house," said I. "My husband is not within at present," she replied. "What is your business?" "I've merely brought something to show him," said I, "but I will call again." "If you are the young gentleman who has been here before," said the lady, "with poems and ballads, as, indeed, I know you are," she added, smiling, "for I have seen you through the glass door, I am afraid it will be useless. That is," she added with another smile, "if you bring us nothing else." "I have not brought you poems." "And ballads now," said I, "but something widely different. I saw your advertisement for a tale or a novel, and have written something which I think will suit. And here it is," I added, showing the roll of paper which I held in my hand. "Well," said the bookseller's wife, "you may leave it, though I cannot promise you much chance of its being accepted. My husband has already had several offered to him. However, you may leave it, give it me. Are you afraid to entrust it to me?" she demanded somewhat hastily, observing that I hesitated. "Excuse me," said I, "but it is all I have to depend upon in the world. I am chiefly apprehensive that it will not be read." "On that point I can reassure you," said the good lady, smiling, and there was now something sweet in her smile. "I give you my word that it shall be read. Come again tomorrow morning at 11, when, if not approved, it shall be returned to you." I returned to my lodging and forthwith betook myself to bed, notwithstanding the earliness of the hour. I felt tolerably tranquil. I had now cast my last stake, and was prepared to abide by the result. Whatever that result might be, I could have nothing to reproach myself with. I had strained all the energies which nature had given me in order to rescue myself from the difficulties which surrounded me. I presently sank into a sleep which endured during the remainder of the day and the whole of the succeeding night. I awoke about 9 on the morrow, and spent my last threepence on a breakfast somewhat more luxurious than the immediately preceding ones, for 1 penny of the sum was expended on the purchase of milk. At the appointed hour I repaired to the house of the bookseller. The bookseller was in his shop. "Ah," said he, as soon as I entered, "I am glad to see you." There was an unwonted heartiness in the bookseller's tones, an unwonted benignity in his face. "So," said he, after a pause, "you have taken my advice, written a book of adventure. Nothing like taking the advice, young man, of your superiors in age. Well, I think your book will do, and so does my wife, for whose judgment I have a great regard, as well I may, as she is the daughter of a first-rate novelist, deceased. I think I shall venture on sending your book to the press." "But," said I, "we have not yet agreed upon terms." Terms," said the bookseller. "Ahem. Well, there is nothing like coming to terms at once. I will print the book and give you half the profit when the edition is sold." "That will not do," said I. "I intend shortly to leave London. I must have something at once." "Ah, I see," said the bookseller in distress, frequently the case with authors, especially young ones. "Well, I don't care if I purchase it of you, but you must be moderate. The public are very fastidious, and the speculation may prove a losing one after all. Let me see, will 5 hem—" He stopped. I looked the bookseller in the face. There was something peculiar in it. Suddenly it appeared to me as if the voice of him of the thimbles sounded in my ear. "Now is your time. Ask enough, never such another chance of establishing yourself. Respectable trade, pea and thimble." "Well," said I at last, "I have no objection to take the offer which you are about to make, though I really think 25 guineas to be scarcely enough, everything considered." "25 guineas!" said the bookseller. "Are you what was I going to say? I never meant to offer half as much. I mean a quarter. I was going to say 5 guineas. I mean pounds. I will, however, make it up guineas." "That will not do," said I. "But as I find we shall not deal, return me my manuscript, that I may carry it to someone else." The bookseller looked blank. "Dear me," said he, "I should never have supposed that you would have made any objection to such an offer. I am quite sure that you would have been glad to take £5 for either of the 2 huge manuscripts of songs and ballads that you brought me on a former occasion." "Well," said I, "if you will engage to publish either of those 2 manuscripts, you shall have the present one for £5. "God forbid that I should make any such bargain," said the bookseller. "I would publish neither on any account, but, with respect to this last book, I have really an inclination to print it, both for your sake and mine. Suppose we say £10. "No," said I, £10 will not do. Pray restore me my manuscript." "Stay," said the bookseller, "my wife is in the next room. I will go and consult her." Thereupon he went into his back room, where I heard him conversing with his wife in a low tone. In about 10 minutes he returned. "Young gentleman," said he, "perhaps you will take tea with us this evening, when we will talk further over the matter." That evening I went into tea with the bookseller and his wife, both of whom, particularly the latter, overwhelmed me with civility. It was not long before I learned that the work had been already sent to the press, and was intended to stand at the head of a series of entertaining narratives, from which my friends promised themselves considerable profit. The subject of terms was again brought forward. I stood firm to my first demand for a long time. When, however, the bookseller's wife complimented me on my production in the highest terms, and said that she discovered therein the germs of genius, which she made no doubt would some day prove ornamental to my native land, I consented to drop my demand to £20, stipulating, however, that I should not be troubled with the correction of the work. Before I departed, I received the £20 and departed with a light heart to my lodgings. Reader, amidst the difficulties and dangers of this life, should you ever be tempted to despair, call to mind these latter chapters of the life of Lavengro. There are few positions, however difficult, from which dogged resolution and perseverance may not liberate you. Chapter 58. Indisposition, a resolution, poor equivalence, the piece of gold, flashing eyes, how beautiful, bonjour, monsieur. I had long ago determined to leave London as soon as the means should be in my power, and, now that they were, I determined to leave the great city. Yet I felt some reluctance to go. I would fain have pursued the career of original authorship, which had just opened itself to me, and have written other tales of adventure. The bookseller had given me encouragement enough to do so. He had assured me that he should be always happy to deal with me for an article that was the word similar to the one I had brought him, provided my terms were moderate, and the bookseller's wife, by her complimentary language, had given me yet more encouragement. But for some months past I had been far from well, and my original indisposition, brought on partly by the peculiar atmosphere of the big city, partly by anxiety of mind, had been much increased by the exertions which I had been compelled to make during the last few days. I felt that, were I to remain where I was, I should die or become a confirmed valetudinarian. I would go forth into the country, traveling on foot, and, by exercise and inhaling pure air, endeavor to recover my health, leaving my subsequent movements to be determined by Providence. But whither should I bend my course? Once or twice I thought of walking home to the old town, stay some time with my mother and my brother, and enjoy the pleasant walks in the neighborhood, but though I wished very much to see my mother and my brother, and felt much disposed to enjoy the said pleasant walks, the old town was not exactly the place to which I wished to go at this present juncture. I was afraid that people would ask, "Where are your northern ballads? Where are your alliterative translations from Ab Gwilym, of which you are always talking, and with which you promise to astonish the world?" Now, in the event of such interrogations, what could I answer? It is true I had compiled Newgate Lives and Trials, and had written the life of Joseph Sell, but I was afraid that the people of the old town would scarcely consider these as equivalents for the northern ballads and the songs of Ab Gwilym. I would go forth and wander in any direction but that of the old town. But how one's sensibility on any particular point diminishes with time. At present I enter the old town perfectly indifferent as to what the people may be thinking on the subject of the songs and ballads. With respect to the people themselves, whether, like my sensibility, their curiosity has altogether evaporated, whether, which is at least equally probable, they never entertained any, one thing is certain, that never in a single instance have they troubled me with any remarks on the subject of the songs and ballads. As it was my intention to travel on foot, with a bundle and a stick, I dispatched my trunk, containing some few clothes and books, to the old town. My preparations were soon made. In about 3 days I was in readiness to start. Before departing, however, I bethought me of my old friend, the apple woman of London Bridge. Apprehensive that she might be laboring under the difficulties of poverty, I sent her a piece of gold by the hands of a young maiden in the house in which I lived. The latter punctually executed her commission, but brought me back the piece of gold. The old woman would not take it. She did not want it, she said. "Tell the poor thin lad," she added, "to keep it for himself. He wants it more than I." Rather late one afternoon, I departed from my lodging with my stick in one hand and a small bundle in the other, shaping my course to the southwest. When I first arrived, somewhat more than a year before, I had entered the city by the northeast. As I was not going home, I determined to take my departure in the direction the very opposite to home. Just as I was about to cross the street called the Haymarket, at the lower part, a cabriolet, drawn by a magnificent animal, came dashing along at a furious rate. It stopped close by the curbstone where I was, a sudden pull of the reins nearly bringing the spirited animal upon its haunches. The Jehu who had accomplished this feat was Frances Ardrey, a small beautiful female with flashing eyes, dressed in the extremity of fashion, sat beside him. "Hulloa, friend," said Frances Ardrey, "whither bound?" "I do not know," said I. "All I can say is, that I am about to leave London." "And the means?" said Frances Ardrey. "I have them," said I, with a cheerful smile. "Quai est celui-ci?" demanded the small female impatiently. "C'est mon ami le plus intime." "So you are about to leave London without telling me a word?" said Frances Ardrey, somewhat angrily. "I intended to have written to you," said I. "What a splendid mare that is!" "Is she not?" said Frances Ardrey, who was holding in the mare with difficulty. "She cost 100 guineas." "Qu'est-ce dit?" demanded his companion. "Il dit que le humain est bien beau. Ben, allons." "Mon ami, il est tard," said the beauty, with a scornful toss of her head. "Allons." "Encore un moment," said Frances Ardrey. "And when shall I see you again?" "I scarcely know," I replied. "I never saw a more splendid turnout." "Questi quel dit?" said the lady again. "Il dit que tout l'équipage est en assez bon goût." "Allons sistons aus," said the lady. "Le cheval même en pure," added she as the mare reared up on high. "Can you find nothing else to admire but the mare and the equipage?" said Frances Ardrey reproachfully after he had with some difficulty brought the mare to order. Lifting my hand, in which I held my stick, I took off my hat. "How beautiful!" said I, looking the lady full in the face. "Comment?" said the lady inquiringly. "Il dit que vous êtes belle comme un ange," said Frances Ardrey emphatically. "Mais, à la bonne heure, arrêtez, mon ami," said the lady to Frances Ardrey, who was about to drive off. "Je voudrais bien causer un moment avec nous. En été il est délicieux. Et est-ce bien ainsi que vous traitez vos amis?" said she passionately as Frances Ardrey lifted up his whip. "Bonjour, monsieur, bonjour," said she, thrusting her head from the side and looking back, as Frances Ardrey drove off at the rate of 13 miles an hour. Chapter 59. The Milestone. The Meditation. Want to get up? The offhand leader. 16 shillings. The near-hand wheeler. All right. In about 2 hours I had cleared the great city and got beyond the suburban villages, or rather towns, in the direction in which I was traveling. I was in a broad and excellent road, leading I knew not whither. I now slackened my pace, which had hitherto been great. Presently, coming to a milestone on which was graven 9 miles, I rested against it, and looking round towards the vast city, which had long ceased to be visible, I fell into a train of meditation. Picture presently coming to a milestone, I rested against it, and, looking round towards the vast city, I fell into a train of meditation. Page 321.jpg. I thought of all my ways and doings since the day of my first arrival in that vast city. I had worked and toiled, and though I had accomplished nothing at all commensurate with the hopes which I had entertained previous to my arrival, I had achieved my own living, preserved my independence, and become indebted to no one. I was now quitting it, poor in purse, it is true, but not wholly empty. Rather ailing, it may be, but not broken in health, and, with hope within my bosom, had I not cause upon the whole to be thankful? Perhaps there were some who, arriving at the same time under not more favorable circumstances, had accomplished much more, and whose future was far more hopeful. Good. But there might be others who, in spite of all their efforts, had been either trodden down in the press, never more to be heard of, or were quitting that mighty town broken in purse, broken in health, and, oh, with not one dear hope to cheer them. Had I not upon the whole abundant cause to be grateful? Truly, yes. My meditation over, I left the milestone and proceeded on my way in the same direction as before, until the night began to close in. I had always been a good pedestrian, but now, whether owing to indisposition or to not having for some time past been much in the habit of taking such lengthy walks, I began to feel not a little weary. Just as I was thinking of putting up for the night at the next inn or public house I should arrive at, I heard what sounded like a coach coming up rapidly behind me. Induced perhaps by the weariness which I felt, I stopped and looked wistfully in the direction of the sound. Presently up came a coach, seemingly a mail, drawn by 4 bounding horses. There was no one upon it but the coachman and the guard. When nearly parallel with me, it stopped. "Want to get up?" sounded a voice in the true coachman-like tone, half querulous, half authoritative. I hesitated. I was tired, it is true, but I had left London bound on a pedestrian excursion, and I did not much like the idea of having recourse to a coach after accomplishing so very inconsiderable a distance. "Come, we can't be staying here all night," said the voice more sharply than before. "I can ride a little way and get down whenever I like," thought I, and springing forward I clambered up the coach and was going to sit down upon the box next the coachman. "No, no," said the coachman, who was a man about 30, with a hooked nose and red face, dressed in a fashionably cut greatcoat, with a fashionable black castor on his head. "No, no, keep behind the box. Ain't for the like of you," said he, as he drove off. "The box is for lords, or gentlemen at least." I made no answer. "That off-hand leader," said the coachman, as the right-hand front horse made a desperate start at something he saw in the road, and half rising, he with great dexterity hit with his long whip the off-hand leader a cut on the off cheek. "These seem to be fine horses," said I. The coachman made no answer. "Nearly thoroughbred," I continued. The coachman drew his breath with a kind of hissing sound through his teeth. "Come, young fellow, none of your chaff. Don't you think, because you ride on my mail, I'm going to talk to you about worses. I talk to nobody about worses, except lords." "Well," said I have been called a lord in my time." "It must have been by a thimble rigger then," said the coachman, bending back, and half turning his face round with a broad leer. "You have hit the mark wonderfully," said I. "You coachmen, whatever else you may be, are certainly no fools." "We ain't we?" said the coachman. "There you are right. And to show you that you are, I'll now trouble you for your fare. If you have been amongst the thimble riggers, you must be tolerably well cleared out. Where are you going to? I think I have seen you there. The fare is 16 shillings. Come, tip us the blunt. Them that has no money can't ride on my mail." 16 shillings was a large sum, and to pay it would make a considerable inroad on my slender finances. I thought at first that I would say I did not want to go so far, but then the fellow would ask at once where I wanted to go, and I was ashamed to acknowledge my utter ignorance of the road. I determined therefore to pay the fare, with a tacit determination not to mount a coach in future without knowing whither I was going. So I paid the man the money, who, turning round, shouted to the guard, "All right, Jim, got fare too," and forthwith whipped on his horses, especially the off-hand leader, for whom he seemed to entertain a particular spite, to greater speed than before the horses flew. A young moon gave a feeble light, partially illuminating a line of road which, appearing by no means interesting, I the less regretted having paid my money for the privilege of being hurried along it in the flying vehicle. We frequently changed horses, and at last my friend the coachman was replaced by another, the very image of himself, hawk nose, red face, with narrow-rimmed hat and fashionable Benjamin. After he had driven about 50 yards, the new coachman fell to whipping one of the horses. This near hand-wheeler," said he, "the brute has got a corn." "Whipping him won't cure him of his corn," said I. "Who told you to speak?" said the driver with an oath. "Mind your own business. 'Tisn't from the like of you I am to learn to drive 'orses." Presently I fell into a broken kind of slumber. In an hour or two I was aroused by a rough voice. "Got to, young man. Get down if you please." I opened my eyes. There was a dim and indistinct light, like that which precedes dawn. The coach was standing still in something like a street. Just below me stood the guard. "Do you mean to get down," said he, "or will you keep us here till morning? Other fares want to get up." Scarcely knowing what I did, I took my bundle and stick and descended, whilst two people mounted. "All right, John," said the guard to the coachman springing up behind, whereupon off whisked the coach. One or two individuals who were standing by disappeared, and I was left alone. Chapter 60. The Still Hour. A Thrill. The Wondrous Circle. The Shepherd Heaps and Barrows. What do you mean? Milk of the Plains. Hengist spared it. No presents. After standing still a minute or two, considering what I should do, I moved down what appeared to be the street of a small straggling town. Presently I passed by a church, which rose indistinctly on my right hand. Anon there was the rustling of foliage and the rushing of waters. I reached a bridge, beneath which a small stream was running in the direction of the south. I stopped and leaned over the parapet, for I have always loved to look upon streams, especially at the still hours. "What stream is this, I wonder?" said I, as I looked down from the parapet into the water, which whirled and gurgled below. Leaving the bridge, I ascended a gentle acclivity, and presently reached what appeared to be a tract of moory, undulating ground. It was now tolerably light, but there was a mist or haze abroad which prevented my seeing objects with much precision. I felt chill in the damp air of the early morn, and walked rapidly forward. In about half an hour I arrived where the road divided into two at an angle or tongue of dark green sward. "To the right or the left," said I, and forthwith took, without knowing why, the left-hand road, along which I proceeded about 100 yards, when, in the midst of the tongue of sward formed by the two roads, collaterally with myself, I perceived what I had first conceived to be a small grove of blighted trunks of oaks, barked and gray. I stood still for a moment, and then, turning off the road, advanced slowly towards it over the sward. As I drew nearer, I perceived that the objects which had attracted my curiosity, and which formed a kind of circle, were not trees, but immense upright stones. A thrill pervaded my system. Just before me were two, the mightiest of the whole, tall as the stems of proud oaks, supporting on their tops a huge transverse stone, and forming a wonderful doorway. I knew now where I was, and, laying down my stick and bundle, and taking off my hat, I advanced slowly and cast myself. It was folly, perhaps, but I could not help what I did cast myself, with my face on the dewy earth in the middle of the portal of giants, beneath the transverse stone. Picture, I cast myself with my face on the dewy earth. The spirit of Stonehenge was strong upon me, page 326.jp. The spirit of Stonehenge was strong upon me. And after I had remained with my face on the ground for some time, I arose, placed my hat on my head, and, taking up my stick and bundle, wandered round the wondrous circle, examining each individual stone, from the greatest to the least, and then, entering by the great door, seated myself upon an immense broad stone, one side of which was supported by several small ones, and the other slanted upon the earth. And there, in deep meditation, I sat for an hour. I'd speel bead that the site bones. and as I still sat there, I heard the noise of bells, and presently a large number of sheep came browsing past the circle of stones. 2 or 3 entered, and grazed upon what they could find, and soon a man also entered the circle at the northern side. "Early here, sir," said the man, who was tall and dressed in a dark green slop and had all the appearance of a shepherd. "A traveler, I suppose?" "Yes," said I am a traveler. Are these sheep yours?" "They are, sir. That is, they are my master's." "A strange place this, sir," said he, looking at the stones. "Ever here before?" "Never in body, frequently in mind." "Heard of the stones, I suppose? No wonder all the people of the plain talk of them. What do the people of the plain say of them?" "Why, they say, how did they ever come here?" "Do they not suppose them to have been brought?" "Who should have brought them? I have read that they were brought by many thousand men." "Where from?" "Ireland." "How did they bring them?" "I don't know." "And what did they bring them for?" "To form a temple, perhaps." "What is that?" "A place to worship God in." "A strange place to worship God in. Why, it has no roof." "Yes, it has." "Where?" said the man, looking up. "What do you see above you?" "The sky." "Well, well, have you anything to say? How did these stones come here? Are there other stones like these on the plains?" Said I, "None. And yet there are plenty of strange things on these downs." "What are they?" "Strange heaps and barrows and great walls of earth built on the tops of hills. Do the people of the plain wonder how they came there? They do not. Why? They were raised by hands." "And these stones? How did they ever come here? I wonder whether they are here." Said I, "These stones? Yes, so sure as the world," said the man. "And, as the world, they will stand as long." "I wonder whether there is a world." "What do you mean?" "An earth and sea, moon and stars, sheep and men." "Do you doubt it?" "Sometimes. I never heard it doubted before. It is impossible there should be a world. It ain't possible there shouldn't be a world. Just so." At this moment a fine ewe, attended by a lamb, rushed into the circle and fondled the knees of the shepherd. "I suppose you would not care to have some milk," said the man. "Why do you suppose so?" "Because, so be there. Be no sheep, no milk, you know, and what they're bent is not worth having." "You could not have argued better," said I. "That is, supposing you have argued. With respect to the milk you may do as you please." "Be still, Nanny," said the man, and producing a tin vessel from his scrip, he milked the ewe into it. "Here is milk of the plains, master," said the man as he handed the vessel to me. "Where are those barrows and great walls of earth you were speaking of?" Said I, after I had drunk some of the milk. "Are there any near where we are?" "Not within many miles. The nearest is yonder away," said the shepherd, pointing to the southeast. "It's a grand place that, but not like this, quite different, and from it you have a sight of the finest spire in the world." Picture, "The nearest is yonder away," said the shepherd, pointing to the southeast, page 329. Yapj. "I must go to it," said I, and I drank the remainder of the milk. "Yonder, you say?" "Yes, yonder. But you cannot get to it in that direction. The river lies between." "What river?" "The Avon." "Avon is British?" said I. "Yes," said the man. "We are all British here." "No, we are not," said I. "What are we then?" "English." "Ain't they one?" "No." Who were the British? "The men who are supposed to have worshipped God in this place, and who raised these stones." "Where are they now?" "Our forefathers slaughtered them, spilled their blood all about, especially in this neighborhood, destroyed their pleasant places, and left not, to use their own words, one stone upon another." "Yes, they did," said the shepherd, looking aloft at the transverse stone. "And it is well for them they did. Whenever that stone, which English hands never raised, is by English hands thrown down, Woe, woe, woe to the English race. Spare it, English. Hengist spared it. Here is sixpence. I won't have it, said the man. Why not? You talk so prettily about these stones. You seem to know all about them. I never receive presents. With respect to the stones, I say with yourself, how did they ever come here? How did they ever come here? Said the shepherd. Chapter 61. The River Arid Downs, a Prospect. Leaving the shepherd, I bet my way in the direction pointed out by him as that in which the most remarkable of the strange remains of which he had spoken lay. I proceeded rapidly, making my way over the downs covered with coarse grass and fern. With respect to the river of which he had spoken, I reflected that, either by wading or swimming, I could easily transfer myself and what I bore to the opposite side. On arriving at its banks, I found it a beautiful stream, but shallow, with here and there a deep place where the water ran dark and still. Always fond of the pure lymph, I undressed and plunged into one of these gulfs, from which I emerged, my whole frame in a glow, and tingling with delicious sensations. After conveying my clothes and scanty baggage to the farther side, I dressed, and then with hurried steps bent my course in the direction of some lofty ground. I at length found myself on a high road, leading over wide and arid downs. Following the road for some miles without seeing anything remarkable, I supposed at length that I had taken the wrong path and wended on slowly and disconsolately for some time, till, having nearly surmounted a steep hill, I knew at once, from certain appearances, that I was near the object of my search. Turning to the right near the brow of the hill, I proceeded along a path which brought me to a causeway leading over a deep ravine, and connecting the hill with another which had once formed part of it, for the ravine was evidently the work of art. I passed over the causeway, and found myself in a kind of gateway, which admitted me into a square space of many acres, surrounded on all sides by mounds or ramparts of earth. Though I had never been in such a place before, I knew that I stood within the precincts of what had been a Roman encampment, and one probably of the largest size, for many thousand warriors might have found room to perform their evolutions in that space, in which corn was now growing, the green ears waving in the morning wind. After I had gazed about the space for a time, standing in the gateway formed by the mounds, I clambered up the mound to the left hand, and on the top of that mound I found myself at a great altitude. Beneath, at the distance of a mile, was a fair old city, situated amongst verdant meadows, watered with streams, and from the heart of that old city, from amidst mighty trees, I beheld towering to the sky the finest spire in the world. And after I had looked from the Roman rampart for a long time, I hurried away and, retracing my steps along the causeway, regained the road and, passing over the brow of the hill, descended to the city of the spire. Chapter 62. The hostelry, life uncertain, open countenance, the grand point, thank you, master, a hard mother, poor dear, considerable odds, the better country English fashion, landlord looking person. And in the old city I remained 2 days, passing my time as I best could, inspecting the curiosities of the place, eating and drinking when I felt so disposed, which I frequently did, the digestive organs having assumed a tone to which for many months they had been strangers, enjoying at night balmy sleep in a large bed in a dusky room, at the end of a corridor in a certain hostelry in which I had taken up my quarters, receiving to be altogether destitute of coin. Are never the setitude of Cosanopoides, at welke het had looked for the lady I'm will of that in my earth. On the third day, on a fine sunny afternoon, I departed from the city of the spire. As I was passing through one of the suburbs, I saw, all on a sudden, a respectable-looking female fall down in a fit. Several persons hastened to her assistance. "She is dead," said one. "No, she is not," said another. "I am afraid she is," said a third. "Life is very uncertain," said a fourth. "It is Mrs.," said a fifth. "Let us carry her to her own house. Not being able to render any assistance, I left the poor female in the hands of her townsfolk and proceeded on my way. I had chosen a road in the direction of the northwest. It led over downs where corn was growing, but where neither tree nor hedge was to be seen. 2 or 3 hours walking brought me to a beautiful valley, abounding with trees of various kinds, with a delightful village at its farthest extremity. Passing through it, I ascended a lofty acclivity, on the top of which I sat down on a bank, and taking off my hat, permitted a breeze, which swept coolly and refreshingly over the downs, to dry my hair, drippingly for the dambaum that it bequan the Beffen Brigade. And as I sat there, gazing now at the blue heavens, now at the downs before me, a man came along the road in the direction in which I had hitherto been proceeding. Just opposite to me he stopped, and, looking at me, cried, "Am I right for London, master?" He was dressed like a sailor, and appeared to be between 25 and 30 years of age. He had an open, manly countenance, and there was a bold and fearless expression in his eye. "Yes," said I, in reply to his question, "this is one of the ways to London." "Do you come from far?" "From," said the man, naming a well-known seaport. "Is this the direct road to London from that place?" I demanded. "No," said the man, "but I had to visit 2 or 3 other places on certain commissions I was entrusted with, amongst others too, where I had to take a small sum of money. I am rather tired, master, and if you please I will sit down beside you." "You have as much right to sit down here as I have," said I. "The road is free for everyone. As for sitting down beside me, you have the look of an honest man, and I have no objection to your company." "Why, as for being honest, master," said the man, laughing and sitting down by me, "I haven't much to say. Many is the wild thing I have done when I was younger. However, what is done is done. To learn, one must live, master, and I have lived long enough to learn the grand point of wisdom." "What is that?" said I. "That honesty is the best policy, master." "You appear to be a sailor," said I, looking at his dress. "I was not bred a sailor," said the man, "though when my foot is on the salt water I can play the part and play it well too. I am now from a long voyage." "From America?" said I. "Farther than that," said the man. "Have you any objection to tell me?" said I. "From New South Wales," said the man, looking me full in the face. "Dear me," said I. "Why do you say dear me?" said the man. "It is a very long way off," said I. "Was that your reason for saying so?" said the man. "Not exactly," said I. "No," said the man with something of a bitter smile. "It was something else that made you say so. You were thinking of the convicts." "Well," said I, "what then, you are no convict. How do you know? You do not look like one." "Thank you, master," said the man cheerfully, "and, to a certain extent, you are right. Bygones are bygones. I am no longer what I was, nor ever will be again. The truth, however, is the truth a convict. I have been a convict at Sydney Cove." "And you have served out the period for which you were sentenced, and are now returned." "As to serving out my sentence," replied the man, "I can't say that I did. I was sentenced for 14 years, and I was in Sydney Cove little more than half that time. The truth is that I did the government a service. There was a conspiracy amongst some of the convicts to murder and destroy. I overheard and informed the government. Mind one thing, however, I was not concerned in it. Those who got it up were no comrades of mine, but a bloody gang of villains. Well, the government, in consideration of the service I had done them, remitted the remainder of my sentence, and some kind gentlemen interested themselves about me, gave me good books and good advice, and, being satisfied with my conduct, procured me employ in an exploring expedition, by which I earned money. In fact, the being sent to Sydney was the best thing that ever happened to me in all my life." "And you have now returned to your native country. Longing to see home brought you from New South Wales." "There you are mistaken," said the man. "Wish to see England again would never have brought me so far." For to tell you the truth, master, England was a hard mother to me, as she has proved to many. No, a wish to see another kind of mother, a poor old woman, whose son I am, has brought me back. You have a mother, then, said I. Does she reside in London? She used to live in London, said the man. But I am afraid she is long since dead. How did she support herself? Said I. Support herself? With difficulty enough. She used to keep a small stall on London Bridge where she sold fruit. I am afraid she is dead, and that she died perhaps in misery. She was a poor sinful creature, but I loved her, and she loved me. I came all the way back merely for the chance of seeing her. Did you ever write to her, said I, or cause others to write to her? I wrote to her myself, said the man, about 2 years ago, but I never received an answer. I learned to write very tolerably over there by the assistance of the good people I spoke of. As for reading, I could do that very well before I went. My poor mother taught me to read out of a book that she was very fond of. A strange book it was, I remember. Poor dear! What I would give only to know that she is alive. Life is very uncertain, said I. That is true, said the man with a sigh. We are here one moment and gone the next, I continued. As I passed through the streets of a neighboring town, I saw a respectable woman drop down, and people said she was dead. Who knows but that she too had a son coming to see her from a distance at that very time? Who knows indeed, said the man. Ah, I am afraid my mother is dead. Well, God's will be done. However, said I should not wonder at your finding your mother alive. You wouldn't, said the man, looking at me wistfully. I should not wonder at all, said I. Indeed, something within me seems to tell me you will. I should not much mind betting 5 shillings to 5 pence that you will see your mother within a week. Now, friend, 5 shillings to 5 pence is very considerable odds, said the man, rubbing his hands. Sure you must have good reason to hope when you are willing to give such odds. After all, said I, it not unfrequently happens that those who lay the long odds lose. Let us hope, however. What do you mean to do in the event of finding your mother alive? I scarcely know, said the man. I have frequently thought that if I found my mother alive, I would attempt to persuade her to accompany me to the country which I have left. It is a better country for a man, that is, a free man, to live in than this. However, let me first find my mother. If I could only find my mother, if I could only find my mother, if I will, said I, rising. Go your way, and God go with you. I will go mine. I have but one thing to ask you, said the man. What is that? I inquired. That you would drink with me before we part. You have done me so much good. How should we drink? Said I. We are on the top of a hill where there is nothing to drink. But there is a village below, said the man. Do let us drink before we part. I have been through that village already, said I, and I do not like turning back. Ah, said the man sorrowfully, you will not drink with me because I told you I was. You are quite mistaken, said I. I would as soon drink with the convict as with a judge. I am by no means certain that, under the same circumstances, the judge would be one white better than the convict. Come along. I will go back to oblige you. I have an odd 6 pence in my pocket, which I will change that I may drink with you. So we went down the hill together to the village, through which I had already passed, where, finding a public house, we drank together in true English fashion, after which we parted, the sailor-looking man going his way, and I mine. After walking about 12 miles, I came to a town where I rested for the night. The next morning I set out again in the direction of the northwest. I continued journeying for 4 days, my daily journeys varying from 20 to 25 miles. During this time nothing occurred to me worthy of any especial notice. The weather was brilliant, and I rapidly improved both in strength and spirits. On the 5th day, about 2 o'clock, I arrived at a small town. Feeling hungry, I entered a decent-looking inn within a kind of bar. I saw a huge, fat, landlord-looking person with a very pretty, smartly dressed maiden. Addressing myself to the fat man, "House," said I, "House, can I have dinner?" House. Chapter 63. Primitive Habits. Rosy-faced damsel, a pleasant moment, suit of black, the furtive glance, the mighty round, degenerate times, the newspaper, the evil chance, I congratulate you. "Young gentleman," said the huge fat landlord, "you are come at the right time. Dinner will be taken up in a few minutes, and such a dinner," he continued, rubbing his hands, "as you will not see every day in these times." "I am hot and dusty," said I, "and should wish to cool my hands and face." "Jenny," said the huge landlord with the utmost gravity, "show the gentleman into number 7 that he may wash his hands and face." "By no means," said I am a person of primitive habits, and there is nothing like the pump in weather like this." "Jenny," said the landlord with the same gravity as before, "go with the young gentleman to the pump in the back kitchen, and take a clean towel along with you." Thereupon the rosy-faced, clean-looking damsel went to a drawer, and, producing a large, thick, but snowy white towel, she nodded to me to follow her. Whereupon I followed Jenny through a long passage into the back kitchen. And at the end of the back kitchen there stood a pump, and going to it I placed my hands beneath the spout and said, "Pump, Jenny," and Jenny incontinently, without laying down the towel, pumped with one hand, and I washed and cooled my heated hands. And, when my hands were washed and cooled, I took off my neckcloth, and unbuttoning my shirt collar, I placed my head beneath the spout of the pump, and I said unto Jenny, "Now, Jenny, lay down the towel, and pump for your life." Picture, "Now, Jenny, lay down the towel and pump for your life." Page 338.jpg. Thereupon Jenny, placing the towel on a linen horse, took the handle of the pump with both hands and pumped over my head as handmaid had never pumped before, so that the water poured in torrents from my head, my face, and my hair down upon the brick floor. And, after the lapse of somewhat more than a minute, I called out with a half-strangled voice, "Hold, Jenny," and Jenny desisted. I stood for a few moments to recover my breath, then taking the towel which Jenny proffered, I dried composedly my hands and head, my face and hair. Then, returning the towel to Jenny, I gave a deep sigh and said, "Surely this is one of the pleasant moments of life." Then, having set my dress to rights and combed my hair with a pocket comb, I followed Jenny, who conducted me back through the long passage and showed me into a neat sanded parlor on the ground floor. I sat down by a window which looked out upon the dusty street. Presently in came the handmaid and commenced laying the tablecloth. "Shall I spread the table for one, sir?" said she, "or do you expect anybody to dine with you?" "I can't say that I expect anybody," said I, laughing inwardly to myself. "However, if you please, you can lay for two, so that if any acquaintance of mine should chance to step in, he may find a knife and fork ready for him." So I sat by the window, sometimes looking out upon the dusty street, and now glancing at certain old-fashioned prints which adorned the wall over against me. I fell into a kind of doze, from which I was almost instantly awakened by the opening of the door. "Dinner," thought I, and I sat upright in my chair. No, a man of the middle age and rather above the middle height, dressed in a plain suit of black, made his appearance and sat down in a chair at some distance from me, but near to the table, and appeared to be lost in thought. "The weather is very warm, sir," said I. "Very," said the stranger laconically, looking at me for the first time. "Would you like to see the newspaper?" said I, taking up one which lay upon the window seat. "I never read newspapers," said the stranger, nor indeed whatever it might be that he had intended to say he left unfinished. Suddenly he walked to the mantelpiece at the farther end of the room, before which he placed himself with his back towards me. There he remained motionless for some time, At length, raising his hand, he touched the corner of the mantelpiece with his finger, advanced toward the chair which he had left, and again seated himself. "Have you come far?" said he, suddenly looking towards me, and speaking in a frank and open manner which denoted a wish to enter into conversation. "You do not seem to be of this place." "I come from some distance," said I. "Indeed, I am walking for exercise, which I find as necessary to the mind as the body. I believe that by exercise people would escape much mental misery." Scarcely had I uttered these words when the stranger laid his hand, with seeming carelessness, upon the table, near one of the glasses. After a moment or two, he touched the glass with his finger, as if inadvertently. Then, glancing furtively at me, he withdrew his hand and looked towards the window. "Are you from these parts?" said I at last, with apparent carelessness. "From this vicinity," replied the stranger. "You think, then, that it is as easy to walk off the bad humors of the mind as of the body? I at least am walking in that hope," said I. "I wish you may be successful," said the stranger, and here he touched one of the forks which lay on the table near him. Here the door, which was slightly ajar, was suddenly pushed open with some fracas, and in came the stout landlord, supporting with some difficulty an immense dish, in which was a mighty round mass of smoking meat garnished all round with vegetables. So high was the mass that it probably obstructed his view, for it was not until he had placed it upon the table that he appeared to observe the stranger. He almost started, and quite out of breath exclaimed, "God bless me, your honor! Is your honor the acquaintance that the young gentleman is?" "Is the young gentleman expecting an acquaintance?" said the stranger. "There is nothing like putting a good face upon these matters," thought I to myself, and, getting up, I bowed to the unknown. "Sir," said I, when I told Jenny that she might lay the tablecloth for two, so that in the event of any acquaintance dropping in he might find a knife and fork ready for him, I was merely jocular, being an entire stranger in these parts, and expecting no one. Fortune, however, it would seem, has been unexpectedly kind to me. I flatter myself, sir, that since you have been in this room I have had the honor of making your acquaintance, and in the strength of that hope I humbly entreat you to honor me with your company to dinner, provided you have not already dined." The stranger laughed outright. "Sir," I continued, "the round of beef is a noble one, and seems exceedingly well boiled, and the landlord was just right when he said I should have such a dinner as is not seen every day. A round of beef. At any rate, such a round of beef as this is seldom seen smoking upon the table in these degenerate times." "Allow me, sir," said I, observing that the stranger was about to speak, "allow me another remark. I think I saw you just now touch the fork. I venture to hail it as an omen that you will presently seize it and apply it to its proper purpose, and its companion, the knife also." The stranger changed color and gazed upon me in silence. "Do, sir," here put in the landlord, "do, sir, accept the young gentleman's invitation. Your honor has of late been looking poorly, and the young gentleman is a funny young gentleman, and a clever young gentleman, and I think it will do your honor good to have a dinner's chat with the young gentleman." "It is not my dinner hour," said the stranger. "I dine considerably later. Taking anything now would only discompose me. I shall, however, be most happy to sit down with the young gentleman. Reach me that paper, and, when the young gentleman has satisfied his appetite, we may perhaps have a little chat together." The landlord handed the stranger the newspaper and, bowing, retired with his maid Jenny. I helped myself to a portion of the smoking round, and commenced eating with no little appetite. The stranger appeared to be soon engrossed with the newspaper. We continued thus a considerable time, the one reading and the other dining. Chancing suddenly to cast my eyes upon the stranger, I saw his brow contract. He gave a slight stamp with his foot, and flung the newspaper to the ground. Then stooping down, he picked it up, first moving his forefinger along the floor, seemingly slightly scratching it with his nail. "Do you hope, sir," said I, "by that ceremony with the finger to preserve yourself from the evil chance?" The stranger started. Then, after looking at me for some time in silence, he said, "Is it possible that you—" "Aye," said I, helping myself to some more of the round. "I have touched myself in my younger days, both for the evil chance and the good. Can't say, though, that I ever trusted much in the ceremony." The stranger made no reply, but appeared to be in deep thought. Nothing farther passed between us until I had concluded the dinner, when I said to him, "I shall now be most happy, sir, to have the pleasure of your conversation over a pint of wine." The stranger rose. "No, my young friend," said he, smiling, "that would scarce be fair. It is my turn now. Pray do me the favor to go home with me, and accept what hospitality my poor roof can offer. To tell you the truth, I wish to have some particular discourse with you, which would hardly be possible in this place. As for wine, I can give you some much better than you can get here. The landlord is an excellent fellow, but he is an innkeeper after all. I am going out for a moment, and will send him in, so that you may settle your account. I trust you will not refuse me. I only live about 2 miles from here." I looked in the face of the stranger. It was a fine, intelligent face, with a cast of melancholy in it. "Sir," said I would go with you though you lived 4 miles instead of 2. "Who is that gentleman?" said I to the landlord after I had settled his bill. "I am going home with him." "I wish I were going too," said the fat landlord, laying his hand upon his stomach. "Young gentleman, I shall be a loser by his honor's taking you away. But, after all, the truth is the truth. There are few gentlemen in these parts like his honor, either for learning or welcoming his friends. Young gentleman, I congratulate you." Chapter 64. New Acquaintance. Old French Style, the Portrait, Taciturnity, the Evergreen Tree, the Dark Hour, the Flash, Ancestors, a Fortunate Man, a Posthumous Child, Antagonist Ideas, the Hawk's Flaws, the Pony Irresistible Impulse, Favorable Crisis, the Topmost Branch, 20 Feet, Heartily Ashamed. I found the stranger awaiting me at the door of the inn. "Like yourself, I am fond of walking," said he, "and when any little business calls me to this place, I generally come on foot." We were soon out of the town, and in a very beautiful country. After proceeding some distance on the high road, we turned off, and were presently in one of those mazes of lanes for which England is famous. The stranger at first seemed inclined to be taciturn. A few observations, however, which I made appeared to rouse him, and he soon exhibited not only considerable powers of conversation, but stores of information which surprised me. So pleased did I become with my new acquaintance that I soon ceased to pay the slightest attention either to place or distance. At length the stranger was silent, and I perceived that we had arrived at a handsome iron gate and a lodge. The stranger having rung a bell, the gate was opened by an old man, and we proceeded along a gravel path which in about 5 minutes brought us to a large brick house, built something in the old French style, having a spacious lawn before it, and immediately in front a pond in which were golden fish, and in the middle a stone swan discharging quantities of water from its bill. We ascended a spacious flight of steps to the door, which was at once flung open, and 2 servants with powdered hair and in livery of blue plush came out and stood one on either side as we passed the threshold. We entered a large hall, and the stranger, taking me by the hand, welcomed me to his poor home, as he called it, and then gave orders to another servant, but out of livery, to show me to an apartment, and give me whatever assistance I might require in my toilet. Notwithstanding the plea as to primitive habits which I had lately made to my other host in the town, I offered no objection to this arrangement, but followed the bowing domestic to a spacious and airy chamber, where he rendered me all those little nameless offices which the somewhat neglected state of my dress required. When everything had been completed to my perfect satisfaction, he told me that if I pleased he would conduct me to the library, where dinner would be speedily served. In the library I found a table laid for 2. My host was not there, having, as I supposed, not been quite so speedy with his toilet as his guest. Left alone, I looked round the apartment with inquiring eyes. It was long and tolerably lofty. The walls from the top to the bottom were lined with cases containing books of all sizes and bindings. There was a globe or two, a couch, and an easy-chair. Statues and busts there were none, and only one painting, a portrait, that of my host, but not him of the mansion. Over the mantelpiece, the features staringly like but so ridiculously exaggerated that they scarcely resembled those of a human being, daubed evidently by the hand of the commonest sign artist, hung a half-length portrait of him, of round of beef celebrity, my sturdy host of the town. I had been in the library about 10 minutes, amusing myself as I best could, when my friend entered. He seemed to have resumed his taciturnity, scarce a word escaped his lips till dinner was served, when he said, smiling, "I suppose it would be merely a compliment to ask you to partake?" "I don't know," said I, seating myself. "Your first course consists of troutlets. I am fond of troutlets, and I always like to be companionable." The dinner was excellent, though I did but little justice to it from the circumstance of having already dined. The stranger also, though without my excuse, partook but slightly of the good cheer. He still continued taciturn and appeared lost in thought, and every attempt which I made to induce him to converse was signally unsuccessful. And now dinner was removed, and we sat over our wine, and I remembered that the wine was good and fully justified the encomiums of my host of the town. Over the wine I made sure that my entertainer would have loosened the chain which seemed to tie his tongue, but no. I endeavored to tempt him by various topics, and talked of geometry and the use of the globes, of the heavenly sphere and the star Jupiter, which I said I had heard was a very large star, also of the evergreen tree, which, according to Olaus, stood of old before the heathen temple of Upsal, and which I affirmed was a yew, but no, nothing that I said could induce my entertainer to relax his taciturnity. It grew dark, and I became uncomfortable. "I must presently be going," I at last exclaimed. At these words he gave a sudden start. "Going," said he, "are you not my guest, and an honored one?" "You know best," said I, but I was apprehensive I was an intruder. "To several of my questions you have returned no answer. 10,000 pardons," he exclaimed, seizing me by the hand. "But you cannot go now. I have much to talk to you about. There is one thing in particular. If it be the evergreen tree at Upsal," said I, interrupting him, "I hold it to have been a yew. What else?" "The evergreens of the south, as the old bishop observes, will not grow in the north, and a pine was unfitted for such a locality, being a vulgar tree. What else could it have been but the yew, the sacred yew which our ancestors were in the habit of planting in their churchyards? Moreover, I affirm it to have been the yew for the honor of the tree. For I love the yew, and had I home and land, I would have one growing before my front windows." "You would do right. The yew is indeed a venerable tree, but it is not about the yew. The star Jupiter, perhaps?" "Nor the star Jupiter, nor its moons. An observation which escaped you at the inn has made a considerable impression upon me. But I really must take my departure," said I. "The dark hour is at hand." And as I uttered these latter words, the stranger touched rapidly something which lay near him. I forget what it was. It was the first action of the kind which I had observed on his part since we sat down to table. "You allude to the evil chance," said I, "but it is getting both dark and late." "I believe we are going to have a storm," said my friend, "but I really hope that you will give me your company for a day or two. I have, as I said before, much to talk to you about." "Well," said I shall be most happy to be your guest for this night. I am ignorant of the country, and it is not pleasant to travel unknown paths by night. Dear me, what a flash of lightning!" It had become very dark. Suddenly, a blaze of sheet lightning illumined the room, By the momentary light I distinctly saw my host touch another object upon the table. "Will you allow me to ask you a question or two?" said he at last. "As many as you please," said I. "But shall we not have lights?" "Not unless you particularly wish it," said my entertainer. "I rather like the dark, and though a storm is evidently at hand, neither thunder nor lightning has any terrors for me. It is other things I quake at. I should rather say ideas. Now permit me to ask you." And then my entertainer asked me various questions, to all of which I answered unreservedly. He was then silent for some time. At last he exclaimed, "I should wish to tell you the history of my life, though not an adventurous one. I think it contains some things which will interest you." Without waiting for my reply, he began. Amidst darkness and gloom, occasionally broken by flashes of lightning, the stranger related to me, as we sat at table in the library, his truly touching history. Before proceeding to relate the events of my life, it will not be amiss to give you some account of my ancestors. My great-grandfather on the male side was a silk mercer in Cheapside, who, when he died, left his son, who was his only child, a fortune of £100,000 and a splendid business. The son, however, had no inclination for trade. The summit of his ambition was to be a country gentleman, to found a family, and to pass the remainder of his days in rural ease and dignity. And all this he managed to accomplish. He disposed of his business, purchased a beautiful and extensive estate for £80,000, built the Badabinin, the Bedemat, Turba. Today, married the daughter of a neighboring squire, who brought him a fortune of £5,000, became a magistrate, and only wanted a son and heir to make him completely happy. This blessing, it is true, was for a long time denied him. It came, however, at last, as is usual, when least expected. His lady was brought to bed of my father, and then who so happy a man is my grandsire. He gave away £2,000 in charities, and in the joy of his heart made a speech at the next quarter sessions. The rest of his life was spent in ease, tranquillity, and rural dignity. He died of apoplexy on the day that my father came of age. Perhaps it would be difficult to mention a man who in all respects was so fortunate as my grandfather. His death was sudden, it is true, but I am not one of those who pray to be delivered. I should not call my father a fortunate man. It is true that he had the advantage of a first-rate education, that he made the grand tour with a private tutor, as was the fashion at that time, that he came to a splendid fortune on the very day that he came of age, that for many years he tasted all the diversions of the capital, that, at last determined to settle, he married the sister of a baronet, an amiable and accomplished lady with a large fortune, that he had the best stud of hunters in the county, on which, during the season, he followed the fox gallantly. Had he been a fortunate man, he would never have cursed his fate, as he was frequently known to do. 10 months after his marriage, his part in a few days, in would have Kenneth Howlett. My grandfather was indeed a fortunate man. When he died, he was followed to the grave by the tears of the poor. My father was not. 2 remarkable circumstances are connected with my birth. I am a posthumous child, and came into the world some weeks before the usual time, the shock which my mother experienced at my father's death having brought on the pangs of premature labor. Both my mother's life and my own were at first despaired of. We both, however, survived the crisis. My mother loved me with the most passionate fondness, and I was brought up in this house under her own eye. I was never sent to school. I have already told you that mine is not a tale of adventure. My life has not been one of action, but of wild imaginings and strange sensations. I was born with excessive sensibility, and that has been my bane. I have not been a fortunate man. No one is fortunate unless he is happy, and it is impossible for a being constructed like myself to be happy for an hour, or even enjoy peace and tranquillity. Most of our pleasures and pains are the effects of imagination, and wherever the sensibility is great, the imagination is great also. No sooner has my imagination raised up an image of pleasure then it is sure to conjure up one of distress and gloom. These two antagonist ideas instantly commence a struggle in my mind, and the gloomy one generally, I may say invariably, prevails. How is it possible that I should be a happy man? It has invariably been so with me from the earliest period that I can remember. The first playthings that were given me caused me for a few minutes excessive pleasure. They were pretty and glittering. Presently, however, I became anxious and perplexed. I wished to know their history, how they were made, and what of were the materials precious. I was not satisfied with their outward appearance. In less than an hour I had broken the playthings in an attempt to discover what they were made of. When I was 8 years of age, my uncle the baronet, who was also my godfather, sent me a pair of Norway hawks, with directions for managing them. He was a great fowler. Oh, how rejoiced was I with the present which had been made me! My joy lasted for at least 5 minutes. I would let them breed. I would have a house of hawks. Yes, that I would. But, and here came the unpleasant idea, suppose they were to fly away, how very annoying! Ah, but, said Hope, there's little fear of that. Feed them well and they will never fly away, or if they do, they will come back. My uncle says so. So Sunshine triumphed for a little time. Then the strangest of all doubts came into my head. I doubted the legality of my tenure of these hawks. How did I come by them? Why, my uncle gave them to me. But how did they come into his possession? What right had he to them? After all, they might not be his to give. I passed a sleepless night. The next morning I found that the man who brought the hawks had not departed. How came my uncle by these hawks? I anxiously inquired. They were sent to him from Norway, master, with another pair. And who sent them? That I don't know, master, but I suppose his honor can tell you. I was even thinking of scrawling a letter to my uncle to make inquiry on this point, but shame restrained me, and I likewise reflected that it would be impossible for him to give my mind entire satisfaction. It is true he could tell who sent him the hawks, but how was he to know how the hawks came into the possession of those who sent them to him, and by what right they possessed them, or the parents of the hawks? In a word, I wanted a clear, valid title, as lawyers would say, to my hawks, and I believe no title would have satisfied me that did not extend up to the time of the first hawk, that is, prior to Adam. And could I have obtained such a title, I make no doubt that, young as I was, I should have suspected that it was full of flaws. I was now disgusted with the hawks, and no wonder, seeing all the disquietude they had caused me. I soon totally neglected the poor birds, and they would have starved had not some of the servants taken compassion upon them and fed them. My uncle, soon hearing of my neglect, was angry, and took the birds away. He was a very good-natured man, however, and soon set me a fine pony. At first I was charmed with the pony. Soon, however, the same kind of thirst arose which had disgusted me on a former week. How did my uncle become possessed of the pony? This question I asked him the first time I saw him. Oh, he had bought it of a gypsy, that I might learn to ride upon it. A gypsy? I had heard that gypsies were great thieves, and I instantly began to fear that the gypsy had stolen the fader pony, and it is probable that for this apprehension I had better grounds than for many others. I instantly ceased to set any value upon the pony, but for that reason, perhaps, I turned it to some account. I mounted it and rode it about, which I don't think I should have done had I looked upon it as a secure possession. Had I looked upon my title as secure, I should have prized it so much that I should scarcely have mounted it for fear of injuring the animal. But now, caring not a straw for it, I rode it most unmercifully, and soon became a capital rider. This was very selfish in me, and I tell the fact with shame. I was punished, however, as I deserved. The pony had a spirit of its own, and, moreover, it had belonged to gypsies. Once, as I was riding it furiously over the lawn, applying both whip and spur, it suddenly lifted up its heels and flung me at least 5 yards over its head. I received some desperate contusions, and was taken up for dead. It was many months before I perfectly recovered, but it is time for me to come to the touching part of my story. There was one thing that I loved better than the choicest gift which could be bestowed upon me, better than life itself, my mother. At length she became unwell, and the thought that I might possibly lose her now rushed into my mind for the first time. It was terrible, and caused me unspeakable misery, I may say horror. My mother became worse, and I was not allowed to enter her apartment, lest by my frantic exclamations of grief I might aggravate her disorder. I rested neither day nor night, but roamed about the house like one distracted. Suddenly I found myself doing that which even at the time struck me as being highly singular. I found myself touching particular objects that were near me, and to which my finger seemed to be attracted by an irresistible impulse. It was now the table or the chair that I was compelled to touch, now the bell rope, now the handle of the door. Now I would touch the wall, and the next moment, stooping down, I would place the point of my finger upon the floor, and so I continued to do day after day. Frequently I would struggle to resist the impulse, but invariably in vain. I, and a Usessin, have even rushed away from the object, but I was sure to return. The impulse was too strong to be resisted. I quickly hurried back, compelled by the feeling within me to touch the object. Now I need not tell you that what impelled me to these actions was the desire to prevent my mother's death. Whenever I touched any particular object, it was with the view of baffling the evil chance, as you would call it, in this instance, my mother's death. A favorable crisis occurred in my mother's complaint, and she recovered. This crisis took place about 6 o'clock in the morning. Almost simultaneously with it, there happened to myself a rather remarkable circumstance connected with the nervous feeling which was rioting in my system. I was lying in bed in a kind of uneasy doze, the only kind of rest which my anxiety on account of my mother permitted me at this time to take, when all at once I sprang up as if electrified. The mysterious impulse was upon me, and it urged me to go without delay and climb a stately elm behind the house and touch the topmost branch. Otherwise, you know the rest, the evil chance would prevail. Accustomed for some time as I had been, under this impulse, to perform extravagant actions, I confess to you that the difficulty and peril of such a feat startled me. I reasoned against the feeling and strove more strenuously than I had ever done before. I even made a solemn vow not to give way to the temptation, but I believe nothing less than chains, and those strong ones, could have restrained me. The demoniacs in forests were kylets, at citizen shokers. To rest myself, to descend the stairs, to unbolt the door, and to go forth. It drove me to the foot of the tree, and it compelled me to climb the trunk. This was a tremendous task, and I only accomplished it after repeated falls and trials. When I had got amongst the branches, I rested for a time, and then set about accomplishing the remainder of the ascent. This, for some time, was not so difficult, for I was to try it. But at that age, almost as nimble as a squirrel, and, moreover, the nervous feeling was within me, impelling me upward. It if with it was half ended with easy but at both of us sides. I'd have fallen to the bottom. I must have been killed, but I fell into it with a toler freen, and presently found myself astride upon one of the boughs, scratched and bruised all over I ran, and regained my tim and I unobserved a sarb. I flung myself the fibre with a proud that sped plitchered with a gild I athlete. Indeed, all the time that I was performing these strange feats, I knew them to be highly absurd, yet the impulse to perform them was irresistible, a mysterious dread hanging over me till I had given way to it. Even at that early period I frequently used to reason within myself as to what could be the cause of my propensity to touch, but of course I could come to no satisfactory conclusion respecting it. Being heartily ashamed of the practice, I never spoke of it to anyone, and was at all times highly solicitous that no one should observe my weakness. Chapter 65. Maternal Anxiety. The Baronet. Little Zest. Country Life. Mr. Speaker. The craving, spirited address, an author. After a short pause, my host resumed his narration. Though I was never sent to school, my education was not neglected on that account. I had tutors in various branches of knowledge, under whom I made a tolerable progress. By the time I was 18, I was able to read most of the Greek and Latin authors with facility. I was likewise, to a certain degree, a mathematician. I cannot say that I took much pleasure in my studies. My chief aim in endeavoring to accomplish my tasks was to give pleasure to my beloved parent, who watched my progress with anxiety truly maternal. My life at this period may be summed up in a few words. I pursued my studies, roamed about the woods, walked the green lanes occasionally, cast my fly in a trout stream, and sometimes, but not often, rode a hunting with my uncle. A considerable part of my time was devoted to my mother, conversing with her and reading to her. Youthful companions I had none, and as to my mother, she lived in the greatest retirement, devoting herself to the superintendence of my education and the practice of acts of charity. Nothing could be more innocent than this mode of life, and some people say that in innocence there is happiness, yet I can't say that I was happy. A continual dread overshadowed my mind. It was the dread of my mother's death. Her constitution had never been strong, and it had been considerably shaken by her last illness. This I knew, and this I saw, for the eyes of fear are marvelously keen. Well, things went on in this way till I had come of age. My tutors were then dismissed, and my uncle the baronet took me in hand, telling my mother that it was high time for him to exert his authority, that I must see something of the world, for that if I remained much longer with her, I should be ruined. "You must consign him to me," said he, "and I will introduce him to the world." My mother sighed and consented. So my uncle, the baronet, introduced me to the world, took me to horse races and to London, and endeavored to make a man of me according to his idea of the term, and in part succeeded. I became moderately dissipated. I say moderately, for dissipation had but little zest for me. In this manner 4 years passed over. It happened that I was in London in the height of the season with my uncle, at his house. One morning he summoned me into the parlor. He was standing before the fire, and looked very serious. "I have had a letter," said he. "Your mother is very ill." I staggered and touched the nearest object to me. Nothing was said for 2 or 3 minutes, and then my uncle put his lips to my ear and whispered something. I fell down senseless. My mother was. I remember nothing for a long time. For 2 years I was out of my mind. At the end of this time I recovered, or partly so. My uncle the baronet was very kind to me. He advised me to travel. He offered to go with me. I told him he was very kind, but I would rather go by myself. So I went abroad and saw, amongst other things, Rome and the pyramids. By frequent change of scene my mind became not happy, but tolerably tranquil. I continued abroad some years, when, becoming tired of traveling, I came home, found my uncle the baronet alive, hearty and unmarried, as he still is. He received me very kindly, took me to Newmarket, and said that he hoped by this time I was become quite a man of the world. By his advice I took a house in town, in which I lived during the season. In summer I strolled from one watering place to another, and in order to pass the time I became very dissipated. At last I became as tired of dissipation as I had previously was a previously. Miles went berated rate. I sold my house in town, repaired and refurnished my country house, and for at least 10 years lived a regular country life. I gave dinner parties, prosecuted poachers, was charitable to the poor, and now and then went into my library. During this time I was seldom or never visited by the magic impulse, the reason being marated the bulls, the smis because the probability if he did, what will become of me? I am afraid I shall go mad. I have lived 35 years and upwards without doing anything. Shall I pass through life in this manner? Horror! And then in rapid succession I touched 3 different objects. I dressed myself and went down, determining to set about something, but what was I to do? There was the difficulty. I ate no breakfast, but walked about the room in a state of distraction. At last I thought that the easiest way to do something was to get into Parliament. There would be no difficulty in that. I had plenty of money and could buy a seat, but what was I to do in Parliament? Speak, of course, but could I speak? "I'll try at once," said I, and forthwith I rushed into the largest dining room, and locking the door, I commenced speaking. "Mr. Bersile." "Speaker," said I, and then I went on speaking for about 10 minutes as I best could, and then I left off, for I was talking nonsense. No, I was not formed for Parliament. I could do nothing there. What was I to do? Many times I thought this question over, but was unable to solve it. A fear now stole over me that I was unfit for anything in the world, save the lazy life of vegetation which I had for many years been leading. Yet, if that were the case, thought I, why the craving within me to distinguish myself? Surely it does not occur fortuitously, but is intended to rouse and call into exercise certain latent powers that I possess? And then, with infinite eagerness, I set about attempting to discover these latent powers. I tried an infinity of pursuits, botany and geology amongst the rest, but in vain. I was fitted for none of them. I became very sorrowful and despondent, and at one time I had almost resolved to plunge again into the whirlpool of dissipation. It was a dreadful resource, it was true, but what better could I do? But I was not doomed to return to the dissipation of the world. One morning a young nobleman, who had for some time past showed a wish to cultivate my acquaintance, came to me in a considerable hurry. "I am come to beg an important favor of you," said he. "One of the county memberships is vacant. I intend to become a candidate. What I want immediately is a spirited address to the electors. I have been endeavoring to frame one all the morning, but in vain. I have, therefore, recourse to you as a person of infinite genius. Pray, my dear friend, concoct me one by the morning." "What you require of me," I replied, "is impossible. I have not the gift of words. Did I possess it, I would stand for the county myself, but I can't speak. Only the other day I attempted to make a speech, but left off suddenly, utterly ashamed, although I was quite alone, of the nonsense I was uttering." "It is not a speech that I want," said my friend. "I can talk for 3 hours without hesitating, but I want an address to circulate through the county, and I find myself utterly incompetent to put one together. Do oblige me by writing one for me. I know you can, and if at any time you want a person to speak for you, you may command me, not for 3, but for 6 hours. Good morning. Tomorrow I will breakfast with you." In the morning he came. Again. "Well," said he, "what success?" "Very poor," said I, "but judge for yourself." And I put into his hand a manuscript of several pages. My friend read it through with considerable attention. "I congratulate you," said he, "and likewise myself. I was not mistaken in my opinion of you. The address is too long by at least 2/3, or I should rather say that it is longer by 2/3 than addresses generally are. But it will do. I will not curtail it of a word. I shall win my election." And in truth he did win his election, and it was not only his own, but the general opinion that he owed it to the address. But, however that might be, I had, by writing the address, at last discovered what had so long eluded my search, what I was able to do. I, who had neither the nerve nor the command of speech necessary to constitute the orator, who had not the power of patient research required by those who would investigate the secrets of nature, had nevertheless a ready pen and teeming imagination. This discovery decided my fate. From that moment I became an author. Chapter 6. Trepidations. Subtle principle. Perverse imagination. Are they mine? Another book. How hard. Agricultural dinner. Incomprehensible actions. Inmost bosom. Give it up. Chance resemblance. Rascally newspaper. "An author," said I, addressing my host. "Is it possible that I am under the roof of an author?" "Yes." said my host, sighing. "My name is so-and-so, and I am the author of so-and-so. It is more than probable that you have heard both of my name and works. I will not detain you much longer with my history. The night is advancing, and the storm appears to be upon the increase. My life since the period of my becoming an author may be summed briefly as an almost uninterrupted series of doubts, anxieties, and trepidations. I see clearly that it is not good to love anything immoderately in this world, but it has been my misfortune to love immoderately everything on which I have set my heart. This is not good, I repeat, but where is the remedy? The ancients were always in the habit of saying, 'Practice moderation.' But the ancients appear to have considered only one portion of the subject. It is very possible to practice moderation in some things, in drink and the like, to restrain the appetites, but can a man restrain the affections of his mind? And tell them, so far you shall go, and no farther. Alas, no, for the mind is a subtle principle, and cannot be confined. The winds may be imprisoned. Homer says that Odysseus carried certain winds in his ship, confined in leathern bags, but Homer never speaks of confining the affections. It were but right that those who exhort us against inordinate affections, and setting our hearts too much upon the world and its vanities, would tell us how to avoid doing so. I need scarcely tell you that no sooner did I become an author than I gave myself up immoderately to my vocation. It became my idol, and, as a necessary consequence, it has proved a source of misery and disquietude to me, instead of pleasure and blessing. I had trouble enough in writing my first work, and I was not long in discovering that it was one thing to write a stirring and spirited address to a set of county electors, and another widely different to produce a work at all, calculated to make an impression upon the great world. I felt, however, that I was in my proper sphere, and by dint of unwearied diligence and exertion, I succeeded in evolving from the depths of my agitated breast a work which, though it did not exactly please me, I thought would serve to make an experiment upon the public. So I laid it before the public, and the reception which it met with was far beyond my wildest expectations. The public were delighted with it, but what were my feelings? Anything, alas, but those of delight. No sooner did the public express its satisfaction at the result of my endeavors than my perverse imagination began to conceive 1,000 chimerical doubts. Forthwith I sat down to analyze it, and my worst enemy, and all people have their enemies, especially authors, my worst enemy could not have discovered or sought to discover a 10th part of the faults which I, the author and creator of the unfortunate production, found or sought to find in it. It has been said that love makes us blind to the faults of the loved object. Common love does. Perhaps the love of a father to his child, or that of a lover to his mistress, but not the inordinate love of an author to his works. At least not the love which one like myself bears to his works. To be brief, I discovered 1,000 faults in my work, which neither public nor critics discovered. However, I was beginning to get over this misery, and to forgive my work all its imperfections, when and I shake when I mention it the same kind of idea which perplexed me with regard to the hawks and the gypsy pony rushed into my mind, and I forthwith commenced touching the objects around me, in order to baffle the evil chance, as you call it. It was neither more nor less than a doubt of the legality of my claim to the thoughts, expressions, and situations contained in the book. That is, how did I get them? How did they come into my mind? Did I invent them? Did they originate with myself? Are they my own, or are they some other body's? You see into what difficulty I had got. I won't trouble you by relating all that I endured at that time, but will merely say that after eating my own heart, as the Italians say, and touching every object that came in my way for 6 months, I at length flung my book, I mean the copy of it, which I possessed, into the fire, and began another. But it was all in vain. I labored at this other, finished it, and gave it to the world. And no sooner had I done so than the same thought was busy in my brain, poisoning all the pleasure which I should otherwise have derived from my work. How did I get all the matter which composed it? Out of my own mind, unquestionably. But how did it come there? Was it the indigenous growth of the mind? And then I would sit down and ponder over the various scenes and adventures in my book, endeavoring to ascertain how I came originally to devise them, and by dint of reflecting I remembered that to a single word in conversation, or some simple accident in a street or on a road, I was indebted for some of the happiest portions of my work. They were but tiny seeds, it is true, which in the soil of my imagination had subsequently become stately trees, but I reflected that, without them no stately trees would have been produced, and that at world for the did charm, the world was due to myself. Thus a dead fly was in my file, poisoning all the pleasure which I should otherwise have derived from the result of my brain sweat. How hard! I would exclaim, looking up to the sky, how hard! I am like Virgil's sheep, bearing fleeces not for themselves. But, not to tire you, it fared with my second work as it did with my first. I flung it aside, and, in order to forget it, I began a third, on which I am now occupied. But the difficulty of writing it is immense, my extreme desire to be original sadly cramping the powers of my mind, my fastidiousness being so great that I invariably reject whatever ideas I do not think to be legitimately my own. But there is one circumstance to which I cannot help alluding here, as it serves to show what miseries this love of originality must needs bring upon an author. I am constantly discovering that however original I may wish to be, I am continually producing the same things which other people say or write. Whenever, after producing something which gives me perfect satisfaction, and which has cost me perhaps days and nights of brooding, I chance to take up a book for the sake of a little relaxation, a book which I never saw before, I am sure to find in it something more or less resembling some part of what I have been just composing. You will easily conceive the distress which then comes over me. 'Tis then that I am almost tempted to execrate the chance, which, by discovering my latent powers, induced me to adopt a profession of such anxiety and misery. For some time past I have given up reading almost entirely, owing to the dread which I entertain of lighting upon something similar to what I myself have written. I scarcely ever transgress without having almost instant reason to repent. Today, when I took up the newspaper, I saw in a speech of the Duke of Rhododendron at an agricultural dinner the very same ideas and almost the same expressions which I had put into the mouth of an imaginary personage of mine on a widely different occasion. You saw how I dashed the newspaper down. You saw how I tashed the newspaper down. You saw how I touched the floor. The touch was to baffle the evil chance, to prevent the critics detecting any similarity between the speech of the Duke of Rhododendron at the agricultural dinner and the speech of my personage. My sensibility on the subject of my writings is so great that sometimes a chance word is sufficient to unman me. I apply it to them in a superstitious sense. For example, when you said some time ago that the dark hour was coming on, I applied it to my works. It appeared to bode them evil fortune. You saw how I touched. It was to baffle the evil chance. But I do not confine myself to touching when the fear of the evil chance is upon me. To baffle it, I occasionally perform actions which must appear highly incomprehensible. I have been known, when riding in company with other people, to leave the direct road and make a long circuit by a miry lane to the place to which we were going. I have also been seen attempting to ride across a morass where I had no business whatever, and in which my horse finally sank up to its saddle girths and was only extricated by the help of a multitude of hands. I have, of course, frequently been asked the reason of such conduct, to which I have invariably returned no answer, for I scorn duplicity, whereupon people have looked mysteriously and sometimes put their fingers to their foreheads. And yet it can't be. I once heard an old gentleman say, "Don't we know what he is capable of?" And the old man was right. I merely did these things to avoid the evil chance, impelled by the strange feeling within me. And this evil chance is invariably connected with my writings, the only things at present which render life valuable to me. If I touch various objects, and ride into miry places, it is to baffle any mischance befalling me as an author, to prevent my books getting into disrepute. In 9 cases out of 10, to prevent any expressions, thoughts, or situations in any work which I am writing from resembling the thoughts, expressions, and situations of other authors, for my great wish, as I told you before, is to be original. I have now related my history, and have revealed to you the secrets of my inmost bosom. I should certainly not have spoken so unreservedly as I have done, had I not discovered in you a kindred spirit. I have long wished for an opportunity of discoursing on the point which forms the peculiar feature of my history with the being who could understand me, and truly it was a lucky chance which brought you to these parts, you who seem to be acquainted with all things strange and singular, and who are as well acquainted with the subject of the magic touch as with all that relates to the star Jupiter or the mysterious tree at Upsal. Such was the story which my host related to me in the library, amidst the darkness, occasionally broken by flashes of lightning. Both of us remained silent for some time after it was concluded. "It is a singular story," said I, at last, though I confess that I was prepared for some part of it. "Will you permit me to ask you a question?" "Certainly," said my host. "Did you never speak in public?" said I. "Never." "And when you made this speech of yours in the dining room, commencing with Mr. Speaker, no one was present?" "None in the world." I double-locked the door. "What do you mean?" An idea came into my head. Dear me, how the rain is pouring! But with respect to your present troubles and anxieties, would it not be wise, seeing that authorship causes you so much trouble and anxiety, to give it up altogether? "Were you an author yourself," replied my host, "you would not talk in this manner." "Once an author, ever an author besides, what could I do? Return to my former state of vegetation? No, much as I endure. I do not wish that. Besides, every now and then my reason tells me that these troubles and anxieties of mine are utterly without foundation, that whatever I write is the legitimate growth of my own mind, and that it is the height of folly to a folly to myself that any chance resemblance between my own thoughts and those of other writers, such resemblance being inevitable from the fact of our common human origin. In short, I understand you," said I. "Notwithstanding your troubles and anxieties, you find life very tolerable. Has your originality ever been called in question?" "On the contrary, everyone declares that originality constitutes the most remarkable feature of my writings. The man has some faults, they say, but want of originality is certainly not one of them. He is quite different from others. A certain newspaper, it is true, the I Think, once insinuated that in a certain work of mine I had taken a hint or two from the writings of a couple of authors which it mentioned. It happened, however, that I had never even read one syllable of the writings of either, and of one of them had never even heard the name. So much for the discrimination of, by the by, what a rascally newspaper that is." "A very rascally newspaper," said I. Chapter 67. Disturbed slumbers. The bedpost. 2 wizards. What can I do? Real library. The Reverend Mr. Platitude. Toleration to dissenters. Paradox, sword of St. Peter, enemy to humbug. High principles, false concord. The damsel. What religion? Further conversation. That would never do. During the greater part of that night my slumbers were disturbed by strange dreams. Amongst other things, I fancied that I was my host. My head appeared to be teeming with wild thoughts and imaginations, out of which I was endeavoring to frame a book. And now the book was finished and given to the world, and the world shouted, and all eyes were turned upon me, and I shrank from the eyes of the world. And when I got into retired places, I touched various objects in order to baffle the evil chance. In short, during the whole night, I was acting over the story which I had heard before I went to bed. At about 8 o'clock I awoke. The storm had long since passed away, and the morning was bright and shining. My couch was so soft and luxurious that I felt loth to quit it, so I lay some time, my eyes wandering about the magnificent room to which fortune had conducted me in so singular a manner. At last I heaved a sigh. I was thinking of my own homeless condition, and imagining where I should find myself on the following morning, unwilling, however, to indulge in melancholy thoughts. I sprang out of bed and proceeded to dress myself, and, whilst dressing, I felt an irresistible inclination to touch the bedpost. I finished dressing and left the room, feeling compelled, however, as I left it, to touch the lintel of the door. Is it possible, thought I, that from what I have lately heard the long-forgotten influence should have possessed me again? But I will not give way to it. So I hurried downstairs, resisting as I went a certain inclination which I occasionally felt to touch the rail of the banister. I was presently upon the gravel walk before the house. It was indeed a glorious morning. I stood for some time observing the golden fish disporting in the waters of the pond, and then strolled about amongst the noble trees of the park. The beauty and freshness of the morning, for the air had been considerably cooled by the late storm, soon enabled me to cast away the gloomy ideas which had previously taken possession of my mind, and, after a stroll of about half an hour, I returned towards the house in high spirits. It is true that once I felt very much inclined to go and touch the leaves of a flowery shrub which I saw at some distance, and had even moved 2 or 3 paces towards it. But, bethinking myself, I manfully resisted the temptation. "Begone!" I exclaimed. "Yea, sorceries, in which I formerly trusted, begone forever vagaries which I had almost forgotten. Good luck is not to be obtained, or bad averted by magic touches. Besides, 2 wizards in 1 parish would be too much in all conscience." I returned to the house and entered the library. Breakfast was laid on the table, and my friend was standing before the portrait which I have already said hung above the mantelpiece. So intently was he occupied in gazing at it that he did not hear me enter, nor was aware of my presence till I advanced close to him and spoke, when he turned round and shook me by the hand. "What can possibly have induced you to hang up that portrait in your library? It is a staring likeness, it is true, but it appears to me a wretched daub." "Daub, as you call it," said my friend, smiling. "I would not part with it for the best piece of Raphael. For many a happy thought I am indebted to that picture. It is my principal source of inspiration. When my imagination flags, as of course it occasionally does, I stare upon those features, and forthwith strange ideas of fun and drollery begin to flow into my mind. These I round, amplify, or combine into goodly creations, and bring forth as I find an opportunity. It is true that I am occasionally tormented by the thought that, by doing this, I am committing plagiarism, though, in that case, all thoughts must be plagiarisms, all that we think being the result of what we hear, see, or feel. What can I do? I must derive my thoughts from some source or other, and, after all, it is better to plagiarize from the features of my landlord than from the works of Butler and Cervantes. My works, as you are aware, are of a serio-comic character. My neighbors are of opinion that I am a great reader, and so I am, but only of those features my real library is that picture. "But how did you obtain it?" said I. "Some years ago a traveling painter came into this neighborhood, and my jolly host, at the request of his wife, consented to sit for his portrait. She highly admired the picture, but she soon died, and then my fat friend, who was of an affectionate disposition, said he could not bear the sight of it, as it put him in mind of his poor wife. I purchased it of him for £5. I would not take 5,000 for it. When you called that picture a daub, you did not see all the poetry of it." We sat down to breakfast. My entertainer appeared to be in much better spirits than on the preceding day. I did not observe him touch once. Ere breakfast was over, a servant entered. "The Reverend Mr. Platitude, sir," said he. A shade of dissatisfaction came over the countenance of my host. "What does the silly pestilent fellow mean by coming here?" said he, half to himself. "Let him. "Come in," said he to the servant. The servant went out and in a moment reappeared, introducing the Reverend Mr. Platitude. The Reverend Mr. Platitude, having what is vulgarly called a game leg, came shambling into the room. He was about 30 years of age and about 5 feet 3 inches high. His face was of the color of pepper and nearly as rugged as a nutmeg grater. His hair was black. With his eyes he squinted and grinned with his lips, which were very much apart, disclosing 2 very irregular rows of teeth. He was dressed in the true Levitical fashion, in a suit of spotless black and a neckerchief of spotless white. The Reverend Mr. Platitude advanced winking and grinning to my entertainer, who received him politely but with evident coldness. Nothing daunted, however, the Reverend Mr. Platitude took a seat by the table, and, being asked to take a cup of coffee, winked, grinned, and consented. In company, I am occasionally subject to fits of what is generally called absence. My mind takes flight and returns to former scenes, or presses forward into the future. One of these fits of absence came over me at this time. I looked at the Reverend Mr. Platitude for a moment, heard a word or two that proceeded from his mouth, and saying to myself, "You are no man for me," fell into a fit of musing into the same train of thought as in the morning. No very pleasant one. I was thinking of the future. I continued in my reverie for some time, and probably should have continued longer, had I not been suddenly aroused by the voice of Mr. Platitude raised to a very high key. "Yes, my dear sir," said he, "it is but too true. I have it on good authority. A gone church, a lost church, a ruined church, a demolished church is the Church of England. Toleration to dissenters. Oh, monstrous!" "I suppose," said my host, "that the repeal of the Test Acts will be merely a precursor of the emancipation of the Papists?" "Of the Catholics," said the Reverend Mr. Platitude. "Ahem. There was a time, as I believe you are aware, my dear sir, when I was as much opposed to the emancipation of the Catholics as it was possible for anyone to be, but I was prejudiced, my dear sir, laboring under a cloud of most unfortunate prejudice, but I thank my Maker I am so no longer. I have traveled, as you are aware. It is only by traveling that one can rub off prejudices. I think you will agree with me there. I am speaking to a traveler. I left behind all my prejudices in Italy. The Catholics are at least our fellow Christians. I thank Heaven that I am no longer an enemy to Catholic emancipation. And yet you would not tolerate dissenters? Dissenters, my dear sir. I hope you would not class such a set as the dissenters with Catholics?" "Perhaps it would be unjust," said my host. "Lo, to which of the two parties is another thing. But permit me to ask you a question. Does it not smack somewhat of paradox to talk of Catholics whilst you admit there are dissenters? If there are dissenters, how should there be Catholics?" "It is not my fault that there are dissenters," said the Reverend Mr. Platitude. "If I had my will, I would neither admit there were any, nor permit any to be." "Of course you would admit there were such as long as they existed, but how would you get rid of them?" "I would have the Church exert its authority." "What do you mean by exerting its authority?" "I would not have the Church bear the sword in vain." "What, the sword of St. Peter?" "You remember what the founder of the religion which you profess said about the sword, 'He who striketh with it.' I think those who have called themselves the Church have had enough of the sword. Two can play with the sword, Mr. Platitude. The Church of Rome tried this sword with the Lutherans. How did it fare with the Church of Rome? The Church of England tried the sword, Mr. Platitude, with the Puritans. How did it fare with Laud and Charles?" "Oh, as for the Church of England," said Mr. Platitude, "I have little to say. Thank God, I left all my Church of England prejudices in Italy. Had the Church of England known its true interests, it would long ago have sought a reconciliation with its illustrious mother. If the Church of England had not been in some degree a schismatic church, it would not have fared so ill at the time of which you are speaking. The rest of the Church would have come to its assistance. The Irish would have helped it, so with the French, so with the Portuguese. Disunion has always been the bane of the Church. Once more I fell into a reverie. My mind now reverted to the past. Methought I was in a small comfortable room wainscoted with of wine and fruit. On the other side of the fire sat a man in a plain suit of brown, with the hair combed back from his somewhat high forehead. He had a pipe in his mouth, which for some time he smoked gravely and placidly, without saying a word. At length, after drawing at the pipe for some time rather vigorously, he removed it from his mouth, and, immediate cloud of hay, when I awoke from my reverie, the Reverend Mr. Platitude was quitting the apartment. "Who is that person?" said I to my entertainer as the door closed behind him. "Who is he?" said my host. "Why, the Reverend Mr. Platitude. Does he reside in this neighborhood?" "He holds a living about 3 miles from here. His history, as far as I am acquainted with it, is as follows. His father was a respectable tanner in the neighboring town, who, wishing to make his son a gentleman, sent him to college. Having never been at college myself, I cannot say whether he took the wisest course. I believe it is more easy to unmake than to make a gentleman. I have known many gentlemanly youths go to college and return anything but what they went. Young Mr. Platitude did not go to college, a gentleman, but neither did he return one. He went to college an ass, and returned a prig. To his original folly was superadded a vast quantity of conceit. He told his father that he had adopted high principles and was determined to discountenance everything low and mean, advised him to eschew trade and to purchase him a living. The old man retired from business, purchased his son a living, and shortly after died, leaving him what remained of his fortune. The first thing the Reverend Mr. Platitude did, after his father's decease, was to send his mother and sister into Wales to live upon a small annuity, assigning as a reason that he was averse to anything low, and that they talked ungrammatically. Wishing to shine in the pulpit, he now preached high sermons, as he called them, interspersed with scraps of learning. His sermons did not, however, procure him much popularity. On the contrary, his church soon became nearly deserted, the greater part of his flock going over to certain dissenting preachers who had shortly before made their appearance in the neighborhood. Mr. Platitude was filled with wrath, and abused dissenters in most unmeasured terms. Coming in contact with some of the preachers at a public meeting, he was rash enough to enter into argument with them. Poor Platitude! He had better have been quiet. He appeared like child, a very infant, in their grasp. He attempted to take shelter under his college learning, but found, to his dismay, that his opponents knew more Greek and Latin than himself. These illiterate boors, as he had supposed them, caught him at once in a false concord, and Mr. Platitude had to slink home overwhelmed with shame. To avenge himself, he applied to the ecclesiastical court, but was told that the dissenters could not be put down by the present ecclesiastical law. He found the Church of England, to use his own expression, a poor, powerless, restricted church. He now thought to improve his consequence by marriage, and made up to a rich and beautiful young lady in the neighborhood. The damsel measured him from head to foot with a pair of very sharp eyes, dropped a curtsy, and refused him. Mr. Platitude, finding England a very stupid place, determined to travel. He went to Italy. How he passed his time there he knows best. To other people, it is a matter of little importance. At the end of 2 years, he returned with a real or assumed contempt for everything English, and especially for the church to which he belongs and out of which he is supported. He forthwith gave out that he had left behind him all his Church of England prejudices, and, as a proof thereof, spoke against sacerdotal wedlock and the toleration of schismatics. In an evil hour for myself, he was introduced to me by a clergyman of my acquaintance, and from that time I have been pestered, as I was this morning, at least once a week. I seldom enter into any discussion with him, but fix my eyes on the portrait over the mantelpiece and endeavor to conjure up some comic idea or situation, whilst he goes on talking tomfoolery by the hour about church authority, schismatics, and the unlawfulness of sacerdotal wedlock. Occasionally he brings with him a strange kind of being whose acquaintance he says he made in Italy. I believe he is some sharking priest who has come over to proselytize and plunder. This being has some powers of conversation and some learning, but carries the countenance of an arch-villain. Platitude is evidently his tool. "Of what religion are you?" said I to my host. "That of the Vicar of Wakefield, good, quiet Church of England, which would live and let live, practices charity, and rails at no one, where the priest is the husband of one wife, takes care of his family and his parish. Such is the religion for me, though I confess I have hitherto thought too little of religious matters. When, however, I have completed this plaguy work on which I am engaged, I hope to be able to devote more attention to them." After some further conversation, the subjects being, if I remember right, college education, priggism, church authority, tomfoolery, and the like, I rose and said to my host, "I must now leave you." "Whither are you going?" "I do not know." "Stay here, then you shall be welcome as many days, months, and years as you please to stay. Do you think I would hang upon another man? No, not if he were emperor of all the Chinas. I will now make my preparations, and then bid you farewell." I retired to my apartment and collected the handful of things which I carried with me on my travels. "I will walk a little way with you," said my friend on my return. He walked with me to the park gate. Neither of us said anything by the way. When we had come upon the road, I said, "Farewell now. I will not permit you to give yourself any further trouble on my account. Receive my best thanks for your kindness. Before we part, however, I should wish to ask you a question. Do you think you shall ever grow tired of authorship?" "I have my fears," said my friend, advancing his hand to one of the iron bars of the gate. "Don't touch," said I. "It is a bad habit." I have but one word to add. Should you ever grow tired of authorship, follow your first idea of getting into Parliament. You have words enough at command. Perhaps you want manner and method, but in that case you must apply to a teacher. You must take lessons of a master of elocution." "That would never do," said my host. "I know myself too well to think of applying for assistance to anyone. Were I to become a parliamentary orator, I should wish to be an original one, even if not above mediocrity. What pleasure should I take in any speech I might make, however original as to thought, provided the gestures I employed and the very modulation of my voice were not my own? Take lessons indeed! Why, the fellow who taught me, the professor, might be standing in the gallery whilst I spoke, and, at the best parts of my speech, might say to himself, 'That gesture is mine, that modulation is mine.' I could not bear the thought of such a thing. Farewell, said I, and may you prosper. I have nothing more to say. I departed. At the distance of 20 yards, I turned round suddenly. My friend was just withdrawing his finger from the bar of the gate. Titcher, my friend was just withdrawing his finger from the bar of the gate. Page .69.jpg. He has been touching, said I, as I proceeded on my way. I wonder what was the evil chance he wished to baffle. Chapter 68. Elastic step, disconsolate party, not the season, mend your draught, good ale, crotchet, hammer and tongs, schoolmaster, true Eden life, flaming Timon, twice my size, hard at work. My poor wife, grey Molave, a Bible, half and half, what to do half inclined, in no time, on one condition, don't stare like the wind. After walking some time, I found myself on the great road at the same spot where I had turned aside the day before with my new-made acquaintance in the direction of his house. I now continued my journey as before, towards the north. The weather, though beautiful, was much cooler than it had been for some time past. I walked at a great rate, with a springing and elastic step. In about 2 hours I came to where a kind of cottage stood a little way back from the road, with a huge oak before it, under the shade of which stood a little pony and a cart, which seemed to contain various articles. I was going past when I saw scrawled over the door of the cottage, "Good beer sold here," upon which, feeling myself all of a sudden very thirsty, I determined to go in and taste the beverage. Picture, I was going past when I saw scrawled over the door of the cottage, "Good beer sold here." Page 371.jpg. I entered a well-sanded kitchen and seated myself on a bench on one side of a long white table. The other side, which was nearest to the wall, was occupied by a party, or rather family, consisting of a grimy-looking man, somewhat under the middle size, dressed in faded velveteens and wearing a leather apron, a rather pretty-looking woman, but sunburnt and meanly dressed, and two ragged children, a boy and girl, about 4 or 5 years old. The man sat with his eyes fixed upon the table, supporting his chin with both his hands. The woman, who was next him, sat quite still, save that occasionally she turned a glance upon her husband with eyes that appeared to have been lately crying. The children had none of the vivacity so general at their age. A more disconsolate family I had never seen. A mug, which, when filled, might contain half a pint, stood empty before them. A very disconsolate party indeed. "House," said I. "House." And then, as nobody appeared, I cried again as loud as I could, "House, do you hear me, House?" "What's your pleasure, young man?" said an elderly woman, who now made her appearance from a side apartment. "To taste your ale," said I. "How much?" said the woman, stretching out her hand towards the empty mug upon the table. "The largest measure full in your house," said I, putting back her hand gently. "This is not the season for half-pint mugs." "As you will, young man," said the landlady, and presently brought in an earthen pitcher which might contain about 3 pints, and which foamed and frothed withal. "Will this pay for it?" said I, putting down 6 pence. Picture, "Will this pay for it?" said I, putting down 6 pence, page 373.jpg. "I have to return you a penny," said the landlady, putting her hand into her pocket. "I want no change," said I, flourishing my hand with an air. "As you please, young gentleman," said the landlady, and then, making a kind of curtsy, she again retired to the side apartment. "Here is your health, sir," said I to the grimy-looking man, as I raised the pitcher to my lips. The tinker, for such I supposed him to be, without altering his posture, raised his eyes, looked at me for a moment, gave a slight nod, and then once more fixed his eyes upon the table. I took a draught of the ale, which I found excellent. "Won't you drink?" said I, holding the pitcher to the tinker. The man again lifted up his eyes, looked at me, and then at the pitcher, and then at me again. I thought at one time that he was about to shake his head in sign of refusal, but no, he looked once more at the pitcher, and the temptation was too strong. Slowly removing his head from his arms, he took the pitcher, sighed, nodded, and drank a tolerable quantity, and then set the pitcher down before me upon the table. "You had better mend your draught," said I to the tinker. "It is a sad heart that never rejoices." "That's true," said the tinker, and again raising the pitcher to his lips, he mended his draught as I had bidden him, drinking a larger quantity than before. "Pass it to your wife," said I. The poor woman took the pitcher from the man's hand. Before, however, raising it to her lips, she looked at the children. True mother's heart, thought I to myself, and taking the half-pint mug, I made her fill it and then held it to the children, causing each to take a draught. The woman wiped her eyes with the corner of her gown before she raised the pitcher and drank to my health. In about 5 minutes, none of the family looked half so disconsolate as before, and the tinker and I were in deep discourse. Oh, genial and gladdening is the power of good ale, the true and proper drink of Englishmen. He is not deserving of the name of Englishman who speaketh against ale, that is, good ale, like that which has just made merry the hearts of this poor family, and yet there are beings, calling themselves Englishmen, who say that it is a sin to drink a cup of ale, and who, on coming to this passage, will be tempted to fling down the book and exclaim, "The man is evidently a bad man, for behold, by his own confession, he is not only fond of ale himself, but is in habit of tempting other people with it." Alas, alas! What a number of silly individuals there are in this world. I wonder what they would have had me do in this instance, given the afflicted family a cup of cold water. Go to! They could have found water in the road, for there was a pellucid spring only a few yards distant from the house, as they were well aware. But they wanted not water. What should I have given them? Meat and bread? Go to! They were not hungry. There was stifled sobbing in their bosoms, and the first mouthful of strong meat would have choked them. What should I have given them? Money. What right had I to insult them by offering them money? Advice. Words, words, words. Friends. There is a time for everything. There is a time for a cup of cold water. There is a time for strong meat and bread. There is a time for advice, and there is a time for ale. And I have generally found that the time for advice is after a cup of ale. I do not say many cups, the tongue then speaketh more smoothly, and the ear listeneth more benignantly. But why do I attempt to reason with you? Do I not know you for conceited creatures, with one idea, and that a foolish one, a crotchet, for the sake of which ye would sacrifice anything, religion if required, country? There, fling down my book. I do not wish ye to walk any farther in my company, unless you cast your nonsense away, which ye will never do, for it is the breath of your nostrils. Fling down my book. It was not written to support a crotchet. For no one thing, my good people, I have invariably been an enemy to humbug. Well, said the tinker, after we had discoursed some time, little thought, when I first saw you, that you were of my own trade, myself. Nor am I, at least not exactly. There is not much difference, 'tis true, between a tinker and a smith. Tinker. You are a whitesmith, then? Myself. Not I. I'd scorn to be anything so mean. No, friend, black's the color. I am a brother of the horseshoe. Success to the hammer and tongs. Tinker. Well, I shouldn't have thought you had been a blacksmith by your hands. Myself. I have seen them, however, as black as yours. The truth is, I have not worked for many a day. Tinker. Where did you serve first? Myself. In Ireland. Tinker. That's a good way off, isn't it? Myself. Not very far. Over those mountains to the left, and the run of salt water that lies behind them, there's Ireland. Tinker. It's a fine thing to be a scholar. Myself. Not half so fine as to be a tinker. Tinker. How you talk! Myself. Nothing but the truth. What can be better than to be one's own master? Now a tinker is his own master, a scholar is not. Let us suppose the best of scholars, a schoolmaster, for example, for I suppose you will admit that no one can be higher in scholarship than a schoolmaster. Do you call his a pleasant life? I don't. We should call him a school slave rather than a schoolmaster. Only conceive him in blessed weather like this, in his close school, teaching children to write in copybooks. Evil communication corrupts good manners, or you cannot touch pitch without defilement, or to spell out of abecedariums, or to read out of Jack Smith or Sandford and Merton. Only conceive him, I say, drudging in such guise from morning till night, without any rational enjoyment but to beat the children. Would you compare such a dog's life as that with your own, the happiest under heaven, true Eden life, as the Germans would say, pitching your tent under the pleasant hedgerows, listening to the song of the feathered tribes, collecting all the leaky kettles in the neighborhood, soldering and joining, earning your honest bread by the wholesome sweat of your brow, making 10 holes. Hey, what's this? What's the man crying for? Suddenly the tinker had covered his face with his hands and begun to sob and moan like a man in the deepest distress. The breast of his wife was heaved with emotion. Even the children were agitated. The youngest began to roar. Myself, what's the matter with you? What are you all crying about? Tinker uncovering his face. Lord, why to hear you talk? Isn't that enough to make anybody cry, even the poor babes? Yes, you said right. 'Tis life in the Garden of Eden, the tinker's. I see so now that I'm about to give it up. Myself, give it up. You must not think of such a thing. Tinker, no, I can't bear to think of it, and yet I must. What's to be done? How hard to be frightened to death, to be driven off the roads. Myself, who has driven you off the roads? Tinker, who? The flaming Tineman. Myself, who is he? Tinker, the biggest rogue in England, and the cruelest, or he wouldn't have served me as he has done. I'll tell you all about it. I was born upon the roads, and so was my father before me, and my mother too, and I worked with them as long as they lived, as a dutiful child, for I have nothing to reproach myself with on their account. And when my father died, I took up the business, and went his beat, and supported my mother for the little time she lived, and when she died, I married this young woman who was not born upon the roads, but was a small tradesman's daughter at Gloucester. She had a kindness for me, and, notwithstanding her friends were against the match, she married the poor tinker, and came to live with him upon the roads. Well, young man, for 6 or 7 years, I is the happiest fellow breathing, living just the life you described just now, respected by everybody in this beat, when in an evil hour comes this blackjack, this flaming tin man, into these parts, driven, as they say, out of Yorkshire for no good, you may be sure. Now there is no beat will support 2 tinkers, as you doubtless know. Mine was a good one, but it would not support the flying tinker and myself, though if it would have supported 20, it would have been all the same to the flying villain, who'll brook no one but himself. So he presently finds me out, and offers to fight me for the beat. Now, being bred upon the roads, I can fight a little, that is, with anything like my match, but I was not going to fight him, who happens to be twice my size, and so I told him. Whereupon he knocks me down, and would have done me farther mischief, had not some men been nigh and prevented him, so he threatened to cut my throat, and went his way. Well, I did not like such usage at all, and was woundily frightened, and tried to keep as much out of his way as possible, going anywhere but where I thought I was likely to meet him. And sure enough, for several months I contrived to keep out of his way. At last somebody told me that he was gone back to Yorkshire, whereupon I was glad at heart, and ventured to show myself, going here and there as I did before. Well, young man, it was yesterday that I and mine set ourselves down in a lane about 5 miles from here, and lighted our fire, and had our dinner. And after dinner I sat down to mend 3 kettles and a frying pan, which the people in the neighborhood had given me to mend for. As I told you before, I have a good connection, owing to my honesty. Well, as I sat there hard at work, happy as the days long, and thinking of anything but what was to happen, who should come up but this blackjack, this king of the tinkers, rattling along in his cart, with his wife that they call Grey Mole by his side, for the villain has got a wife, and a maidservant too. The last I never saw, but they that has, says that she is as big as a house, and young, and well to look at, which can't be all said of Mole, who, though she's big enough in all conscience, is neither young nor handsome. Well, no sooner does he see me and mine, than giving the reins to Grey Mole, he springs out of his cart, and comes straight at me. Not a word did he say, but on he comes straight at me like a wild bull. I am a quiet man, young fellow, but I saw now that quietness would be of no use, so I sprang up upon my legs, and being bred upon the roads, and able to fight a little, I squared as he came running in upon me, and had a round or 2 with him. Lord bless you, young man, it was like a fly fighting with an elephant, one of those big beasts the show folks carry about. I had not a chance with the fellow. He knocked me here, he knocked me there, knocked me into the hedge, and knocked me out again. I was at my last shifts, and my poor wife saw it. Now my poor wife, though she is as gentle as a pigeon, has yet a spirit of her own, and though she wasn't bred upon the roads, can scratch a little. So when she saw me at my last shifts, she flew at the villain she couldn't bear to see her partner murdered, and scratched the villain's face. Lord bless you, young man, she had better have been quiet. Grey Mole no sooner saw what she was about than, springing out of the cart where she had sat all along perfectly quiet, save a little whooping and screeching to encourage her blade, Grey Mole, I say my flesh creeps when I think of it, for I am a kind husband and love my poor wife, myself. Take another draught of the ale. You look frightened, and it will do you good. Stout liquor makes stout heart, as the man says in the play. Tinker, that's true, young man. Here's to you. Where was I? Grey Mole no sooner saw what my wife was about than, springing out of the cart, she flew at my poor wife, clawed off her bonnet in a moment, and seized hold of her hair. Lord bless you, young man, my poor wife, in the hands of Grey Mole, was nothing better than a pigeon in the claws of a buzzard hawk, or I in the hands of the flaming tin man, which when I saw, my heart was fit to burst, and I determined to give up everything to save my poor wife out of Grey Mole's claws. Hold, I shouted, hold both of you, Jack Mole. Hold both of you, for God's sake, and I'll do what you will. Give up trade, and business, connection, bread, and everything. Never more travel the roads, and go down on my knees to you in the bargain. Well, this had some effect. Mole let go my wife, and the blazing tinman stopped for a moment. It was only for a moment, however, that he left off all of a sudden. He hit me a blow, which sent me against a tree. And what did the villain then? Why, the flying villain seized me by the throat, and almost throttled me, roaring. What do you think, young man, that the flaming villain roared out? Myself, I really don't know. Something horrible, I suppose. Tinker, horrible indeed. You may well say horrible, young man. Neither more nor less than the Bible, a Bible, a Bible, roared the blazing tin man, and he pressed my throat so hard against the tree that my senses began to dwell away. A Bible, still ringing in my ears. Now, Wime, our poor wife, is a Christian woman, and at quoptal mutter, with anything she draught with her from the place of her kith and kin, save her own body and the clothes on her back. So my poor wife, half distracted, runs to her sack, pulls out the Bible, and puts it into the hand of the blazing tin man, who then thrust the end of it into my mouth with such fury that it made declade a pulled. It broke short one of my teeth. It had it would come my cried. Made me swear by the Bible and my own damnation, half throttled as I was, I can't go on myself. Take another draught, stout liquor, Tinker. I can't, young man, my heart's too full, and what's more, the pitcher is empty. Myself, and so he swore you, I suppose, on the Bible, to quit the roads? Tinker, you are right, he did so, the gypsy villain. Myself, gypsy. Is he a gypsy? Tinker, not exactly, what they call a half and half. His father was a gypsy, and his mother, like mine, one who walked the roads. Myself, is he of the Smiths, the Petulingers? Tinker, I say, young man, you know a thing or two. One would think, to hear you talk, you had been bred upon the roads. I thought none but those bred upon the roads knew anything of that name, Petulingers. No, not he. He fights the Petulingers whenever he meets them. He likes nobody but himself, and wants to be king of the roads. I believe he is a boss, or at any rate he's a bad one, as I know to my cost. Myself. And what are you going to do? Tinker. Do? You may well ask that. I don't know what to do. My poor wife and I have been talking of that all the morning, over that half-pint mug of beer. We can't determine on what's to be done. All we know is that we must quit the roads. The villain swore that the next time he saw us on the roads he'd cut all our throats and seize our horse and bit of a cart that are now standing out there under the tree. Myself. And what do you mean to do with your horse and cart, Tinker? Another question. What shall we do with our cart and pony? They are of no use to us now. Stay on the roads. I will not, both for my oath's sake and my own. If we had a trifle of money, we were thinking of going to Bristol, where I might get up a little business, but we have none. Our last 3 farthings we spent about the mug of beer. Myself. But why don't you sell your horse and cart, Tinker? Sell them. And who would buy them, unless someone who wished to set up in my line? But there's no beat. And what's the use of the horse and cart and the few tools without the beat? Myself. I'm half inclined to buy your cart and pony, and your beat too. Tinker, you. How came you to think of such a thing? Myself. Why, like yourself, I hardly know what to do. I want a home and work. As for a home, I suppose I can contrive to make a home out of your tent and cart. And as for work, I must learn to be a tinker. It would not be hard for one of my trade to learn to tinker. What better can I do? Would you have me go to Chester and work there now? I don't like the thoughts of it. If I go to Chester and work there, I can't be my own man. I must work under a master, and perhaps he and I should quarrel. And when I quarrel, I am apt to hit folks, and those that hit folks are sometimes sent to prison. I don't like the thought either of going to Chester or to Chester prison. What do you think I could earn at Chester, Tinker? A matter of 11 shillings a week if anybody would employ you, which I don't think they would with those hands of yours. But whether they would or not, if you are of a quarrelsome nature you must not go to Chester. You would be in the castle in no time. I don't know how to advise you. As for selling, you my stock, I'd see you farther first, for your own sake. Myself. Why, Tinker? Why? You would get your head knocked off. Suppose you were to meet him. Myself. Pooh, don't be afraid on my account. If I were to meet him, I could easily manage him one way or other. I know all kinds of strange words and names, and, as I told you before, I sometimes hit people when they put me out. Here the tinker's wife, who for some minutes past had been listening attentively to our discourse, interposed, saying, in a low, soft tone, I really don't see, John, why you shouldn't sell the young man the things. Seeing that he wishes for them, and is so confident, you have told him plainly how matters stand, and if anything ill should befall him, people couldn't lay the blame on you, but I don't think any ill will befall him. And who knows but God has sent him to our assistance in time of need? I'll hear of no such thing, said the tinker. I have drunk at the young man's expense, and though he says he's quarrelsome, I would not wish to sit in pleasanter company. A pretty fellow I should be now, if I were to let him follow his own will. If he once sets up on my beat, he's a lost man. His ribs will be stove in, and his head knocked off his shoulders. There, you are crying, but you shan't have your will, though. I won't be the young man's destruction, if indeed I thought he could manage the tinker. But he never can. He says he can hit, but it's no use hitting the tinker, crying still. You are enough to drive one mad. I say, young man, I believe you understand a thing or two. Just now you were talking of knowing hard words and names. I don't wish to send you to your mischief. You say you know hard words and names. Let us see. Only on one condition. I'll sell you the pony and things. As for the beat, it's gone, isn't? Mine sworn away by my own mouth. Tell me what's my name. If you can't, may I, myself. Don't swear, it's a bad habit, neither pleasant nor profitable. Your name is Slingsby, Jack Slingsby. There, don't stare, there's nothing in my telling you your name. I've been in these parts before, at least not very far from here. 10 years ago, when I was little more than a child, I was about 20 miles from here in a post-chaise at the door of an inn, and as I looked from the window of the chaise, I saw you standing by a gutter with a big tin ladle in your hand, and somebody called you. Jack Slingsby. And never forget anything I hear or see. I can't. I wish I could. So there's nothing strange in my knowing your name. Indeed, there's nothing strange in anything, provided you examine it to the bottom. Now what am I to give you for the things? I paid Slingsby £5 10 shillings for his stock in trade, cart, and pony, purchased sundry provisions of the landlady, also a wagoner's frock, which had belonged to a certain son of hers, deceased, gave my little animal a feed of corn, and prepared to depart. God bless you, young man, said Slingsby, shaking me by the hand. You are the best friend I've had for many a day. I have but one thing to tell you. Don't cross that fellow's path if you can help it. And stay should the pony refuse to go. Just touch him so, and he'll fly like the wind. Chapter 69. Effects of corn. One night longer, the hoofs, a stumble. Are you hurt? What a difference! Drowsy maze of bushes, housekeeping sticks and furs, the driftway, account of stock, anvil and bellows, 20 years. It was 2 or 3 hours past noon when I took my departure from the place of the last adventure, walking by the side of my little cart. The pony, invigorated by the corn, to which he was probably not much accustomed, proceeded right gallantly, so far from having to hasten him forward by the particular application which the tinker had pointed out to me. I had rather to repress his eagerness, being, though an excellent pedestrian, not unfrequently left behind. The country through which I passed was beautiful and interesting, but solitary. Few habitations appeared. As it was quite a matter of indifference to me in what direction I went, the whole world being before me, I allowed the pony to decide upon the matter. It was not long before he left the high road, being probably no friend to public places. I followed him. I knew not whither, but from subsequent observation have reason to suppose that our course was in a northwest direction. At length night came upon us, and a cold wind sprang up, which was succeeded by a drizzling rain. I had originally intended to pass the night in the cart, or to pitch my little tent on some convenient spot by the roadside, but, owing to the alteration in the weather, I thought that it would be advisable to take up my quarters in any hedge alehouse at which I might arrive. To tell the truth, I was not very sorry to have an excuse to pass the night once more beneath a roof. I had determined to live quite independent, but I had never before passed a night by myself abroad, and felt a little apprehensive at the idea. I hoped, however, on the morrow, to be a little more prepared for the step, so I determined for one night only, for one night longer, to sleep like a Christian. But human determinations are not always put into effect. Such a thing as opportunity is frequently wanting. Such was the case here. I went on for a considerable time in expectation of coming to some rustic hostelry, but nothing of the kind presented itself to my eyes. The country in which I now was seemed almost uninhabited. Not a house of any kind was to be seen. At least I saw none, though it is true, houses might be near without. Seeing them, owing to the darkness of the night, for neither moon nor star was abroad, I heard, occasionally, the bark of dogs, but the sound appeared to come from an immense distance. The rain still fell, and the ground beneath my feet was wet and miry. In short, it was a night in which even a tramper by profession would feel more comfortable in being housed than abroad. I followed in the rear of the cart, the pony still proceeding at a sturdy pace, till methought I heard other hoofs than those of my own nag. I listened for a moment, and distinctly heard the sound of hoofs approaching at a great rate, and evidently from the quarter towards which I and my little caravan were moving. We were in a dark lane, so dark that it was impossible for me to see my own hand. Apprehensive that some accident might occur, I ran forward, and seizing the pony by the bridle, drew him as near as I could to the hedge. On came the hoofs, trot, 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 and evidently more than those of one horse. Their speed as they advanced appeared to slacken. It was only, however, for a moment. I heard a voice cry, push on. This is a desperate robbing place. Never mind the dark." And the hoofs came on quicker than before. "Stop," said I at the top of my voice. "Stop." Or before I could finish what I was about to say, there was a stumble, a heavy fall, a cry, and a groan, and putting out my foot I felt what I conjecture to be the head of a horse stretched upon the road. "Lord have mercy upon us! What's the matter?" exclaimed a voice. "Spare my life!" cried another voice, apparently from the ground. "Only spare my life and take all I have." "Where are you, Master Wise?" cried the other voice. "Help! Here, Master Bat!" cried the voice from the ground. "Help me up, or I shall be murdered." "Why, what's the matter?" said Bat. "Someone has knocked me down and is robbing me," said the voice from the ground. "Help! Murder!" cried Bat, and regardless of the entreaties of the man on the ground that he would stay and help him up, he urged his horse forward and galloped away as fast as he could. I remained for some time quiet, listening to various groans and exclamations uttered by the person on the ground. At length I said, "Halloa! Are you hurt?" "Spare my life, and take all I have," said the voice from the ground. "Have they not done robbing you yet?" said I. "When they have finished, let me know, and I will come and help you." "Who is that?" said the voice. "Pray come and help me, and do me no mischief." "You were saying that someone was robbing you," said I. "Don't think I shall come till he is gone away." "Then you ben't he," said the voice. "Aren't you robbed?" said I. "Can't say I be," said the voice. "Not yet, at any rate. But who are you?" "I don't know you." "A traveler whom you and your partner were going to run over in this dark lane. You almost frightened me out of my senses." "Frightened," said the voice in a louder tone. "Frightened! Oh!" And thereupon I heard somebody getting upon his legs. This accomplished, the individual proceeded to attend to his horse, and with a little difficulty raised him upon his legs also. "Aren't you hurt?" said I. "Hurt," said the voice. "Not I, don't think it, whatever the horse may be. I tell you what, my fellow, I thought you were a robber, and now I find you are not. I have a good mind to do what? To serve you out. Aren't you ashamed?" "At what?" said I. "Not to have robbed you. Shall I set about it now?" "Ha! Ha!" said the man, dropping the bullying tone which he had assumed. "You are joking. Robbing! Who talks of robbing? I wonder how my horse's knees are. Not much hurt, I think, only mired." The man, whoever he was, then got upon his horse, and after moving him about a little, said, "Good night, friend. Where are you?" "Here I am," said I, "just behind you." "You are you? Take that." I know not what he did, but probably pricking his horse with the spur, the animal kicked out violently. One of his heels struck me on the shoulder, but luckily missed my face. I fell back with the violence of the blow, whilst the fellow scampered off at a great rate. Stopping at some distance, he loaded me with abuse, and then, continuing his way at a rapid trot, I heard no more of him. "What a difference," said I, getting up. "Last night I was feted in the hall of a rich genius, and tonight I am knocked down and mired in a dark lane by the heel of Master Wise's horse. I wonder who gave him that name. And yet he was wise enough to wreak his revenge upon me, and I was not wise enough to keep out of his way. Well, I am not much hurt, so it is of little consequence. I now bethought me that, as I had a carriage of my own, I might as well make use of it. I therefore got into the cart, and taking the reins in my hand, gave an encouraging cry to the pony, whereupon the sturdy little animal started again at as brisk a pace as if he had not already come many a long mile. I lay half reclining in the cart, holding the reins lazily, and allowing the animal to go just where he pleased, often wondering where he would conduct me. At length I felt drowsy, and my head sank upon my breast. I soon aroused myself, but it was only to doze again. This occurred several times. Opening my eyes after a doze somewhat longer than the others, I found that the drizzling rain had ceased. A corner of the moon was apparent in the heavens, casting a faint light. I looked around for a moment or two, but my eyes and brain were heavy with slumber, and I could scarcely distinguish where we were. I had a kind of dim consciousness that we were traversing an unenclosed country, perhaps a heath. I thought, however, that I saw certain large black objects looming in the distance, which I had a confused idea might be woods or plantations. The pony still moved at his usual pace. I did not find the jolting of the cart at all disagreeable, on the contrary. It had quite a somniferous effect upon me. Again my eyes closed. I opened them once more, but with less perception in them than before, looked forward, and muttering something about woodlands, I placed myself in an easier posture than I had hitherto done, and fairly fell asleep. How long I continued in that state I am unable to say, but I believe for a considerable time. I was suddenly awakened by the ceasing of the jolting to which I had become accustomed, and of which I was perfectly sensible in my sleep. I started up and looked around me. The moon was still shining, and the face of the heaven was studded with stars. I found myself amidst a maze of bushes of various kinds, but principally hazel and holly, through which was a path or driftway with grass growing on either side, upon which the pony was already diligently browsing. I conjectured that this place had been one of the haunts of his former master, and on dismounting and looking about, was strengthened in that opinion by finding a spot under an ash tree which, from its burnt and blackened appearance, seemed to have been frequently used as a fireplace. I will take up my quarters here, thought I. It is an excellent spot for me to commence my new profession in. I was quite right to trust myself to the guidance of the pony. Unharnessing the animal without delay, I permitted him to browse at free will on the grass, convinced that he would not wander far from a place to which he was so much attached. I then pitched the little tent close beside the ash tree to which I have alluded, and conveyed 2 or 3 articles into it, and instantly felt that I had commenced housekeeping for the first time in my life. Housekeeping, however, without a fire is a very sorry affair, something like the housekeeping of children in their toy houses. Of this I was the more sensible from feeling very cold and shivering, owing to my late exposure to the rain, and sleeping in the night air. Collecting, therefore, all the dry sticks and furs I could find, I placed them upon the fireplace, adding certain chips and a billet which I found in the cart, it having apparently been the habit of Slingsby to carry with him a small store of fuel. Having then struck a spark in a tinder box and lighted a match, I set fire to the combustible heap, and was not slow in raising a cheerful blaze. I then drew my cart near the fire, and seating myself on one of the shafts, hung over the warmth with feelings of intense pleasure and satisfaction. Having continued in this posture for a considerable time, I turned my eyes to the heaven in the direction of a particular star. I, however, could not find the star, nor indeed many of the starry train, the greater number having fled, from which circumstance, and from the appearance of the sky, I concluded that morning was nigh. About this time I again began to feel drowsy. I therefore arose, and having prepared for myself a kind of couch in the tent, I flung myself upon it and went to sleep. I will not say that I was awakened in the morning by the caroling of birds, as I perhaps might if I were writing a novel. I awoke because, to use vulgar language, I had slept my sleep out, not because the birds were caroling around me in numbers, as they had probably been for hours without my hearing them. I got up and left my tent. The morning was yet more bright than that of the preceding day. Impelled by curiosity, I walked about endeavoring to ascertain to what place chance, or rather the pony, had brought me. Following the driftway for some time amidst bushes and stunted trees, I came to a grove of dark pines, through which it appeared to lead. I tracked it a few hundred yards, but seeing nothing but trees, and the way being wet and sloughy, owing to the recent rain, I returned on my steps, and pursuing the path in another direction, came to a sandy road leading over a common, doubtless the one I had traversed at the preceding night. My curiosity satisfied, I returned to my little encampment, and on the way beheld a small footpath on the left, winding through the bushes, which had before escaped my observation. Having reached my tent and cart, I breakfasted on some of the provisions which I had procured the day before, and then proceeded to take a regular account of the stock formerly possessed by Slingsby the tinker, but now become my own by right of lawful purchase. Besides the pony, the cart, and the tent, I found I was possessed of a mattress stuffed with straw on which to lie, and a blanket to cover me, the last quite clean and nearly new. Then there was a frying pan and a kettle, the first for cooking any food which required cooking, and the second for heating any water which I might wish to heat. I likewise found an earthen teapot and 2 or 3 cups. Of the first I should rather say I found the remains, it being broken in 3 parts, no doubt since it came into my possession, which would have precluded the possibility of my asking anybody to tea for the present, should anybody visit me. Even supposing I had tea and sugar, which was not the case. I then overhauled what might more strictly be called the stock in trade. This consisted of various tools, an iron ladle, a chafing pan and small bellows, sundry pans and kettles, the latter being of tin, with the exception of one which was of copper, all in a state of considerable dilapidation, if I may use the term. Of these first Slingsby had spoken in particular, advising me to mend them as soon as possible, and to endeavor to sell them in order that I might have the satisfaction of receiving them. There was likewise a small quantity of block tin, sheet tin, and solder. "This Slingsby," said I, "is certainly a very honest man. He has sold me more than my money's worth. I believe, however, there is something more in the cart." Thereupon I rummaged the farther end of the cart, and, amidst a quantity of straw, I found a small anvil and bellows of that kind which are used in forges, and 2 hammers such as smiths use, one great and the other small. The sight of these last articles caused me no little surprise, as no word which had escaped from the mouth of Slingsby had given me reason to suppose that he had ever followed the occupation of a smith. Yet, if he had not, how did he come by them? I sat down upon the shaft and pondered the question deliberately in my mind. At length I concluded that he had come by them by one of those numerous casualties which occur upon the roads, of which I, being a young hand upon the roads, must have a very imperfect conception. Honestly, of course, for I scouted the idea that Slingsby would have stolen this blacksmith's gear, for I had the highest opinion of his honesty, which opinion I still retain at the present day, which is upwards of ties of the protagonist. Chapter 70. New Profession. Beautiful night, Jupiter, sharp and shrill, the Romany Chi, all alone, 3 and 6pence. What is Romany? Be civil. Pericotute, slight start. She will be grateful. The rustling. I passed the greater part of the day in endeavoring to teach myself the mysteries of my new profession. I cannot say that I was very successful, but the time passed agreeably and was therefore not ill spent. Towards evening I flung my work aside, took some refreshment, and afterwards a walk. This time I turned up the small footpath of which I have already spoken. It led in a zigzag manner through thickets of hazel, elder, and sweet-briar. After following its windings for somewhat better than a furlong, I heard a gentle sound of water, and presently came to a small rill, which ran directly across the path. I was rejoiced at the sight, for I had already experienced the want of water, which I yet knew must be nigh at hand, as I was in a place to all appearance occasionally frequented by wandering people, who I was aware never take up their quarters in places where water is difficult to be obtained. Forthwith I stretched myself on the ground, and took a long and delicious draught of the crystal stream, and then, seating myself in a bush, I continued for some time gazing on the water as it purled tinkling away in its channel through an opening in the hazels, and should have probably continued much longer had not the thought that I had left my property unprotected compelled me to rise and return to my encampment. Night came on, and a beautiful night it was. Up rose the moon, and innumerable stars decked the firmament of heaven. I sat on the shaft, my eyes turned upwards. I had found it. There it was, twinkling millions of miles above me, mightiest star of the system to which we belong. Of all stars, the one which has most interest for me, the star Jupiter. Why have I always taken an interest in thee, O Jupiter? I know nothing about thee, save what every child knows, that thou art a big star, whose only light is derived from moons. And is not that knowledge enough to make me feel an interest in thee? Aye, truly, I never look at thee without wondering what is going on in thee. What is life in Jupiter? That there is life in Jupiter, who can doubt? There is life in our own little star, therefore there must be life in Jupiter, which is not a little star. But how different must life be in Jupiter from what it is in our own little star? Life here is life beneath the dear sun. Life in Jupiter is life beneath moons. 4 moons, no single moon is able to illumine that vast bulk. All know what life is in our own little star. It is anything but a routine of happiness here, where the dear sun rises to us every day. Then how sad and moping must life be in mighty Jupiter, on which no sun ever shines, and which is never lighted save by pale moonbeams. The thought that there is more sadness and melancholy in Jupiter than in this world of ours, where, alas, there is but too much, has always made me take a melancholy interest in that huge distant star. 2 or 3 days passed by in much the same manner as the first. During the morning I worked upon my kettles, and employed the remaining part of the day as I best could. The whole of this time I only saw 2 individuals, rustics, who passed by my encampment without vouchsafing me a glance. They probably considered themselves my superiors, as perhaps they were. One very brilliant morning, as I sat at work in very good spirits, for by this time I had actually mended in a very creditable way, as I imagined, 2 kettles and a frying pan, I heard a voice which seemed to proceed from the path leading to the rivulet. At first it sounded from a considerable distance, but drew nearer by degrees. I soon remarked that the tones were exceedingly sharp and shrill, with yet something of childhood in them. Once or twice I distinguished certain words in the song which the voice was singing. The words were but no. I thought again I was probably mistaken, and then the voice ceased for a time. Presently I heard it again, close to the entrance of the footpath. In another moment I heard it in the lane or glade in which stood my tent, where it abruptly stopped, but not before I had heard the very words which I at first thought I had distinguished. I turned my head. At the entrance of the footpath, which might be about 30 yards from the place where I was sitting, I perceived the figure of a young girl. Her face was turned towards me, and she appeared to be scanning me and my encampment. After a little time she looked in the other direction, only for a moment, however, probably observing nothing in that quarter. She again looked towards me, and almost immediately stepped forward, and, as she advanced, sang the song which I had heard in the wood, the first verse that orbic, the Ramane chi, and the Ramane chi, gel shell jata salor, to drab the ballor, and duke the gry of the farming rye. Picture, the Ramane chi, page 393.h Teddy. A very pretty song, thought I, falling again hard to work upon my kettle. A very pretty song, which bodes the farmers much good. Let them look to their cattle. All alone here, brother? Said a voice close by me, in sharp but not disagreeable tones. I made no answer, but continued my work, click, click, with the gravity which became one of my profession. I allowed at least half a minute to elapse before I even lifted up my eyes. A girl of about 13 was standing before me. Her features were very pretty, but with a peculiar expression. Her complexion was a clear olive, and her jet black hair hung back upon her shoulders. She was rather scantily dressed, and her arms and feet were bare. Round her neck, however, was a handsome string of corals, with ornaments of gold. In her hand she held a bulrush. "All alone here, brother," said the girl as I looked up. "All alone here in the lane, Where are your wife and children?" "Why do you call me brother?" said I. "I am no brother of yours. Do you take me for one of your people? I am no gypsy. Not I, indeed. Don't be afraid, brother. You are no Roman, indeed. You are not handsome enough to be a Roman, not black enough, tinker though you be. If I called you brother, it was because I didn't know what else to call you. Marry, come up, brother. I should be sorry to have you for a brother." "Then you don't like me?" "Neither like you nor dislike you, brother. What will you have for that cow-buy? What's the use of talking to me in that unchristian way? What do you mean, young gentlewoman?" "Lord, brother, what a fool you are. Every tinker knows what a Jacobi is. I was asking you what you would have for that kettle." 3 and 6pence, young gentlewoman. Isn't it well mended? Well mended? I could have done it better myself. 3 and 6pence. It's only fit to be played at football with. I will take no less for it, young gentlewoman. It has caused me a world of trouble. I never saw a worse mended kettle. I say, brother, your hair is white. 'Tis nature. Your hair is black. Nature. Nothing but nature. I am young, brother. My hair is black, that's nature. You are young, brother. Your hair is white, that's not nature. I can't help it if it be not, but it is nature after all. Did you never see gray hair on the young? Never. I have heard it is true of a gray lad, and a bad one he was. Oh, so bad. Sit down on the grass and tell me all about it, sister. Do to oblige me, pretty sister. Hey, brother, you don't speak as you did. You don't speak like a Gorgio. You speak like one of us. You call me sister, as you call me brother. I am not an uncivil person after all, sister. I say, brother, tell me one thing, and look me in the face. There! Do you speak Romany? Romany. Romany. What is Romany? What is Romany? Our language, to be sure. Tell me, brother, only one thing. You don't speak Romany. You say it. I don't say it. I wish to know. Do you speak Romany? Do you mean thieves slang cant? No, I don't speak cant. Don't like it. I only know a few words. They call a 6pence a tanner, don't they? I don't know, said the girl, sitting down on the ground. I was almost thinking, well, never mind, you don't know Romany. I say, brother, I think I should like to have the kukolbi. I thought you said it was badly mended. Yes, yes, brother, but I thought you said it was only fit to be played at football with. Yes, yes, brother, but what will you give for it? Brother, I am the poor person's child. I will give you 6pence for the kukolbi. Poor person's child, how came you by that necklace? Be civil, brother. Am I to have the kukolbi? Not for 6pence. Isn't the kettle nicely mended? I never saw a nicer mended kettle, brother. Am I to have the kukolbi, brother? You like me then? I don't dislike you. I dislike no one. There's only one, and him I don't dislike. Him I hate. Who is he? I scarcely know. I never saw him. But 'tis no affair of yours. You don't speak Romanary. You will let me have the kukolbi, pretty brother? You may have it, but not for 6pence. I'll give it to you. Paracoltooth, that is. I thank you, brother. The Raikini Kaikobi is now mine. Oh, rare. I thank you kindly, brother. Starting up, she flung the bulrush aside which she had hitherto held in her hand, and, seizing the kettle, she looked at it for a moment, and then began a kind of dance, flourishing the kettle over her head, the while, and singing the Romany Chi, and the Romany Chi, and the Romany Chi, and the Romany Chale, shall jaw ta soller, to drab the baller, and duke the gry of the farming rye. Goodbye, brother, I must be going. Goodbye, sister. Why do you sing that wicked song? Wicked song? Hey, brother, you don't understand the song. Ha ha. Gypsy daughter, said I, starting up and clapping my hands. I don't understand Romany, don't I? You shall see. Here's the answer to your gilly, the Romanichi, and the Romanichi, and the Romanichal, love Luripen, and Dukaripin, and Hookaripin, and every pin, but Lachapin and Tachapin. The girl, who had given a slight start when I began, remained for some time after I had concluded the song standing motionless as a statue, with the kettle in her hand. At length she came towards me and stared me full in the face. "Grey, tall, and talks Romany," said she to herself. In her countenance there was an expression which I had not seen before, an expression which struck me as being composed of fear, curiosity, and the deepest hate. It was momentary, however, and was succeeded by one smiling, frank, and open. "Ha, ha, brother," said she. "Well, I like you all the better for talking Romany. It is a sweet language, isn't it? Especially as you sing it. How did you pick it up? But you picked it up upon the roads, no doubt. Ha, it was funny in you to pretend not to know it, and you so flush with it all the time. It was not kind in you, however, to frighten the poor person's child so by screaming out, but it was kind in you to give the right kinikakobai to the child of the poor person. She will be grateful to you. She will bring you her little dog to show you her pretty juggle. The poor person's child will come and see you again. You are not going away today, I hope, or tomorrow, pretty brother, gray-haired brother. You are not going away tomorrow, I hope. Nor the next day, said I, only to take a stroll to see if I can sell a kettle. Goodbye, little sister, Romany sister, dingy sister. Goodbye, tall brother, said the girl as she departed singing. The Romanichi, etc. There's something about that girl that I don't understand, said I to myself, something mysterious. However, it is nothing to me. She knows not who I am, and if she did, what then? Late that evening, as I sat on the shaft of my cart in deep meditation with my arms folded, I thought I heard a rustling in the bushes over against me. I turned my eyes in that direction, but saw nothing. Some bird, said I, an owl perhaps, and once more I fell into meditation. My mind wandered from one thing to another, musing now on the structure of the Roman tongue, now on the rise and fall of the Persian power, and now on the powers vested in recorders at quarter sessions. I was thinking what a fine thing it must be to be a recorder of the peace, when, lifting up my eyes, I saw right opposite, not a culprit at the bar, but staring at me through a gap in the bush, a face wild and strange, half covered with gray hair. I only saw it a moment, the next it had disappeared. Picture. I saw, staring at me through a gap in the bush, a face wild and strange, half covered with gray hair. Page 396, JPEG. Chapter 71. Friend of Slingsby. All quiet. Danger. The two cakes children in the wood. Don't be angry. In deep thought, temples throbbing. Deadly sick, another blow. No answer. How old are you? Play and sacrament, heavy heart, song of poison. Drow of gypsies. The dog, Yili's church. Get up. Be the vehicle. Can you speak? The next day, at an early hour, I harnessed my little pony and, putting my things in my cart, I went on my projected stroll. Crossing the moor, I arrived in about an hour at a small village, from which, after a short stay, I proceeded to another, and from thence to a third. I found that the name of Slingsby was well known in these parts. "If you are a friend of Slingsby, you must be an honest lad," said an ancient crone. "You shall never want for work whilst I can give it you. Here, take my kettle. The bottom came out this morning, and lend me that of yours till you bring it back. I'm not afraid to trust you, not I. Don't hurry yourself, young man. If you don't come back for a fortnight, I shan't have the worse opinion of you." I returned to my quarters at evening, tired but rejoiced at heart. I had work before me for several days, having collected various cacobies which required mending, in place of those which I left behind those which I had been employed upon during the last few days. I found all quiet in the lane or glade, and unharnessing my little horse, I once more pitched my tent in the old spot beneath the ash, lighted my fire, ate my frugal meal, and then, after looking for some time at the heavenly bodies, and more particularly at the star Jupiter, I entered my tent, lay down upon my pallet, and went to sleep. Nothing occurred on the following day which requires any particular notice, nor indeed on the one succeeding that. It was about noon on the third day that I sat beneath the shade of the ash tree. I was not at work, for the weather was particularly hot, and I felt but little inclination to make any exertion. Leaning my back against the tree, I was not long in falling into a slumber. I particularly remember that slumber of mine beneath the ash tree, for it was about the sweetest slumber that I ever enjoyed. How long I continued in it I do not know. I could almost have wished that it had lasted to the present time. All of a sudden it appeared to me that a voice cried in my ear, "Danger! Danger! Danger!" Nothing seemingly could be more distinct than the words which I heard. Then an uneasy sensation came over me, which I strove to get rid of, and at last succeeded, for I awoke. The gypsy girl was standing just opposite to me, with her eyes fixed upon my countenance. A singular kind of little dog stood beside her. "Ha!" said I, "was it you that cried danger? What danger is there?" "Danger, brother, there is no danger. What danger should there be?" I called to my little dog, but that was in the wood. My little dog's name is not Danger, but Stranger. What danger should there be, brother? What, indeed, except in sleeping beneath a tree? What is that you have got in your hand? "Something for you," said the girl, sitting down and proceeding to untie a white napkin. "A pretty manrickly, so sweet, so nice. When I went home to my people, I told my grandbee how kind you had been to the poor person's child, and when my grandbeeby saw the cuckooby, she said, 'Hamidivlis, it won't do for the poor people to be ungrateful. By my God, I will bake a cake for the young Harkle Meskro.'" "But there are 2 cakes." "Yes, brother, 2 cakes, both for you. My grandbeeby meant them both for you. But list, brother, I will have one of them for bringing them. I know you will give me one, pretty brother, gray-haired brother. Which shall I have, brother?" In the napkin were 2 round cakes, seemingly made of rich and costly compounds, and precisely similar in form, each weighing about half a pound. "Which shall I have, brother?" said the gypsy girl. "Whichever you please." "No, brother, no, the cakes are yours, not mine. It is for you to say." "Well then, give me the one nearest you, and take the other." "Yes, brother, yes," said the girl, and taking the cakes, she flung them into the air 2 or 3 times, catching them as they fell and singing the while. "Pretty brother, gray-haired brother here, brother," said she, "here is your cake, this other is mine." "Are you sure," said I, taking the cake, "that this is the one I chose?" "Quite sure, brother. But if you like you can have mine. There's no difference, however. Shall I eat?" "Yes, sister, eat." "See, brother, I do. Now, brother, eat, pretty brother, gray-haired brother." I am not hungry. Not hungry? Well, what then? What has being hungry to do with the matter? It is my grandbaby's cake which was sent because you were kind to the poor person's child. Eat, brother, eat, and we shall be like the children in the wood that the Gorgios speak of. The children in the wood had nothing to eat. Yes, they had hips and haws. We have better. Eat, brother. See, sister, I do. And I ate a piece of the cake. "Well, brother, how do you like it?" said the girl, looking fixedly at me. "It is very rich and sweet, and yet there is something strange about it. I don't think I shall eat any more." Fie, brother, fie, to find fault with the poor person's cake. See, I have nearly eaten mine. That's a pretty little dog. Is it not, brother? That's my Juggle, my little sister, as I call her. "Come here, Juggle," said I to the animal. "What do you want with my Juggle?" said the girl. "Only to give her a piece of cake," said I. offering the dog a piece which I had just broken off. "What do you mean?" said the girl, snatching the dog away. "My grandbaby's cake is not for dogs. Why, I just now saw you give the animal a piece of yours." "You lie, brother. You saw no such thing, but I see how it is. You wish to affront the poor person's child. I shall go to my house. Keep still, and don't be angry. See, I have eaten the piece which I offered the dog. I meant no offense. It is a sweet cake after all. Isn't it, brother? I am glad you like it. Offense, brother. No offense at all. I am so glad you like my grandbaby's cake. But she will be wanting me at home. Eat one piece more of grandbaby's cake, and I will go. I am not hungry. I will put the rest by. One piece more before I go, handsome brother, gray-haired brother. I will not eat any more. I have already eaten more than I wish to oblige you. If you must go, good day to you." The girl rose upon her feet, looked hard at me, then at the remainder of the cake which I held in my hand, and then at me again, and then stood for a moment or two, as if in deep thought. Presently an air of satisfaction came over her countenance. She smiled and said, "Well, brother, well, do as you please. I merely wished you to eat because you have been so kind to the poor person's child." She loved you so, that she could have wished to have seen you eat it all. Good-bye, brother. I dare say when I am gone, you will eat some more of it, and if you don't, I dare say you have eaten enough to show your love for us. After all, it was a poor person's cake, a Romany Manrickley, and all you Gorgios are somewhat gorgeous. Farewell, brother, pretty brother, gray-haired brother, come, juggle. I remained under the ash tree, seated on the grass for a minute or two, and endeavored to resume the occupation in which I had been engaged before I fell asleep, but I felt no inclination for labor. I then thought I would sleep again, and once more reclined against the tree and slumbered for some little time. But my sleep was more agitated than before. Something appeared to bear heavy on my breast. I struggled in my sleep, fell on the grass and awoke. My temples were throbbing, there was a burning in my eyes, and my mouth felt parched. The oppression about the chest which I had felt in my sleep still continued. "I must shake off these feelings," said I, "and get upon my legs." I walked rapidly up and down upon the green sward. At length, feeling my thirst increase, I directed my steps down the narrow path to the spring which ran amidst the bushes. Arriving there, I knelt down and drank of the water. But on lifting up my head, I felt thirstier than before. Again I drank, but with the like result. I was about to drink for the third time, when I felt a dreadful qualm which instantly robbed me of nearly all my strength. "What can be the matter with me?" thought I. "But I suppose I have made myself ill by drinking cold water." I got up and made the best of my way back to my tent. Before I reached it, the qualm had seized me again, and I was deadly sick. I flung myself on my pallet. Qualm succeeded qualm, but in the intervals my mouth was dry and burning, and I felt a frantic desire to drink. But no water was at hand, and to reach the spring once more was impossible. The qualms continued. Deadly pains shot through my whole frame. I could bear my agonies no longer, and I fell into a trance or swoon. How long I continued therein, I know not. On recovering, however, I felt somewhat better, and attempted to lift my head off my couch. The next moment, however, the qualms and pains returned, if possible, with greater violence than before. I am dying, thought I, like a dog, without any help. And then methought I heard a sound at a distance like people singing, and then once more I relapsed into my swoon. I revived just as a heavy blow sounded upon the canvas of the tent. I started, but my condition did not permit me to rise. Again the same kind of blow sounded upon the canvas. I thought for a moment of crying out and requesting assistance, but an inexplicable something chained my tongue, and now I heard a whisper on the outside of the tent. "He does not move, Bibi," said a voice which I knew. I should not wonder if it is done for him already. However, strike again with your ran. And then there was another blow, after which another voice cried aloud in a strange tone, Is the gentleman of the house asleep, or is he taking his dinner? I remained quite silent and motionless, and in another moment the voice continued, What, no answer? What can the gentleman of the house be about, that he makes no answer? Perhaps the gentleman of the house may be darning his stockings? Thereupon a face peered into the door of the tent, at the farther extremity of which I was stretched. It was that of a woman, but owing to the posture in which she stood with her back to the light, and partly owing to a large straw bonnet, I could distinguish but very little of the features of her countenance. I had, however, recognized her voice. It was that of my old acquaintance, Mrs. Hearn. "Ho, ho, sir," said she, "here you are." "Come here, Leonora," said she to the gypsy girl, who pressed in at the other side of the door. "Here is the gentleman, not asleep, but only stretched out after dinner. Sit down. On your hand, child. At the door I shall do the same. There you have seen me before, sir, have you not? The gentleman makes no answer, B.B. Perhaps he does not know you." "I have known him of old, Leonora," said Mrs. Hearn. "And, to tell you the truth, though I spoke to him just now, I expected no answer. It's a way he has, B.B., I suppose." "Yes, child, it's a way he has. Take off your bonnet, B.B., perhaps he cannot see your face." "I do not think that will be of much use, child. However, I will take off my bonnet there and shake out my hair. There you have seen this hair before, sir, and this face." No answer, B.B., though the one was not quite so gray, nor the other so wrinkled. How came they so, B.B.? All along of this Gorgio, child. The gentleman in the house, you mean, B.B.? Yes, child. The gentleman in the house. God grant that I may preserve my temper. Do you know, sir, my name? My name is Hearn, which signifies a hairy individual, though neither gray-haired nor wrinkled. It is not the nature of the Hearnies to be gray or wrinkled, even when they are old, and I am not old. How old are you, B.B.? 65 years, child, an inconsiderable number. My mother was 100. And one a considerable age when she died, yet she had not one gray hair, and not more than 6 wrinkles, an inconsiderable number. She had no griefs, B.B. Plenty, child, but not like mine. Not quite so hard to bear, B.B. No, child, my head wanders when I think of them. After the death of my husband, who came to his end untimeously, I went to live with a daughter of mine, married out among certain Romans who walk about the eastern counties, and with whom for some time I found a home and pleasant society, for they lived right Romanly, which gave my heart considerable satisfaction, who am a Roman born, and hope to die so. When I say right Romanly, I mean that they kept to themselves, and were not much given to blabbing about their private matters in promiscuous company. Well, things went on in this way for some time, when one day my son-in-law brings home a young Gorgio of singular and outrageous ugliness, and, without much preamble, says to me and mine, "This is my pal, ain't he a beauty? Fall down and worship him." "Hold," said I for one will never consent to such foolishness. That was right, B.B. I think I should have done the same. I think you would, child, but what was the profit of it? The whole party makes an almighty of this Gorgio, lets him into their ways, says prayers of his making, till things come to such a pass that my own daughter says to me, I shall buy myself a veil and fan, and treat myself to a play and sacrament. "Don't," says I. Says she, "I should like for once in my life to be courtesied to as a Christian gentlewoman." Very foolish of her, B.B. Wasn't it, child? Where was I? At the fan and sacrament. With a heavy heart I put 70 miles between us, came back to the hairy ones, and found them overgiven to gorgeous companions. Said I, "Foolish manners is catching. All this comes of that there Gorgio." Answers the child Leonora, "Take comfort, B.B. I hate the Gorgios as much as you do. And I say so again, B.B., as much or more. Time flows on. I engage in many matters and most miscarry. Am sent to prison, says I to myself, I am become foolish. Am turned out of prison, and go back to the hairy ones, who receive me not over courteously, says I, for their unkindness, and my own foolishness, all the thanks to that Gorgio. Answers to me the child, I wish I could set eyes upon him, Bibi. I did so, Bibi, go on. How shall I know him, Bibi, says the child. Young and grey, tall and speaks Romanly. Runs to me the child and says, I found him, Bibi. Where, child, says I. Come with me, Bibi, says the child. That's he, says I, as I looked at my gentleman through the hedge. Ha ha, Bibi, and here he lies, poisoned like a hog. You have taken drowse, sir, said Mrs. Hearn. Do you hear, sir? Drowse. Tip him a stave, child, of the song of poison. And thereupon the girl clapped her hands, and sang, The Romany churl and the Romany girl, tomorrow shall he, to poison the sty, and bewitch on the mead the farmer's steed. Do you hear that, sir? Said Mrs. Hearn. The child has tipped you a stave of the song of poison, that is, she has sung it Christianly, though perhaps you would like to hear it Romanly. You were always fond of what was Roman. Tip it him Romanly, child. He has heard it Romanly already, Bibi. 'Twas by that I found him out, as I told you. Halloo, sir, are you sleeping? You have taken drowse. The gentleman makes no answer. God give me patience. And what if he doesn't, Bibi? Isn't he poisoned like a hog? Gentleman, indeed. Why call him gentleman? If he ever was one, he's broke and is now a tinker, a worker of blue metal. That's his way, child. Today a tinker, tomorrow something else. And as for being drabbed, I don't know what to say about it. Not drabbed, what do you mean, Bibi? But look there, Bibi. Ha, ha, look at the gentleman's motions. He is sick, child, sure enough. Ho, ho, sir, you have taken drowse. What, another throw? Writhe, sir, writhe. The hog died by the drow of gypsies. I saw him stretched at evening. That's yourself, sir. There is no hope, sir, no help. You have taken drow. Shall I tell you your fortune, sir, your duckerin? God bless you, pretty gentleman. Much trouble will you have to suffer, and much water to cross. But never mind, pretty gentleman, you shall be fortunate at the end, and those who hate shall take off their hats to you. Hey, Bibi, cried the girl. What is this? What do you mean? You have blessed the Gorgio. Blessed him, no, sure. What did I say? Oh, I remember, I'm mad. Well, I can't help it, I said. What the Duggerin Duke told me, woe's me, he'll get up yet. Nonsense, baby. Look at his motions. He's drabbed, spite of Duggerin. Don't say so, child. He's sick, 'tis true, but don't laugh at Duggerin, only folks do that know no better. I, for one, will never laugh at the Duggerin Duke. Sick again. I wish he was gone. He'll soon be gone, Bibi. Let's leave him. He's as good as gone. Look there, he's dead. No, he's not. He'll get up. I feel it. Can't we hasten him? Hasten him? Yes, to be sure. Set the dog upon him. Here, Juggle, look in there, my dog. The dog made its appearance at the door of the tent and began to bark and tear up the ground. At him, Juggle, at him. He wished to poison, to drab you. Halloo! The dog barked violently and seemed about to spring at my face, but retreated. The dog won't fly at him, child. He flashed at the dog with his eye and scared him. He'll get up. Nonsense, Bibi. You make me angry. How should he get up? The Duke tells me so. And, what's more, I had a dream. I thought I was at York, standing amidst a crowd to see a man hung, and the crowd shouted, There he comes! And I looked, and, lo! It was the tinker. Before I could cry with joy, I was whisked away, and I found myself in Ailey's big church, which was chock full of people to hear the dean preach, and all eyes were turned to the big pulpit. And presently I heard them say, There he mounts! And I looked up to the big pulpit, and Lo! The tinker was in the pulpit, and he raised his arm and began to preach. Anon, I found myself at York again, just as the drop fell, and I looked up, and I saw not the tinker, but my own self hanging in the air. You are going mad, BB. If you want to hasten him, take your stick and poke him in the eye. That'll be of no use, child. The Duckrin tells me so, but I will try what I can do. Halloo, tinker! You must introduce yourself into a quiet family and raise confusion, must you? You must steal its language, and, what was never done before, write it down. Christianly must you. Take that, and she stabbed violently with her stick towards the end of the tent. That's right, BB, you struck his face. Now once more, and let it be in the eye. Stay, what's that? Get up, BB. What's the matter, child? Someone is coming. Come away. Let me make sure of him, child. He'll be up yet. And thereupon Mrs. Hearn, rising, leaned forward into the tent and, supporting herself against the pole, took aim in the direction of the farther end. I will thrust out his eye, said she, and lunging with her stick, she would probably have accomplished her purpose had not at that moment the pole of the tent given way, whereupon she fell to the ground, the canvas falling upon her and her intended victim. Here's a pretty affair, BB, screamed the girl. He'll get up yet, said Mrs. Hearn from beneath the canvas. Get up yourself. Where are you? Where is your? Here, there, BB, here's the door. There, make haste, they are coming. He'll get up yet, said Mrs. Hearn, recovering her breath. The doc tells me so. Never mind him or the Duke. He is drabbed. Come away, or we shall be grabbed, both of us. One more blow, I know where his head lies. You are mad, BB. Leave the fellow Gorgio a vela. And thereupon the females hurried away. A vehicle of some kind was evidently drawing nigh. In a little time it came alongside of the place where lay the fallen tent and stopped suddenly. There was a silence for a moment, and then a parley ensued between two voices, one of which was that of a woman. It was not in English, but in a deep guttural tongue. Peth yuhon osidian gorthed and or dier didar, said a masculine voice. Yin weirya Ned? I do not know what it can be, said the female voice, in the same tongue. Here is a cart and there are tools. But what is that on the ground? Something moves beneath it. And what was that a groan? Shall I get down? Of course, Peter. Someone may want your help. Then I will get down, though I do not like this place. It is frequented by Egyptians, and I do not like their yellow faces, nor their clibberty-clabber, as Master Ellis Wynne says. Now I am down. It is a tent, Winifred, and see, here is a boy beneath it. Merciful Father, what a face! A middle-aged man, with a strongly marked and serious countenance, dressed in sober-colored habiliments, had lifted up the stifling folds of the tent, and was bending over me. Can you speak, my lad? Said he in English. What is the matter with you? If you could but tell me, I could perhaps help you. What is that you say? I can't hear you. I will kneel down. And he flung himself on the ground and placed his ear close to my mouth. Now, speak if you can. Hey! What? No, sure, God forbid. Then starting up, he cried to a female who sat in the cart, anxiously looking on, Gwenwyn, 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 Gwenwyna, the oil, Gwenwyna, the oil, Winifred, the oil. Chapter 72. Desired effect. The Three Oaks, Winifred, Things of Time, with God's Will, The Preacher Creature Comforts, Crowsaw, Welsh, and English Mayor of Chester. The oil which the strangers compelled me to take produced the desired effect, though during at least 2 hours it was very doubtful whether or not my life would be saved. At the end of that period, the man said that with the blessing of God he would answer for my life. He then demanded whether I thought I could bear to be removed from the place in which we were, for I like it not, he continued, as something within me tells me that it is not good for any of us to be here. I told him, as well as I was able, that I too should be glad to leave the place, whereupon, after collecting my things, he harnessed my pony, and, with the assistance of the woman, he contrived to place me in the cart. He then gave me a draught out of a small phial, and we set forward at a slow pace, the man walking by the side of the cart in which I lay. It is probable that the draught consisted of a strong opiate, for after swallowing it, I fell into a deep slumber. On my awaking, I found that the shadows of night had enveloped the earth we were still moving on. Shortly, however, after descending a declivity, we turned into a lane, at the entrance of which was a gate. This lane conducted to a meadow, through the middle of which ran a small brook. It stood between two rising grounds, that on the left, which was on the farther side of the water, was covered with wood, whilst the one on the right, which was not so high, was crowned with the white walls of what appeared to be a farmhouse. Advancing along the meadow, we presently came to a place where grew 3 immense oaks, almost on the side of the brook, over which they flung their arms, so as to shade it as with a canopy. The ground beneath was bare of grass, and nearly as hard and smooth as the floor of a barn. Having led his own cart on one side of the midmost tree, and my own on the other, the stranger said to me, "This is the spot where my wife and myself generally tarry in the summer season, when we come into these parts. We are about to pass the night here. I suppose you will have no objection to do the same." Indeed, I did not see what else you could do under present circumstances. After receiving my answer, in which I of course expressed my readiness to assent to his proposal, he proceeded to unharness his horse, and, feeling myself much better, I got down, and began to make the necessary preparations for passing the night beneath the oak. Whilst thus engaged, I felt myself touched on the shoulder, and looking round, perceived the woman, whom the stranger called Winifred, standing close to me. The moon was shining brightly upon her, and I observed that she was very good-looking, with a composed yet cheerful expression of countenance. Her dress was plain and primitive, very much resembling that of a Quaker. She held a straw bonnet in her hand. "I am glad to see thee moving about, young man," said she in a soft, placid tone. "I could scarcely have expected it. Thou must be wonder strong. Many, after what thou hast suffered, would not have stood on their feet for weeks and months. What do I say? Peter, my husband, who is skilled in medicine, just now told me that not 1 in 500 would have survived what thou hast this day undergone. But allow me to ask thee one thing. Haste." "Thou returned thanks to God for thy deliverance?" I made no answer, and the woman, after a pause, said, "Excuse me, young man, but do you know anything of God?" "Very little," I replied, "but I should say he must be a wondrous strong person, if he made all those big bright things up above there, to say nothing of the ground on which we stand, which bears beings like these oaks, each of which is 50 times as strong as myself, and will live 20 times as long." The woman was silent for some moments, and then said, "I scarcely know in what spirit thy words are uttered. If thou art serious, however, I would caution thee against supposing that the power of God is more manifested in these trees, or even in those bright stars above us, than in thyself. They are things of time, but thou art a being destined to an eternity. It depends upon thyself whether thy eternity shall be one of joy or sorrow." Here she was interrupted by the man, who exclaimed from the other side of the tree, "Winifred, it is getting late. You had better go up to the house on the hill to inform our friends of our arrival, or they will have retired for the night." "True," said Winifred, and forthwith wended her way to the house in question, returning shortly with another woman, whom the man, speaking in the same language which I had heard him first use, greeted by the name of Mary. The woman replied in the same tongue, but almost immediately said, in English, "We hope to have heard you speak tonight, Peter, but we cannot expect that now, seeing that it is so late owing to your having been detained by the way, as Winifred tells me. Nothing remains for you to do now but to hupper with God's will with the cards I may here." and tonight also, with God's will, provided you be so disposed, let those of your family come hither. They will be hither presently, said Mary, for knowing that thou art arrived, they will, of course, come and bid thee welcome. And scarcely had she spoke when I beheld a party of people descending the moonlit side of the hill. They soon arrived at the place where we were. They might amount in all to 12 individuals. The principal person was a tall, athletic man of about 40, dressed like a plain country farmer. This was, I soon found, the husband of Mary. The rest of the group consisted of the children of these two and their domestic servants. One after another, they all shook Peter by the hand, men and women, boys and girls, and expressed their joy at seeing him. After which he said, "Now, friends, if you please, I will speak a few words to you." A stool was then brought him from the cart, which he stepped on, and the people arranging themselves round him, some standing, some seated on the ground, he forthwith began to address them in a clear, distinct voice, and the subject of his discourse was the necessity in all human beings of a change of heart. The preacher was better than his promise, for instead of speaking a few words, he preached for at least 3/4 of an hour. None of the audience, however, showed the slightest symptom of weariness. On the contrary, the hope of each individual appeared to hang upon the words which proceeded from his mouth. At the conclusion of the sermon or discourse, the whole assembly again shook Peter by the hand, and returned to their house, the mistress of the family saying, as she departed, "I shall soon be back, Peter. I go but to make arrangements for the supper of thyself and company." And, in effect, she presently returned, attended by a young woman who bore a tray in her hands. "Set it down, Jessie," said the mistress to the girl, "and then betake thyself to thy rest. I shall remain here for a little time to talk with my friends." The girl departed, and the preacher and the two females placed themselves on the ground about the tray. The man gave thanks, and himself and his wife appeared to be about to eat, when the latter suddenly placed her hand upon his arm, and said something to him in a low voice, whereupon he exclaimed, "Aye, truly, we were both forgetful." And then getting up, he came towards me, who stood a little way off, leaning against the wheel of my cart, and taking me by the hand, he said, "Pardon us, young man, we were both so engaged in our own creature comforts that we forgot thee, but it is not too late to repair our fault. Wilt thou not join us and taste our bread and milk?" "I cannot eat," I replied, "but I think I could drink a little milk." Whereupon he led me to the rest, and seating me by his side, he poured some milk into a horn cup, saying, "Croissant. That," added he with a smile, "is Welsh for welcome." The fare upon the tray was of the simplest description, consisting of bread, cheese, milk, and curds. My two friends partook with a good appetite. "Mary," said the preacher, addressing himself to the woman of the house, "every time I come to visit thee, I find thee less inclined to speak Welsh. I suppose, in a little time, thou wilt entirely have forgotten it. Hast thou taught it to any of thy children?" "The two eldest understand a few words," said the woman, "but my husband does not wish them to learn it. He says sometimes jocularly that though it pleased him to marry a Welsh wife, it does not please him to have Welsh children. Who, I have heard him say, would be a Welshman if he could be an Englishman. I, for one," said the preacher somewhat hastily, "not to be king of all England would I give up my birthright as a Welshman. Your husband is an excellent person, Mary, but I am afraid he is somewhat prejudiced." "You do him justice, Peter, in saying that he is an excellent person," sailed the woman. "As to being prejudiced, I scarcely know what to say. But he thinks that 2 languages in the same kingdom are almost as bad as 2 kings." "That's no bad observation," said the preacher, "and it is generally the case. Yet, thank God, the Welsh and English go on very well, side by side, and I hope will do so till the Almighty calls all men to their long account." "They jog on very well now," said the woman. but I have heard my husband say that it was not always so, and that the Welsh in old times were a violent and ferocious people, for that once they hanged the Mayor of Chester." "Ha, ha!" said the preacher, and his eyes flashed in the moonlight. "He told you that, did he?" "Yes," said Mary. "Once when the Mayor of Chester, with some of his people, was present at one of the fairs over the border, a quarrel arose between the Welsh and the English, and the Welsh beat the English and hanged the mayor." "Your husband is a clever man," said Peter, "and knows a great deal. Did he tell you the name of the leader of the Welsh?" "No." "Then I will. The leader of the Welsh on that occasion was. He was a powerful chieftain, and there was an old feud between him and the men of Chester. Afterwards, when 200 of the men of Chester invaded his country to take revenge for their mayor, he enticed them into a tower, set fire to it, and burned them all. That was a very fine, noble, God forgive me, what was I about to say, a very bad, violent man. But Mary, this is very carnal and unprofitable conversation, and in holding it we set a very bad example to the young man here. Let us change the subject." They then began to talk on religious matters. At length Mary departed to her abode, and the preacher and his wife retired to their tilted cart. "Poor fellow, he seems to be almost brutally ignorant," said Peter, addressing his wife in their native language, after they had bidden me farewell for the night. "I am afraid he is," said Winifred, "yet my heart warms to the poor lad, he seems so forlorn." Chapter 73. Morning Hymn, Much Alone, John Bunyan, Beholden to Nobody, 65 Sober Greeting, Early Sabbaths, Finny Brood, The Porch No Fortune Telling, The Master's Niece Doing Good, Two or Three Things, Groans and Voices, Pichata Sprid, Glan. I slept soundly during that night, partly owing to the influence of the opiate. Early in the morning I was awakened by the voices of Peter and his wife, who were singing a morning hymn in their own language. Both subsequently prayed long and fervently. I lay still till their devotions were completed, and then left my tent. "Good morning," said Peter. "How dost thou feel?" "Much better," said I, "than I could have expected." "I am glad of it," said Peter. "Art thou hungry? Yonder comes our breakfast," pointing to the same young woman I had seen the preceding night, who was again descending the hill bearing the tray upon her head. "What dost thou intend to do, young man, this day?" said Peter, when we had about half finished breakfast. "Do," said I, "as I do other days, what I can." "And dost thou pass this day as thou dost other days?" said Peter. "Why not?" said I. "What is there in this day different from the rest? It seems to be of the same color as yesterday." "Art thou aware," said the wife, interposing, "what day it is? That it is Sabbath? That it is Sunday?" "No," said I. "I did not know that it was Sunday." "And how did that happen?" said Winifred with a sigh. "To tell you the truth," said I live very much alone, and pay very little heed to the passing of time." "And yet of what infinite importance is time," said Winifred. "Art thou not aware that every year brings thee nearer to thy end?" "I do not think," said I, "that I am so near my end as I was yesterday." "Yes, thou art," said the woman. "Thou wast not doomed to die yesterday. An invisible hand was watching over thee yesterday. But thy day will come, therefore improve the time. Be grateful that thou wast saved yesterday. And oh, reflect on one thing. If thou hadst died yesterday, where wouldst thou have been now?" "Cast into the earth, perhaps," said I. "I have heard Mr. Petulengro say that to be cast into the earth is the natural end of man." "Who is Mr. Petulengro?" said Peter, interrupting his wife as she was about to speak. "Master of the Horseshoe," said I, "and, according to his own account, King of Egypt." "I understand," said Peter, "head of some family of wandering Egyptians. They are a race utterly godless. Art thou of them? But no, thou art not. Thou hast not their yellow blood." I suppose thou belongest to the family of wandering artisans called, I do not like you the worse for belonging to them. A mighty speaker of old sprang up from amidst that family. Who was he? Said I. John Bunyan, replied Peter reverently, and the mention of his name reminds me that I have to preach this day. Wilt thou go and hear? The distance is not great, only half a mile. No, said I will not go and hear. Wherefore? Said Peter. I belong to the church, said I, and not to the congregations. Oh, the pride of that church, said Peter, addressing his wife in their own tongue, exemplified even in the lowest and most ignorant of its members. Then thou doubtless meanest to go to church, said Peter, again addressing me. There is a church on the other side of that wooded hill. No, said I do not mean to go to church. May I ask thee wherefore? Said Peter. Because, said I prefer remaining beneath the shade of these trees, listening to the sound of the leaves and the tinkling of the waters. Then thou intendest to remain here? Said Peter, looking fixedly at me. If I do not intrude, said I, but if I do, I will wander away. I wish to be beholden to nobody. Perhaps you wish me to go? On the contrary, said Peter, I wish you to stay. I begin to see something in thee which has much interest for me, but we must now bid thee farewell for the rest of the day. The time is drawing nigh for us to repair to the place of preaching. Before we leave thee alone, however, I should wish to ask thee a question. Didst thou seek thy own destruction yesterday, and didst thou wilfully take that poison? No, said I. Had I known there had been poison in the cake, I certainly should not have taken it. And who gave it thee? Said Peter. An enemy of mine, I replied. Who is thy enemy? An Egyptian sorceress and poison monger. Thy enemy is a female. I feared thou hadst given her cause to hate thee. Of what did she complain? That I had stolen the tongue out of her head. I do not understand thee. Is she young? About 65. Here Winifred interposed. Thou didst call her just now by hard names, young man, said she. I trust thou dost bear no malice against her. No, said I bear no malice against her. Thou art not wishing to deliver her into the hand of what is called justice. By no means, said I have lived long enough upon the roads not to cry out for the constable when my finger is broken. I consider this poisoning as an accident of the roads, one of those to which those who travel are occasionally subject. In short, thou forgivest thine adversary? Both now and forever, said I. Truly, said Winifred, the spirit which the young man displayeth pleases me much. I should be loth that he left us yet. I have no doubt that, with the blessing of God, and a little of thy exhortation, he will turn out a true Christian before he leaveth us. My exhortation, said Peter, and a dark shade passed over his countenance. Thou forgettest what I am, but I am forgetting myself. The Lord's will be done, and now put away the things, for I perceive that our friends are coming to attend us to the place of meeting. Again the family which I had seen the night before descended the hill from their abode. They were now dressed in their Sunday's best. The master of the house led the way. They presently joined us, when a quiet, sober greeting ensued on each side. After a little time, Peter shook me by the hand and bade me farewell till the evening. Winifred did the same, adding that she hoped I should be visited by sweet and holy thoughts. The whole party then moved off in the direction by which we had come the preceding night, Peter and the master leading the way, followed by Winifred and the mistress of the family. As I gazed on their departing forms, I felt almost inclined to follow them to their place of worship. I did not stir, however, but remained leaning against my oak with my hands behind me. And after a time I sat me down at the foot of the oak with my face turned towards the water, and, folding my hands, I fell into deep meditation. I thought on the early Sabbaths of my life, and the manner in which I was wont to pass them. How carefully I said my prayers when I got up on the Sabbath morn, and how carefully I combed my hair and brushed my clothes in order that I might do credit to the Sabbath day. I thought of the old church at Pretty D, the dignified rector, and yet more dignified clerk. I thought of England's grand liturgy and Tate and Brady's sonorous minstrelsy. I thought of the Holy Book, portions of which I was in the habit of reading between service. I thought, too, of the evening walk which I sometimes took in fine weather like the present, with my mother and brother, a quiet, sober walk, during which I would not break into a run even to chase a butterfly, or yet more a honey bee, being fully convinced of the dread importance of the day which God had hallowed. And how glad I was when I had got over the Sabbath day without having done anything to profane it. And how soundly I slept on the Sabbath night after the toil of being very good throughout the day. And when I had mused on those times a long while, I sighed and said to myself, I am much altered since then. Am I altered for the better? And then I looked at my hands and my apparel and sighed again. I was not wont of yore to appear thus on the Sabbath's day. For a long time I continued in a state of deep meditation, till at last I lifted up my eyes to the sun, which, as usual during that glorious summer, was shining in unclouded majesty, and then I lowered them to the sparkling water, in which hundreds of the finny brood were disporting themselves, and then I thought what a fine thing it was to be a fish on such a fine summer day, and I wished myself a fish, or at least amongst the fishes, and then I looked at my hands again, and then bending over the water, forthwith I started up and said to myself, I should like to bathe and cleanse myself from the squalor produced by my late hard life and by Mrs. Hearn's drow. I wonder if there is any harm in bathing on the Sabbath day. I will ask Winifred when she comes home. In the meantime I will bathe, provided I can find a fitting place. But the brook, though a very delightful place for fish to disport in, was shallow, and by no means adapted for the recreation of so large a being as myself. It was, moreover, exposed, though I saw nobody at hand, nor heard a single human voice or sound. Following the winding of the brook, I left the meadow and, passing through 2 or 3 thickets, came to a place where between lofty banks the water ran deep and dark, and there I bathed, imbibing new tone and vigor into my languid and exhausted frame. Having put on my clothes, I returned by the way I had come to my vehicle beneath the oak tree. From thence, for want of something better to do, I strolled up the hill, on the top of which stood the farmhouse. It was a large and commodious building, built principally of stone, and seeming of some antiquity, with a porch, on either side of which was an oaken bench. On the right was seated a young woman with a book in her hand, the same who had brought the tray to my friends and myself. Good day, said I. Pretty damsel sitting in the farm porch. Good day, said the girl, looking at me for a moment, and then fixing her eyes on her book. That's a nice book you are reading, said I. The girl looked at me with surprise. How do you know what book it is? Said she. How do I know? Never mind. But a nice book. It is no love, no fortune-telling in it. The girl looked at me half offended. Fortune-telling? Said she. I should think not. But you know nothing about it. And she bent her head once more over the book. I tell you what, young person, said I. I know all about that book. What will you wager that I do not? I never wager, said the girl. Shall I tell you the name of it? Said I. O daughter of the dairy. The girl half started. I should never have thought, said she, half timidly, that you could have guessed it. I did not guess it, said I. I knew it, and meet and proper it is that you should read it. Why so? Said the girl. Can the daughter of the dairy read a more fitting book than the dairyman's daughter? Where do you come from? Said the girl. Out of the water, said I. Don't start. I have been bathing. Are you fond of the water? No, said the girl, heaving a sigh. I am not fond of the water, that is, of the sea. And here she sighed again. The sea is a wide gulf, said I, and frequently separates hearts. The girl sobbed. Why are you alone here? Said I. "I take my turn with the rest," said the girl, "to keep at home on Sunday." "And you are," said I. "The master's niece," said the girl. "How came you to know it?" "But why did you not go with the rest and with your friends?" "Who are those you call my friends?" said I. "Peter and his wife." "And who are they?" said I. "Do you not know?" said the girl. "You came with them." "They found me ill by the way," said I, "and they relieved me. I know nothing about them." "I thought you knew everything," said the girl. "There are 2 or 3 things which I do not know, and this is one of them. Who are they?" "Did you never hear of the great Welsh preacher, Peter Williams?" "Never," said I. "Well," said the girl, "this is he, and Winifred is his wife, and a nice person she is. Some people say, indeed, that she is as good a preacher as her husband, though of that matter I can say nothing, having never heard her preach. So these two wander over all Wales and the greater part of England, comforting the hearts of the people with their doctrine, and doing all the good they can. They frequently come here, for the mistress is a Welshwoman, and an old friend of both, and then they take up their abode in the cart beneath the old oaks down there by the stream." "And what is their reason for doing so?" said I. "Would it not be more comfortable to sleep beneath a roof?" "I know not their reasons," said the girl, "but so it is. They never sleep beneath a roof unless the weather is very severe. I once heard the mistress say that Peter had something heavy upon his mind. Perhaps that is the cause. If he is unhappy, all I can say is, that I wish him otherwise, for he is a good man and a kind." "Thank you," said I. "I will now depart." "Him," said the girl. I was wishing, what, to ask me a question? "Not exactly, but you seem to know everything. You mentioned, I think, fortune." "Telling. Do you wish me to tell your fortune?" "By no means, but I have a friend at a distance at sea, and I should wish to know when he will come back." "I have told you already there are 2 or 3 things which I do not know. This is another of them. However, I should not be surprised if he were to come back some of these days. I would if I were in his place. In the meantime, be patient, attend to the dairy, and read The Dairyman's Daughter when you have nothing better to do." It was late in the evening when the party of the morning returned. The farmer and his family repaired at once to their abode, and my 2 friends joined me beneath the tree. Peter sat down at the foot of the oak and said nothing. Supper was brought by a servant, not the damsel of the porch. We sat round the tray. Peter said grace, but scarcely anything else. He appeared sad and dejected. His wife looked anxiously upon him. I was as silent as my friends. After a little time we retired to our separate places of rest. About midnight I was awakened by a noise. I started up and listened. It appeared to me that I heard voices and groans. In a moment I had issued from my tent. All was silent, but the next moment I again heard groans and voices. They proceeded from the tilted cart where Peter and his wife lay. I drew near. Again there was a pause, and then I heard the voice of Peter, in an accent of extreme anguish, exclaim, "Peachet ispred glen, o peachet glan, o peachet crid glan, ho peachet flan." And then he uttered a deep groan. Anon, I heard the voice of Winifred, and never shall I forget the sweetness and gentleness of the tones of her voice in the stillness of that night. I did not understand all she said. She spoke in her native language, and I was some way apart. She appeared to endeavor to console her husband, but he seemed to refuse all comfort, and, with many groans, repeated Peccaut isprig glano, O Peccaut isprig glan. I felt I had no right to pry into their afflictions, and retired. Now, Peccaut isprig glan, interpreted, is the sin against the Holy Ghost. Chapter 74. The following day, pride, thriving trade, Tylwyth Teg, Ellis Wynn, sleeping hard, incalculable good, fearful agony. The tale. Peter and his wife did not proceed on any expedition during the following day, The former strolled gloomily about the fields, and the latter passed many hours in the farmhouse. Towards evening, without saying a word to either, I departed with my vehicle, and finding my way to a small town at some distance, I laid in a store of various articles, with which I returned. It was night, and my two friends were seated beneath the oak. They had just completed their frugal supper. "We waited for thee some time," said Winifred, "but finding that thou didst not come, we began without thee. But sit down, I pray thee, there is still enough for thee." "I will sit down," said I, "but I require no supper, for I have eaten where I have been. Nothing more particular occurred at the time. Next morning the kind pair invited me to share their breakfast. "I will not share your breakfast," said I. "Wherefore not?" said Winifred anxiously. "Because," said I, "it is not proper that I be beholden to you for meat and drink." "But we are beholden to other people," said Winifred. "Yes," said I, "but you preach to them and give them ghostly advice, which considerably alters the matter. Not that I would receive anything from them if I preached to them 6 times a day." "Thou art not fond of receiving favors then, young man," said Winifred. "I am not," said I. "And of conferring favors—" "Nothing affords me greater pleasure," said I, "than to confer favors." "What a disposition!" said Winifred, holding up her hands. "And this is pride, genuine pride, that feeling which the world agrees to call so noble. Oh, how mean a thing is pride! Never before did I see all the meanness of what is called pride." "But how wilt thou live, friend?" said Peter. "Dost thou not intend to eat?" "When I went out last night," said I laid in a provision." "Thou hast laid in a provision," said Peter. "Pray let us see it." "Really, friend," said he after I had produced it, "thou must drive a thriving trade. Here are provisions enough to last 3 people for several days. Here are butter and eggs, here is tea, here is sugar, and there is a flitch. I hope thou wilt let us partake of some of thy fare. I should be very happy." "If you would," said I. "Doubt not but we shall," said Peter. "Winifred shall have some of thy flitch cooked for dinner. In the meantime, sit down, young man, and breakfast at our expense. We will dine at thine." On the evening of that day, Peter and myself sat alone beneath the oak. We fell into conversation. Peter was at first melancholy, but he soon became more cheerful, fluent, and entertaining. I spoke but little, but I observed that sometimes what I said surprised the good Methodist. We had been silent some time. At length, lifting up my eyes to the broad and leafy canopy of the trees, I said, having nothing better to remark, "What a noble tree! I wonder if the fairies ever dance beneath it." "Fairies," said Peter, "fairies. How came you, young man, to know anything about the Fair family?" "I am an Englishman," said I, "and of course know something about fairies." "England was once a famous place for them." "Was once, I grant you," said Peter, "but is so no longer. I have traveled for years about England, and never heard them mentioned before. The belief in them has died away, and even their name seems to be forgotten. If you had said you were a Welshman, I should not have been surprised. The Welsh have much to say of the Tylwyth Teg, or Fair family, and many believe in them." "And do you believe in them?" said I. "I scarcely know what to say. Wise and good men have been of opinion that they are nothing but devils, who, under the form of pretty and amiable spirits, would fain allure poor human beings. I see nothing irrational in the supposition. Do you believe in devils, then?" "Do I believe in devils, young man?" said Peter, and his frame was shaken as if by convulsions. "If I do not believe in devils, why am I here at the present moment?" "You know best," said I, "but I don't believe that fairies are devils, and I don't wish to hear them insulted. What learned men have said they are devils?" "Many have said it, young man, and, amongst others, Master Ellis Wynn, in that wonderful book of his, The Barge Quashay." "The Barge Quashay," said I. "What kind of book is that?" "I have never heard of that book before." "Heard of it before? I suppose not. How should you have heard of it before? By the by, can you read? Very tolerably, said I. So there are fairies in this book. What do you call it, the Bard Coo's Quart? Yes, the Bard Cusquash. You pronounce Welsh very fairly. Have you ever been in Wales? Never, said I. Not been in Wales. Then, of course, you don't understand Welsh. But we were talking of the Bard Quash. Jess, there are fairies in the Bard Quash. The author of it, Master Ellis Wynne, was carried away in his sleep by them over mountains and valleys, rivers and great waters, incurring mighty perils at their hands, till he was rescued from them by an angel of the Most High, who subsequently showed him many wonderful things. I beg your pardon, said I, but what were those wonderful things? I see, young man, said Peter, smiling, that you are not without curiosity, but I can easily pardon anyone for being curious about the wonders contained in the book of Master Ellis Wynne. The angel showed him the course of this world, its pomps and vanities, its cruelty and its pride, its crimes and deceits. On another occasion, the angel showed him death in his nether palace, surrounded by his grisly ministers and by those who are continually falling victims to his power. And, on the third occasion, the state of the condemned in their place of everlasting torment. But this was all in his sleep, said I, was it not? Yes, said Peter, in his sleep, and on that account the book is called Gweled Gaethau I Bard Chuscus, or Visions of the Sleeping Bard. I do not care for wonders which occur in sleep, said I. I prefer real ones, and perhaps, notwithstanding what he says, the man had no visions at all. They are probably of his own invention. They are substantially true, young man, said Peter. Like the dreams of Bunyan, they are founded on three tremendous facts: sin, death, and hell. And like his, they have done incalculable good, at least in my own country, in the language of which they are written. Many a guilty conscience has the Bard Quashi aroused with its dreadful sights, its strong sighs, its puffs of smoke from the pit, and its showers of sparks from the mouth of the yet lower gulf of unknown. Were it not for the Bard Quashi, perhaps I might not be here. I would sooner hear your own tale, said I, than all the visions of the Bard Cusglal. Peter shook, bent his form nearly double, and covered his face with his hands. I sat still and motionless, with my eyes fixed upon him. Presently Winifred descended the hill and joined us. What is the matter? Said she, looking at her husband, who still remained in the posture I have described. He made no answer. Whereupon, laying her hand gently on his shoulder, she said, in the peculiar soft and tender tone which I had heard her use on a former occasion, "Take comfort, Peter. What has happened now to afflict thee?" Peter removed his hand from his face. The old pain, said he. I was talking with this young man, and he would fain know what brought me here. He would fain hear my tale. Winifred, my sin, o peccat esprit blan, o peccat esprit glan, and the poor man fell into a more fearful agony than before. Tears trickled down Winifred's face. I saw them trickling by the moonlight as she gazed upon the writhing form of her afflicted husband. I arose from my seat. I am the cause of all this, said I, by my folly and imprudence, and it is thus I have returned your kindness and hospitality. I will depart from you and wander my way. I was retiring, but Peter sprang up and detained me. Go not, said he. You were not in fault. If there be any fault in the case, it was mine. If I suffer, I am but paying the penalty of my own iniquity. He then paused and appeared to be considering at length. He said, many things which thou hast seen and heard connected with me require explanation. Thou wishest to know my tale. I will tell it thee, but not now, not tonight. I am too much shaken. 2 evenings later, when we were again seated beneath the oak, Peter took the hand of his wife in his own, and then, in tones broken and almost inarticulate, commenced telling me his tale. The tale of the Peachot is spread, Glan. Chapter 75. Taking a cup, getting to heaven, after breakfast, wooden gallery, mechanical habit, reserved and gloomy, last words a long time, from the clouds, ray of hope, momentary chill, policing anticipation. I was born in the heart of North Wales, the son of a respectable farmer, and am the youngest of 7 brothers. My father was a member of the Church of England and was what is generally called a serious man. He went to church regularly and read the Bible every Sunday evening. In his moments of leisure, he was fond of holding religious discourse, both with his family and his neighbors. One autumn afternoon, on a weekday, my father sat with one of his neighbors taking a cup of ale by the oak table in our stone kitchen. I sat near them and listened to their discourse. I was at that time 7 years of age. They were talking of religious matters. "It is a hard matter to get to heaven," said my father. "Exceedingly so," said the other. "However, I don't despond. None need despair of getting to heaven, save those who have committed the sin against the Holy Ghost." "Ah," said my father, "thank God I never committed that. How awful must be the state of a person who has committed the sin against the Holy Ghost. I can scarcely think of it without my hair standing on end." And then my father and his friend began talking of the nature of the sin against the Holy Ghost, and I heard them say what it was, as I sat with greedy ears listening to their discourse. I lay awake the greater part of the night, musing upon what I had heard. I kept wondering to myself what must be the state of a person who had committed the sin against the Holy Ghost, and how he must feel. Once or twice I felt a strong inclination to commit it. A strange kind of fear, however, prevented me. At last I determined not to commit it, and, having said my prayers, I fell asleep. When I awoke in the morning, the first thing I thought of was the mysterious sin, and a voice within me seemed to say, "Commit it." And I felt a strong temptation to do so, even stronger than in the night. I was just about to yield, when the same dread, of which I have already spoken, came over me, and springing out of bed, I went down on my knees. I slept in a small room alone, to which I ascended by a wooden stair, open to the sky. I have often thought since that it is not a good thing for children to sleep alone. After breakfast I went to school, and endeavored to employ myself upon my tasks, but all in vain. I could think of nothing but the sin against the Holy Ghost. My eyes, instead of being fixed upon my book, wandered in vacancy. My master observed my inattention and chid me. The time came for saying my task, and I had not acquired it. My master reproached me, and, yet more, he beat me. I felt shame and anger, and I went home with a full determination to commit the sin against the Holy Ghost. But when I got home, my father ordered me to do something connected with the farm, so that I was compelled to exert myself. I was occupied till night, and was so busy that I almost forgot the sin and my late resolution. My work completed, I took my supper and went to my room. I began my prayers, and when they were ended, I thought of the sin, but the temptation was slight. I felt very tired and was presently asleep. Thus, you see, I had plenty of time allotted me by a gracious and kind God to reflect on what I was about to do. He did not permit the enemy of souls to take me by surprise, and to hurry me at once into the commission of that which was to be my ruin here and hereafter. Whatever I did was of my own free will, after I had had time to reflect. Thus God is justified. He had no hand in my destruction, but, on the contrary, he did all that was compatible with justice to prevent it. I hastened to the fatal moment. Awaking in the night, I determined that nothing should prevent my committing the sin. Arising from my bed, I went out upon the wooden gallery, and having stood for a few moments looking at the stars with which the heavens were thickly strewn, I laid myself down, and supporting my face with my hand, I murmured out words of horror, words not to be repeated, and in this manner I committed the sin against the Holy Ghost. When the words were uttered, I sat up upon the topmost step of the gallery. For some time I felt stunned in somewhat the same manner as I once subsequently felt after being stung by an adder. I soon arose, however, and retired to my bed, where, notwithstanding what I had done, I was not slow in falling asleep. I awoke several times during the night, each time with the dim idea that something strange and monstrous had occurred, but I presently fell asleep again. In the morning I awoke with the same vague feeling, but presently recollection returned, and I remembered that I had committed the sin against the Holy Ghost. I lay musing for some time on what I had done, and I felt rather stunned, as before. At last I arose and got out of bed, dressed myself, and then went down on my knees, and was about to pray from the force of mechanical habit. Before I said a word, however, I recollected myself, and got up again. What was the use of praying? I thought. I had committed the sin against the Holy Ghost. I went to school, but sat stupefied. I was again chidden, again beaten, by my master. I felt no anger this time, and scarcely heeded the strokes. I looked, however, at my master's face, and thought to myself, "You are beating me for being idle, as you suppose. Poor man, what would you do if you knew I had committed the sin against the Holy Ghost?" Days and weeks passed by. I had once been cheerful and fond of the society of children of my own age, but I was now reserved and gloomy. It seemed to me that a gulf separated me from all my fellow creatures. I used to look at my brothers and schoolfellows and think how different I was from them. They had not done what I had. I seemed, in my own eyes, a lone, monstrous being, and yet, strange to say, I felt a kind of pride in being so. I was unhappy, but I frequently thought to myself, I have done what no one else would dare to do. There was something grand in the idea. I had yet to learn the horror of my condition. Time passed on, and I began to think less of what I had done. I began once more to take pleasure in my childish sports. I was active, and excelled at football and the like all the lads of my age. I likewise began, what I had never done before, to take pleasure in the exercises of the school. I made great progress in Welsh and English grammar, and learned to construe Latin. My master no longer chid or beat me, but one day told my father that he had no doubt that one day I should be an honor to Wales. Shortly after this my father fell sick. The progress of the disorder was rapid. Feeling his end approaching, he called his children before him. After tenderly embracing us, he said, "God bless you, my children. I am going from you, but take comfort. I trust that we shall all meet again in heaven." As he uttered these last words, horror took entire possession of me. Meet my father in heaven! How could I ever hope to meet him there? I looked wildly at my brethren and at my mother. They were all bathed in tears, but how I envied them! They might hope to meet my father in heaven. But how different were they from me! They had never committed the unpardonable sin. In a few days my father died. He left his family in comfortable circumstances, at least such as would be considered so, in Wales, where the wants of the people are few. My elder brother carried on the farm for the benefit of my mother and us all. In course of time my brothers were put out to various trades. I still remained at school, but without being a source of expense to my relations, as I was by this time able to assist my master in the business of the school. I was diligent both in self-improvement and in the instruction of others. Nevertheless, a horrible weight pressed upon my breast. I knew I was a lost being, that for me there was no hope, that though all others might be saved, I must of necessity be lost. I had committed the unpardonable sin, for which I was doomed to eternal punishment and the flaming gulf as soon as life was over. And how long could I hope to live? Perhaps 50 years, at the end of which I must go to my place, and then I would count the months and the days, nay, even the hours which yet intervened between me and my doom. Sometimes I would comfort myself with the idea that a long time would elapse before my time would be out. But then again, I thought that, however long the term might be, it must be out at last. And then I would fall into an agony, during which I would almost wish that the term were out, and that I were in my place, the horrors of which I thought could scarcely be worse than what I then endured. There was one thought about this time which caused me unutterable grief and shame, perhaps more shame than grief. It was that my father, who was gone to heaven and was there daily, holding communion with his God, was by this time aware of my crime. I imagined him looking down from the clouds upon his wretched son, with a countenance of inexpressible horror. When this idea was upon me, I would often rush to some secret place to hide myself, to some thicket where I would cast myself on the ground and thrust my head into a thick bush in order to escape from the horror-struck glance of my father above in the clouds. And there I would continue groaning till the agony had, in some degree, passed away. The wretchedness of my state increasing daily, it at last became apparent to the master of the school, who questioned me earnestly and affectionately. I, however, gave him no satisfactory answer, being apprehensive that, if I unbosomed myself, I should become as much an object of horror to him as I had long been to myself. At length he suspected that I was unsettled in my intellects, and fearing probably the ill effect of my presence upon his scholars, he advised me to go home, which I was glad to do, as I felt myself every day becoming less qualified for the duties of the office which I had undertaken. So I returned home to my mother and my brother, who received me with the greatest kindness and affection. I now determined to devote myself to husbandry and assist my brother in the business of the farm. I was still, however, very much distressed. One fine morning, however, as I was at work in the field and the birds were caroling around me, a ray of hope began to break upon my poor dark soul. I looked at the earth and looked at the sky and felt as I had not done for many a year. Presently, a delicious feeling stole over me. I was beginning to enjoy existence. I shall never forget that hour. I flung myself on the soil and kissed it. Then, springing up with a sudden impulse, I rushed into the depths of a neighboring wood and, falling upon my knees, did what I had not done for a long, long time, prayed to God. A change, an entire change, seemed to have come over me. I was no longer gloomy and despairing, but gay and happy. My slumbers were light and easy, not disturbed as before by frightful dreams. I arose with the lark, and like him uttered a cheerful song of praise to God, frequently and earnestly, and was particularly cautious not to do anything which I considered might cause his displeasure. At church I was constant, and went there listened with deepest attention to every word which proceeded from the mouth of the minister. In a little time it appeared to me that I had become a good, very good young man. At times the recollection of the sin would return, and I would feel a momentary chill, but the thought quickly vanished, and I again felt happy and secure. One Sunday morning, after I had said my prayers, I felt particularly joyous. I thought of the innocent and virtuous life I was leading, and when the recollection of the sin intruded for a moment, said, I am sure God will never utterly cast away so good a creature as myself. I went to church and was as usual attentive. The subject of the sermon was on the duty of searching the Scriptures. All I knew of them was from the liturgy. I now, however, determined to read them and perfect the good work which I had begun. My father's Bible was upon the shelf, and on that evening I took it with me to my chamber. I placed it on the table and sat down. My heart was filled with pleasing anticipation. I opened the book at random and began to read. The first passage on which my eyes lighted was the following: He who committeth the sin against the Holy Ghost shall not be forgiven, either in this world or the next. Here Peter was seized with convulsive tremors. Winifred sobbed violently. I got up and went away. Returning in about a quarter of an hour, I found him more calm. He motioned me to sit down, and, after a short pause, continued his narration. Chapter 76. Hasty Farewell. Lofty Rock, Wrestlings of Jacob, No Rest Ways of Providence, Two Females, Foot of the Cross, Enemy of Souls, Perplexed Lucky Hour, Valetudinarian, Methodists fervent in prayer, You Saxons weak creatures, very agreeable, almost happy kindness and solicitude. Where was I, young man? Oh, I remember, at the fatal passage which removed all hope. I will not dwell on what I felt. I closed my eyes and wished that I might be dreaming, but it was no dream, but a terrific reality. I will not dwell on that period. I should only shock you. I could not bear my feelings, so, bidding my friends a hasty farewell, I abandoned myself to horror and despair, and ran wild through Wales, climbing mountains and wading streams. Climbing mountains and wading streams, I ran wild about. I was burnt by the sun, drenched by the rain, and had frequently at night no other covering than the sky or the humid roof of some cave. But nothing seemed to affect my constitution. Probably the fire which burned within me counteracted what I suffered from without. During the space of 3 years, I scarcely knew what befell me. My life was a dream, a wild, horrible dream. More than once I believe I was in the hands of robbers, and once in the hands of gypsies. I like the last description of people least of all. I could not abide their yellow faces or their ceaseless clabber. Escaping from these beings, whose countenances and godless discourse brought to my mind the demons of the deep unknown, I still ran wild through Wales, I know not how long. On one occasion, coming in some degree to my recollection, I felt myself quite unable to bear the horrors of my situation. Looking round, I found myself near the sea. Instantly the idea came into my head that I would cast myself into it and thus anticipate my final doom. I hesitated a moment, but a voice within me seemed to tell me that I could do no better. The sea was near, and I could not swim, so I determined to fling myself into the sea. As I was running along at great speed in the direction of a lofty rock which beetled over the waters, I suddenly felt myself seized by the coat. I strove to tear myself away, but in vain. Looking round, I perceived a venerable hale old man who had hold of me. "Let me go," said I fiercely. "I will not let thee go," said the old man, and now, instead of with one, he grappled me with both hands. "In whose name dost thou detain me?" said I, scarcely knowing what I said. "In the name of my master who made thee, and yonder sea, and has said to the sea, So far shalt thou come, and no farther, and to thee thou shalt do no murder." "Has not a man a right to do what he pleases with his own?" said I. "He has," said the old man, "but thy life is not thy own. Thou art accountable for it to thy God. God will not let thee go," he continues as I again struggles. Art Wansley says in his Wrestlings of Jacob, "And see, it is of no use struggling, for I am, in the strength of my master, stronger than thou." And indeed, all of a sudden I had become very weak and exhausted, whereupon the old man, beholding my situation, took me by the arm and led me gently to a neighboring town, which stood behind a hill, which stood behind a colbert belt, had both kids to gug. Having caused me to sit down, he stood looking at me for some time, occasionally heaving a sigh. I was indeed haggard and forlorn. "Who art thou?" he said at last. "A miserable man," I replied. "What makes thee miserable?" said the old man. "A hideous crime," I replied. "I can find no rest. Like Cain, I wander here and there." The old man turned pale. "Hast thou taken another's life?" said he. "If so, I advise thee to surrender thyself to the magistrate. Thou canst do no better. Thy doing so will be the best proof of thy repentance, and though there be no hope for thee in this world, there may be much in the next." "No," said I, I have never taken another's life. What then, another's goods? If so, restore them sevenfold, if possible, or if it be not in thy power, and thy conscience accuse thee, surrender thyself to the magistrate, and make the only satisfaction thou art able. I have taken no one's goods, said I. Of what art thou guilty then? Said he. Art thou a drunkard, a profligate? Alas, no, said I am neither of these, would that I were no worse. Thereupon the old man looked steadfastly at me for some time. Then, after appearing to reflect, he said, Young man, I have a great desire to know your name. What matters it to you what is my name? Said I. You know nothing of me. Perhaps you are mistaken, said the old man, looking kindly at me. But at all events tell me your name. I hesitated a moment and then told him who I was, whereupon he exclaimed with much emotion, I thought so, how wonderful are the ways of Providence. I have heard of thee, young man, and know thy mother well. Only a month ago, when upon a journey, I experienced much kindness from her. She was speaking to me of her lost child with tears. She told me that you were one of the best of sons, but that some strange idea appeared to have occupied your mind. Despair not, my son. If thou hast been afflicted, I doubt not but that thy affliction will eventually turn out to thy benefit. I doubt not but that thou wilt be preserved as an example of the great mercy of God. I will now kneel down and pray for thee, my son. He knelt down and prayed long and fervently. I remained standing for some time. At length I knelt down likewise. I scarcely knew what he was saying, but when he concluded I said, Amen. And when we had risen from our knees, the old man left me for a short time, and on his return led me into another room, where were two females. One was an elderly person, the wife of the old man, the other was a young woman of very prepossessing appearance. Hang not down thy head, Winifred, who I soon found was a distant relation of the old man. Both received me with great kindness, the old man having doubtless previously told them who I was. I stayed several days in the good man's house. I had still the greater portion of the small sum which I happened to have about me when I departed on my dolorous wandering, and with this I purchased clothes and altered my appearance considerably. On the evening of the second day, my friend said, I am going to preach. Perhaps you will come and hear me. I consented, and we all went, not to a church, but to the large building next the house. For the old man, though a clergyman, was not of the established persuasion, and there the old man mounted a pulpit, and began to preach. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, etc., etc., was his text. His sermon was long, but I still bear the greater portion of it in my mind. The substance of it was that Jesus was at all times ready to take upon himself the burden of our sins, provided we came to him with a humble and contrite spirit, and begged his help. This doctrine was new to me. I had often been at church, but had never heard it preached before, at least so distinctly. When he said that all men might be saved, I shook, for I expected he would add, all except those who had committed the mysterious sin, but no, all men were to be saved, who with a humble and contrite spirit would come to Jesus, cast themselves at the foot of his cross, and accept pardon due the merits of his blood shedding alone. Therefore, my friends, said he, in conclusion, despair not however guilty you may be, despair not however desperate your condition may seem. Said he, fixing his eyes upon me, despair not. There is nothing more foolish and more wicked than despair. Overweening confidence is not more foolish than despair. Both are the favorite weapons of the enemy of souls. This discourse gave rise in my mind to no slight perplexity. I had read in the Scriptures that he who committeth a certain sin shall never be forgiven, and that there is no hope for him either in this world or the next. And here was a man, a good man certainly, and one who of necessity was thoroughly acquainted with the Scriptures, who told me that anyone might be forgiven, however wicked, who would only trust in Christ and in the merits of his bloodshedding. Did I believe in Christ? I truly, Was I willing to be saved by Christ? I truly. Did I trust in Christ? I trusted that Christ would save everyone but myself. And why not myself? Simply because the Scriptures had told me that he who has committed the sin against the Holy Ghost can never be saved, and I had committed the sin against the Holy Ghost, perhaps the only one who ever had committed it. How could I hope? The Scriptures could not lie. And yet here was this good old man, profoundly versed in the Scriptures, who bade me hope. Would he lie? No. But did the old man know my case? Ah, no, he did not know my case. But yet he had bid me hope, whatever I had done, provided I would go to Jesus. But how could I think of going to Jesus when the Scriptures told me plainly that all would be useless? I was perplexed, and yet a ray of hope began to dawn in my soul. I thought of consulting the good man, but I was afraid he would drive away the small glimmer. I was afraid he would say, "Oh yes, everyone is to be saved except a wretch like you." I was not aware before that there was anything so horrible but gone. Once or twice the old man questioned me on the subject of my misery, but I evaded him. Once indeed, when he looked particularly benevolent, I think I should have unbosomed myself to him, but we were interrupted. He never pressed me much. Perhaps he was delicate and probing my mind, as we were then of different persuasions. Hence he advised me to seek the advice of some powerful minister in my own church. There were many such in it, he said. I stayed several days in the family, during which time I more than once heard my venerable friend preach. Each time he preached, he exhorted his hearers not to despair. The whole family were kind to me. His wife frequently discoursed with me, and also the young person to whom I have already alluded. It appeared to me that the latter took a peculiar interest in my fate. At last my friend said to me, "It is now time thou shouldest return to thy mother and thy brother." So I arose and departed to my mother and my brother. And at my departure my old friend gave me his blessing, and his wife and the young person shed tears, the last especially. And when my mother saw me, she shed tears and fell on my neck and kissed me, and my brother took me by the hand and bade me welcome. And when our first emotions were subsided, my mother said, "I trust thou art come in a lucky hour. A few weeks ago my cousin, whose favorite thou always wast, died and left thee his heir, left thee the goodly farm in which he lived. I trust, my son, that thou wilt now settle, and be a comfort to me in my old days." And I answered, "I will, if so please the Lord." And I said to myself, "God grant that this bequest be a token of the Lord's favor." And in a few days I departed to take possession of my farm. It was about 20 miles from my mother's house, in a beautiful but rather wild district. I arrived at the fall of the leaf. All day long I busied myself with my farm, and thus kept my mind employed. At night, however, I felt rather solitary, and I frequently wished for a companion. Each night and morning I prayed fervently unto the Lord, for his hand had been very heavy upon me, and I feared him. There was one thing connected with my new abode which gave me considerable uneasiness, the want of spiritual instruction. There was a church, indeed, close at hand, in which service was occasionally performed, but in so hurried and heartless a manner that I derived little benefit from it. The clergyman to whom the benefice belonged was a valetudinarian, who passed his time in London or at some watering place, entrusting the care of his flock to the curate of a distant parish, who gave himself very little trouble about the matter. Now I wanted every Sunday to hear from the pulpit words of consolation and encouragement, similar to those which I had heard from the pulpit by my good and venerable friend, but I was debarred from this privilege. At length, one day being in conversation with one of my laborers, a staid and serious man, I spoke to him of the matter which lay heavy upon my mind. Whereupon, looking me wistfully in the face, he said, "Master, the want of religious instruction in my church was what drove me to the Methodists." "The Methodists," said I, "are there any in these parts?" "There is a chapel," said he, "only half a mile distant, at which there are 2 services every Sunday, and other 2 during the week." Now it happened that my venerable friend was of the Methodist persuasion, and when I heard the poor man talk in this manner, I said to him, "May I go with you next Sunday?" "Why not?" said he. So I went with the laborer on the ensuing Sabbath to the meeting of the Methodists. I liked the preaching which I heard at the chapel very well, though it was not quite so comfortable as that of my old friend, the preacher being in some respects a different kind of man. It, however, did me good, and I went again and continued to do so, though I did not become a regular member of the body at that time. I had now the benefit of religious instruction, and also to a certain extent of religious fellowship, for the preacher and various members of his flock frequently came to see me. They were honest, plain men, not exactly of the description which I wished for, but still good sort of people, and I was glad to see them. Once on a time, when some of them were with me, one of them inquired whether I was fervent in prayer. "Very fervent," said I. "And do you read the Scriptures often?" said he. "No," said I. "Why not?" said he. "Because I am afraid to see there my own condemnation." They looked at each other, and said nothing at the time. On leaving me, however, they all advised me to read the Scriptures with fervency and prayer. As I had told these honest people, I shrank from searching the Scriptures. The remembrance of the fatal passage was still too vivid in my mind to permit me. I did not wish to see my condemnation repeated, but I was very fervent in prayer, and almost hoped that God would yet forgive me by virtue of the blood shedding of the Lamb. Time passed on, my affairs prospered, and I enjoyed a certain portion of tranquillity. Occasionally, when I had nothing else to do, I renewed my studies. Many is the book I read, especially in my native language, for I was always fond of my native language and proud of being a Welshman. Amongst the books I read were the odes of the great Ab Gwilym, whom thou, friend, hast never heard of. No, nor any of thy countrymen, for you are an ignorant race, you Saxons, at least with respect to all that relates to Wales and Welshmen. I likewise read the book of Master Ellis Wynn. The latter work possessed a singular fascination for me on account of its wonderful delineations of the torments of the nether world. But man does not love to be alone. Indeed, the Scripture says that it is not good for man to be alone. I occupied my body with the pursuits of husbandry, and I improved my mind with the perusal of good and wise books. But, as I have already said, I frequently sighed for a companion with whom I could exchange ideas, and who could take an interest in my pursuits. The want of such a one I more particularly felt in the long winter evenings. It was then that the image of the young person whom I had seen in the house of the preacher frequently rose up distinctly before my mind's eye, decked with quiet graces, hang not down your head. Winifred and I thought that of all the women in the world, I should wish her to be my partner, and then I considered whether it would be possible to obtain her. I am ready to acknowledge, friend, that it was both selfish and wicked in me to wish to fetter any human being to a lost creature like myself. Conscious of having committed a crime for which the Scriptures told me there is no pardon, I had, indeed, a long struggle as to whether I should make the attempt or not. Selfishness, however, prevailed. I will not detain your attention with relating all that occurred at this period. Suffice it to say that I made my suit and was successful. It is true that the old man, who was her guardian, hesitated and asked several questions respecting my state of mind. I am afraid that I partly deceived him. Perhaps he partly deceived himself. He was pleased that I had adopted his profession. We are all weak creatures. With respect to the young person, she did not ask many questions, and I soon found that I had won her heart. To be brief, I married her, and here she is, the truest wife that ever man had, and the kindest. Kind I may well call her, seeing that she shrinks not from me, who so cruelly deceived her, in not telling her at first what I was. I married her, friend, and brought her home to my little possession, where we passed our time very agreeably. Our affairs prospered, our garners were full, and there was coin in our purse. I worked in the field, Winifred busied herself with the dairy. At night I frequently read books to her, books of my own country, friend. I likewise read to her songs of my own, holy songs and carols which she admired, and which yourself would perhaps admire, could you understand them. But I repeat, you Saxons are an ignorant people with respect to us, and a perverse, inasmuch as you despise Welsh without understanding it. Every night I prayed fervently, and my wife admired my gift of prayer. One night, after I had been reading to my wife a portion of Ellis Wynn, my wife said, "This is a wonderful book, and containing much true and pleasant doctrine. But how is it that you, who are so fond of good books, and good things in general, never read the Bible? You read me the book of Master Ellis Wynn, you read me sweet songs of your own composition, you edify me with your gift of prayer, but yet you never read the Bible." And when I heard her mention the Bible I shook, for I thought of my own condemnation. However, I dearly loved my wife, and as she pressed me, I commenced on that very night reading the Bible. All went on smoothly for a long time. For months and months I did not find the fatal passage, so that I almost thought that I had imagined it. My affairs prospered much the while, so that I was almost happy, taking pleasure in everything around me, in my wife, in my farm, my books and compositions, and the Welsh language. Till one night, as I was reading the Bible, feeling particularly comfortable, a thought having just come into my head that I would print some of my compositions, and purchase a particular field of a neighbor. O God, I came to the fatal passage. Friend, friend, what shall I say? I rushed out. My wife followed me, asking me what was the matter. I could only answer with groans. For 3 days and 3 nights I did little else than groan. Oh, the kindness and solicitude of my wife! "What is the matter, husband, dear husband?" she was continually saying. I became at last more calm. My wife still persisted in asking me the cause of my late paroxysm. It is hard to keep a secret from a wife, especially such a wife as mine, so I told my wife the tale. As we sat one night, it was a midwinter night, over the dying brands of our hearth, after the family had retired to rest, her hand locked in mine, even as it is now. I thought she would have shrunk from me with horror, but she did not. Her hand, it is true, trembled once or twice, but that was all. At last she gave mine a gentle pressure, and, looking up in my face, she said, "What do you think, my wife?" Said, "Young man, it is impossible for me to guess," said I. "Let us go to rest, my love, your fears are all groundless." Chapter 77. Getting late, 7 years old, chastening, go forth, London Bridge, same eyes, common occurrence, very sleepy. "And so I still say," said Winifred, sobbing. "Let us retire to rest, dear husband, your fears are groundless. I had hoped long since that your affliction would have passed away, and I still hope that it eventually will. So take heart, Peter, and let us retire to rest, for it is getting late." "Rest," said Peter. "There is no rest for the wicked. We are all wicked," said Winifred, "but you are afraid of a shadow. How often have I told you that the sin of your heart is not the sin against the Holy Ghost? The sin of your heart is its natural pride, of which you are scarcely aware, to keep down which God in His mercy permitted you to be terrified with the idea of having committed a sin which you never committed." "Then you will still maintain," said Peter, "that I never committed the sin against the Holy Spirit?" "I will," said Winifred. "You never committed it. How should a child 7 years old commit a sin like that? Have I not read my own condemnation?" said Peter. "Did not the first words which I read in the Holy Scripture condemn me? He who committeth the sin against the Holy Ghost shall never enter into the kingdom of God." "You never committed it," said Winifred. "But the words, the words, the words," said Peter. "The words are true words," said Winifred, sobbing, "but they were not meant for you, but for those who have broken their profession, who, having embraced the cross, have receded from their master. And what sayest thou to the effect which the words produced upon me? Said Peter. Did they not cause me to run wild through Wales for years, like Murden? Wilt of yore, thinkest thou that I opened the book at that particular passage by chance? No, said Winifred, not by chance. It was the hand of God directed you, doubtless for some wise purpose. You had become satisfied with yourself. The Lord wished to rouse thee from thy state of carnal security, and therefore directed your eyes to that fearful passage. Does the Lord then carry out his designs by means of guile? Said Peter with a groan. Is not the Lord true? Would the Lord impress upon me that I had committed a sin of which I am guiltless? Hush, Winifred, hush, thou knowest that I have committed the sin. Thou hast not committed it, said Winifred, sobbing yet more violently. Were they my last words, I would persist that thou hast not committed it, though perhaps thou wouldst, but for this chastening, it was not to convince thee that thou hast committed the sin, but rather to prevent thee from committing it, that the Lord brought that passage before thy eyes. He is not to blame, if thou art wilfully blind to the truth and wisdom of his ways. I see thou wouldst comfort me, said Peter, as thou hast often before attempted to do. I would fain ask the young man his opinion. I have not yet heard the whole of your history, said I. My story is nearly told, said Peter. A few words will complete it. My wife endeavored to console and reassure me, using the arguments which you have just heard her use, and many others, but in vain. Peace nor comfort came to my breast. I was rapidly falling into the depths of despair, when one day Winifred said to me, I see thou wilt be lost if we remain here. One resource only remains. Thou must go forth, my husband, into the wide world, and to comfort thee I will go with thee. And what can I do in the wide world? Said I, despondingly. Much, replied Winifred. If you will but exert yourself, much good canst thou do with the blessing of God. Many things of the same kind she said to me, and at last I arose from the earth to which God had smitten me, and disposed of my property in the best way I could, and went into the world. We did all the good we were able, visiting the sick, ministering to the sick, and praying with the sick. At last I became celebrated as the possessor of a great gift of prayer, and people urged me to preach, and Winifred urged me too, and at last I consented and I preached. I, outcast Peter, became the preacher Peter Williams. I, the lost one, attempted to show others the right road, and in this way I have gone on for 13 years, preaching and teaching, visiting the sick, and ministering to them, with Winifred by my side heartening me on. Occasionally I am visited with fits of indescribable agony, generally on the night before the Sabbath, for I then ask myself, how dare I, the outcast, attempt to preach the word of God? Young man, my tale is told. You seem in thought. I am thinking of London Bridge, said I. Of London Bridge, said Peter and his wife. Yes, said I, of London Bridge. I am indebted for much wisdom to London Bridge. It was there that I completed my studies. But to the point. I was once reading on London Bridge a book which an ancient gentlewoman who kept the bridge was in the habit of lending me, and there I found written, each one carries in his breast the recollection of some sin which presses heavy upon him. Oh, if men could but look into each other's hearts, what blackness would they find there? That's true, said Peter. What is the name of the book? The Life of Blessed Mary Flanders. Some popish saint, I suppose, said Peter. As much of a saint, I dare say, said I, as most popish ones, but you interrupted me. One part of your narrative brought the passage which I have quoted into my mind. You said that after you had committed this same sin of yours, you were in the habit, at school, of looking upon your schoolfellows with a kind of gloomy superiority, considering yourself a lone monstrous being who had committed a sin far above the daring of any of them. Are you sure that many others of your schoolfellows were not looking upon you and the others with much the same eyes with which you were looking upon them? How? Said Peter, dost thou think that they had divined my secret? Not they, said I. They were, I dare say, thinking too much of themselves and of their own concerns to have divined any secrets of yours. All I mean to say is, they had probably secrets of their own, and who knows that the secret sin of more than one of them was not the very sin which caused you so much misery. Dost thou then imagine, said Peter, the sin against the Holy Ghost to be so common an occurrence? As you have described it, said I, a very common occurrence, especially amongst children, who are indeed the only beings likely to commit it. Truly, said Winifred, the young man talks wisely. Peter was silent for some moments and appeared to be reflecting. At last, suddenly raising his head, he looked me full in the face and, grasping my hand with vehemence, he said, Tell me, young man, only one thing, hast thou too committed the sin against the Holy Ghost? I am neither Papist nor Methodist, said I, but of the Church, and being so, confess myself to no one, but keep my own counsel. I will tell thee, however, had I committed, at the same age, 20 such sins as that which you committed, I should feel no uneasiness at these years, but I am sleepy, and must go to rest. God bless thee, young man, said Winifred. Chapter 78. Low and calm, much better, blessed effect, no answer, such a sermon. Before I sank to rest, I heard Winifred and her husband conversing in the place where I had left them. Both their voices were low and calm. I soon fell asleep and slumbered for some time. On my awakening, I again heard them conversing, but they were now in their cart. Still the voices of both were calm. I heard no passionate bursts of wild despair on the part of the man. Methought I occasionally heard the word peccad proceeding from the lips of each, but with no particular emphasis. I suppose they were talking of the innate sin of both their hearts. I wish that man were happy, said I to myself, were it only for his wife's sake, and yet he deserves to be happy for his own. The next day Peter was very cheerful, more cheerful than I had ever seen him. At breakfast his conversation was animated, and he smiled repeatedly. I looked at him with the greatest interest, and the eyes of his wife were almost constantly fixed upon him. A shade of gloom would occasionally come over his countenance, but it almost instantly disappeared. Perhaps it proceeded more from habit than anything else. After breakfast he took his Welsh Bible and sat down beneath a tree. His eyes were soon fixed intently on the volume. Now and then he would call his wife, show her some passage, and appeared to consult with her. The day passed quickly and comfortably. Your husband seems much better, said I, at evening fall, to Winifred, as we chanced to be alone. He does, said Winifred, and that on the day of the week when he was wont to appear most melancholy, for tomorrow is the Sabbath. He now no longer looks forward to the Sabbath with dread, but appears to reckon on it. What a happy change! And to think that this change should have been produced by a few words, seemingly careless ones, proceeding from the mouth of one who is almost a stranger to him. Truly, it is wonderful. To whom do you allude, said I, and to what words? To yourself, and to the words which came from your lips last night, after you had heard my poor husband's history. Those strange words, drawn out with so much seeming indifference, have produced in my husband the blessed effect which you have observed. They have altered the current of his ideas. He no longer thinks himself the only being in the world doomed to destruction, the only being capable of committing the never-to-be-forgiven sin. Your supposition that that which harrowed his soul is of frequent occurrence amongst children has tranquilized him. The mist which hung over his mind has cleared away, and he begins to see the groundlessness of his apprehensions. The Lord has permitted him to be chastened for a season, but his lamp will only burn the brighter for what he has undergone. Sunday came, fine and glorious as the last. Again my friends and myself breakfasted together again, the good family of the house on the hill above, headed by the respectable master, descended to the meadow. Peter and his wife were ready to receive them. Again, Peter placed himself at the side of the honest farmer, and Winifred by the side of her friend. "Wilt thou not come?" said Peter, looking towards me with a face in which there was much emotion. "Wilt thou not come?" said Winifred with a face beaming with kindness. But I made no answer, and presently the party moved away in the same manner in which it had moved on the preceding Sabbath, and I was again left alone. The hours of the Sabbath passed slowly away. I sat gazing at the sky, the trees, and the water. At last I strolled up to the house and sat down in the porch. It was empty. There was no modest maiden there as on the preceding Sabbath. The damsel of the book had accompanied the rest. I had seen her in the procession, and the house appeared quite deserted. The owners had probably left it to my custody. So I sat down in the porch, quite alone. The hours of the Sabbath passed heavily away. At last evening came, and with it the party of the morning. I was now at my place beneath the oak. I went forward to meet them. Peter and his wife received me with a calm and quiet greeting and passed forward. The rest of the party had broken into groups. There was a kind of excitement amongst them, and much eager whispering. I went to one of the groups. The young girl of whom I have spoken more than once was speaking. "Such a sermon," said she. "It has never been our lot to hear. Peter never before spoke as he has done this. He was always a powerful preacher, but oh, the unction of the discourse of this morning, and yet more of that of the afternoon, which was the continuation of it." "What was the subject?" said I, interrupting her. "Ah, you should have been there, young man, to have heard it. It would have made a lasting impression upon you." I was bathed in tears all the time. Those who heard it will never forget the preaching of the good. Peter Williams on the Power, Providence, and Goodness of God. Chapter 79. Deep Interest, Goodly Country, Two Mansions, Welshman's Candle, Beautiful Universe, Godly Discourse, Fine Church, Points of Doctrine, Strange Adventures, Paltry Cause, Roman Pontiff, Evil Spirit. On the morrow I said to my friends, "I am about to depart. Farewell." "Depart," said Peter and his wife simultaneously. "Whither wouldst thou go?" "I can't stay here all my days," I replied. "Of course not," said Peter, "but we had no idea of losing thee so soon. We had almost hoped that thou wouldst join us, become one of us. We are under infinite obligations to thee." "You mean I am under infinite obligations to you," said I. "Did you not save my life?" "Perhaps so, under God," said Peter. "And what hast thou not done for me? Art thou aware that, under God, thou hast preserved my soul from despair? But, independent of that, we like thy company, and feel a deep interest in thee, and would fain teach thee the way that is right. Hearken, tomorrow we go into Wales. Go with us." "I have no wish to go into Wales," said I. "Why not?" said Peter with animation. "Wales is a goodly country, as the Scripture says, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig lead." "I dare say it is a very fine country," said I, "but I have no wish to go there just now. My destiny seems to point in another direction, to say nothing of my trade." "Thou dost right to say nothing of thy trade," said Peter, smiling, "for thou seemest to care nothing about it, which has led Winifred and myself to suspect that thou art not altogether what thou seemest. But setting that aside, we should be most happy if thou wouldst go with us into Wales. But, setting that aside, I cannot promise to go with you into Wales," said I. "But as you depart tomorrow, I will stay with you through the day, and on the morrow accompany you part of the way." "Do," said Peter. "I have many people to see today, and so has Winifred, but we will both endeavor to have some serious discourse with thee, which perhaps will turn to thy profit in the end." In the course of the day the good Peter came to me as I was seated beneath the oak, and, placing himself by me, commenced addressing me in the following manner. I have no doubt, my young friend, that you are willing to admit that the most important thing which a human being possesses is his soul. It is of infinitely more importance than the body, which is a frail substance and cannot last for many years, but not so the soul, which, by its nature, is imperishable. To one of two mansions the soul is destined to depart after its separation from the body, to heaven or hell, to the halls of eternal bliss where God and his holy angels dwell, or to the place of endless misery inhabited by Satan and his grisly companions. My friend, if the joys of heaven are great, unutterably great, so are the torments of hell unutterably so. I wish not to speak of them. I wish not to terrify your imagination with the torments of hell. Indeed, I like not to think of them, but it is necessary to speak of them sometimes, and to think of them sometimes, lest you should sink into a state of carnal security. Authors, friend, and learned men are not altogether agreed as to the particulars of hell. They all agree, however, in considering it a place of exceeding horror. Master Ellis Wen, who by the by was a churchman, calls it, amongst other things, a place of strong sighs and of flaming sparks. Master Rees Pritchard, who was not only a churchman, but vicar of Llandovery and flourished about 200 years ago, I wish many like him flourished now, speaking of hell, in his collection of sweet hymns called The Welshman's Candle, observes, the pool is continually blazing. It is very deep, without any known bottom, and the walls are so high that there is neither hope nor possibility of escaping over them. But, as I told you just now, I have no great pleasure in talking of hell. No, friend, no. I would sooner talk of the other place, and of the goodness and hospitality of God amongst his saints above. And then the excellent man began to dilate upon the joys of heaven and the goodness and hospitality of God in the mansions above, explaining to me, in the clearest way, how I might get there. And when he had finished what he had to say, he left me, whereupon Winifred drew nigh, and sitting down by me began to address me. I do not think, said she, from what I have observed of thee, that thou wouldst wish to be ungrateful, and yet is not thy whole life a series of ingratitude, and to whom? To thy Maker. Has he not endowed thee with a goodly and healthy form, and senses which enable thee to enjoy the delights of his beautiful universe, the work of his hands? Canst thou not enjoy, even to rapture, the brightness of the sun, the perfume of the meads, and the song of the dear birds which inhabit among the trees? Yes, thou canst, for I have seen thee and observed thee doing so. Yet, during the whole time that I have known thee, I have not heard proceed from thy lips one single word of praise or thanksgiving too. And in this manner the admirable woman proceeded for a considerable time. And to all her discourse I listened with attention, and when she had concluded, I took her hand and said, I thank you, and that was all. On the next day, everything was ready for our departure. The good family of the house came to bid us farewell. There were shaking of hands and kisses, as on the night of our arrival. And as I stood somewhat apart, the young girl of whom I have spoken so often came up to me, and holding out her hand, said, Farewell, young man, wherever thou goest. Then, after looking around her, she said, It was all true you told me. Yesterday I received a letter from him thou hadst of. He is coming soon. God bless you, young man. Who would have thought thou knewest so much? So, after we had taken our farewell of the good family, we departed, proceeding in the direction of Wales. Peter was very cheerful, and enlivened the way with godly discourse and spiritual hymns, some of which were in the Welsh language. At length I said, It is a pity that you did not continue in the church. You have a turn for psalmody, and I have heard of a man becoming a bishop by means of a less qualification. Very probably, said Peter, more the pity. but I have told you the reason of my forsaking it. Frequently, when I went to the church door, I found it barred and the priest absent. What was I to do? My heart was bursting for want of some religious help and comfort. What could I do? As good Master Rees Pritchard observes in his Candle for Welshmen, it is a doleful thing to see little children burning on the hot coals for want of help, but yet more doleful to see a flock of souls falling into the burning lake for want of a priest. The Church of England is a fine church, said I. I would not advise anyone to speak ill of the Church of England before me. I have nothing to say against the Church, said Peter. All I wish is that it would fling itself a little more open, and that its priests would a little more bestir themselves. In a word, that it would shoulder the cross and become a missionary church. It is too proud for that, said Winifred. You are much more of a Methodist, said I, than your husband. But tell me, said I, addressing myself to Peter, do you not differ from the Church in some points of doctrine? I, of course, as a true member of the Church, am quite ignorant of the peculiar opinions of wandering sectaries. Oh, the pride of that Church, said Winifred, half to herself. Wandering sectaries. We differ in no points of doctrine, said Peter. We believe all the Church believes, though we are not so fond of vain and superfluous ceremonies, snow-white neckcloths and surplices, as the Church is. We likewise think that there is no harm in a sermon by the roadside, or in holding free discourse with a beggar beneath a hedge or a tinker. He added, smiling, it was those superfluous ceremonies, those surplices and white neckcloths, and, above all, the necessity of strictly regulating his words and conversation, which drove John Wesley out of the church and sent him wandering up and down as you see me, poor Welsh Peter, do. Nothing farther passed for some time. We were now drawing near the hills. At last I said, you must have met with a great many strange adventures since you took up this course of life? Many, said Peter. It has been my lot to meet with, but none more strange than one which occurred to me only a few weeks ago. You were asking me not long since whether I believed in devils? Aye, truly, young man, and I believe that the abyss and the yet deeper unknown do not contain them all. Some walk about upon the green earth. So it happened, some weeks ago, that I was exercising my ministry about 40 miles from here. I was alone, Winifred being slightly indisposed, staying for a few days at the house of an acquaintance. I had finished afternoon's worship, the people had dispersed, and I was sitting solitary by my cart under some green trees in a quiet, retired place. Suddenly a voice said to me, "Good evening, Pastor." I looked up, and before me stood a man, dressed in a black suit of rather a singular fashion. He was about my own age, or somewhat older. As I looked upon him, it appeared to me that I had seen him twice before whilst preaching. I replied to his salutation, and perceiving that he looked somewhat fatigued, I took out a stool from the cart and asked him to sit down. We began to discourse. I at first supposed that he might be one of ourselves, some wandering minister, but I was soon undeceived. Neither his language nor his ideas were those of any one of our body. He spoke on all kinds of matters with much fluency, till at last he mentioned my preaching, complimenting me on my powers. I replied, as well I might, that I could claim no merit of my own, and that if I spoke with any effect, it was only by the grace of God. As I uttered these last words, a horrible kind of sneer came over his countenance, which made me shudder, for there was something diabolical in it. I said little more, but listened attentively to his discourse. At last he said that I was engaged in a paltry cause, quite unworthy of one of my powers. "How can that be?" said I, "even if I possessed all the powers in the world, seeing that I am engaged in the cause of our Lord Jesus?" The same kind of sneer again came on his countenance, but he almost instantly observed that if I chose to forsake this same miserable cause, from which nothing but contempt and privation was to be expected, he would enlist me into another, from which I might expect both profit and renown. An idea now came into my head. and I told him firmly that if he wished me to forsake my present profession and become a member of the Church of England, I must absolutely decline. That I had no ill will against that church, but I thought I could do most good in my present position, which I would not forsake to be Archbishop of Canterbury. Thereupon he burst into a strange laughter and went away, repeating to himself, Church of England, Archbishop of Canterbury. A few days after, when I was once more in a solitary place, he again appeared before me and asked me whether I had thought over his words and whether I was willing to enlist under the banners of his master, adding that he was eager to secure me, as he conceived that I might be highly useful to the cause. I then asked him who his master was. He hesitated for a moment and then answered, the Roman Pontiff. If it be he, said I can have nothing to do with him. I will serve no one who is an enemy of Christ. Thereupon he drew near to me and told me not to talk so much like a simpleton, that as for Christ, it was probable that no such person ever existed, but that if he ever did, he was the greatest impostor the world ever saw. How long he continued in this way I know not, for I now considered that an evil spirit was before me, and shrank within myself, shivering in every limb. When I recovered myself and looked about me, he was gone. 2 days after, he again stood before me, in the same place and about the same hour, renewing his propositions, and speaking more horribly than before. I made him no answer, whereupon he continued, but suddenly hearing a noise behind him, he looked round and beheld Winifred, who had returned to me on the morning of that day. Who are you? Said he fiercely. This man's wife, said she calmly, fixing her eyes upon him. Begone from him, unhappy one, thou temptest him in vain. He made no answer, but stood as if transfixed. At length, recovering himself, he departed, muttering, Wife, wife, if the fool has a wife, he will never do for us. Chapter 80. The Border. Thank you both, pipe and fiddle, Taliesin. We were now drawing very near the hills, and Peter said, If you are to go into Wales, you must presently decide, for we are close upon the border. Which is the border? Said I. Yon small brook, said Peter, into which the man on horseback who is coming towards us is now entering. I see it, said I, and the man, he stops in the middle of it as if to water his steed. We proceeded till we had nearly reached the brook. Well, said Peter, will you go into Wales? What should I do in Wales? I demanded. Do, said Peter, smiling, learn Welsh. I stopped my little pony. Then I need not go into Wales. I already know Welsh. Know Welsh, said Peter, staring at me. Know Welsh, said Winifred, stopping her cart. How and when did you learn it? Said Peter. From books in my boyhood. Read Welsh, said Peter. Is it possible? Read Welsh, said Winifred. Is it possible? Well, I hope you will come with us, said Peter. Come with us, young man, said Winifred. Let me on the other side of the brook welcome you into Wales. Thank you both, said I, but I will not come. Wherefore? Exclaimed both simultaneously. Because it is neither fit nor proper that I cross into Wales at this time, and in this manner. When I go into Wales, I should wish to go in a new suit of superfine black, with hat and beaver, mounted on a powerful steed, black and glossy, like that which bore Gredwv to the fight of Catraeth. I should wish, moreover, to see the Welshmen assembled on the border ready to welcome me with pipe and fiddle, and much whooping and shouting, and to attend me to Wrexham, or even as far as Machynlleth, where I should wish to be invited to a dinner at which all the bards should be present, and to be seated at the right hand of the President, who, when the cloth was removed, should arise, and amidst cries of silence exclaim, Brethren and Welshmen, allow me to propose the health of my most respectable friend, the translator of the Odes of the great Ab Gwilym, the pride and glory of Wales. How, said Peter, hast thou translated the works of the mighty Dafydd, with notes critical, historical, and explanatory? "Come with us, friend," said Peter. "I cannot promise such a dinner as thou wishest, but neither pipe nor fiddle shall be wanting." "Come with us, young man," said Winifred, "even as thou art, and the daughters of Wales shall bid thee welcome." "I will not go with you," said I. "Dost thou see that man in the ford, who is staring at us so, and whose horse has not yet done drinking?" "Of course I see him." "I shall turn back with him. God bless you." "Go back with him not," said Peter. "He is one of those whom I like not, one of the clibberty clabber, as Master Elswin observes, turn not with that man." "Go not back with him," said Winifred. "If thou goest with that man, thou wilt soon forget all our profitable counsels. Come with us." "I cannot. I have much to say to him." "Cosco Divis, Mr. Petrolin Grow. Cosco Divis, pal," said Mr. Petrolin Grow, riding through the water. "Are you turning back?" I turned back with Mr. Petrolin Grow. Peter came running after me. "One moment, young man. Who and what are you?" "I must answer in the words of Taliesin," said I. "None can say with positiveness whether I be fish or flesh, least of all myself. God bless you both." "Take this," said Peter, and he thrust his Welsh Bible into my hand. Chapter 81. At a funeral, 2 days ago. Very coolly, Roman woman, well and hearty, somewhat dreary pudding, Roman fashion, quite different. The dark lane, beyond the time follows such a struggle, like a wild cat. Fair play, pleasant enough spot. No gloves. So I turned back with Mr. Petulengro. We travelled for some time in silence. At last we fell into discourse. "You have been in Wales, Mr. Petulengro?" "Aye, truly, brother." "What have you been doing there?" "Assisting at a funeral." "At whose funeral?" "Mrs. Hearn's, brother." "Is she dead then?" "As a nail, brother." "How did she die?" "By hanging, brother." "I am lost in astonishment," said I, whereupon Mr. Petulengro, lifting his sinister leg over the neck of his steed and adjusting himself sideways in the saddle, replied with great deliberation, "2 days ago I happened to be at a fair not very far from here. I was all alone by myself, for our party were upwards of 40 miles off, when who should come up but a chap that I knew, a relation, or rather a connection, of mine, one of those Hernes. 'Aren't you going to the funeral?' said he. And then, brother, there passed between him and me, in the way of questioning and answering, much the same as has just now passed between me and you. But when he mentioned hanging, I thought I could do no less than ask who hanged her, which you forgot to do." "Who hanged her?" said I, and then the man told me that she had done it herself, been her own injury. And then I thought to myself what a sin and shame it would be if I did not go to the funeral, seeing that she was my own mother-in-law. I would have brought my wife, and, indeed, the whole of our party. But there was no time for that, they were too far off, and the dead was to be buried early the next morning. So I went with the man, and he led me into Wales, where his party had lately retired, and when there, through many wild and desolate places to their encampment, and there I found the Hernes, and the dead body, the last laid out on a mattress, in a tent, dressed Romanesque in a red cloak, and big bonnet of black beaver. I must say for the Hearns that they took the matter very coolly. Some were eating, others drinking, and some were talking about their small affairs. There was one, however, who did not take the matter so coolly, but took on enough for the whole family, sitting beside the dead woman, tearing her hair, and refusing to take either meat or drink. It was the child Leonora. I arrived at nightfall, and the burying was not to take place till the morning, which I was rather sorry for, as I am not very fond of them. Hernes, who are not very fond of them Hernes, who are not very fond of anybody. They never asked me to eat or drink, notwithstanding I had married into the family. One of them, however, came up and offered to fight me for 5 shillings. Had it not been for them, I should have come back as empty as I went. He didn't stand up 5 minutes. Brother, I passed the night as well as I could, beneath a tree, for the tents were full and not over clean. I slept little and had my eyes about me, for I knew the kind of people I was among. Early in the morning, the funeral took place. The body was placed not in a coffin, but on a bier, and carried not to a churchyard, but to a deep dell close by, and there it was buried beneath a rock, dressed just as I have told you. And this was done by the bidding of Leonora, who had heard her baby say that she wished to be buried, not in gorgeous fashion, but like a Roman woman of the old blood, the Coscal Prurati, brother. When it was over, and we had got back to the encampment, I prepared to be going. Before mounting my gry, however, I bethought me to ask what could have induced the dead woman to make away with herself, a thing so uncommon amongst Romanese. Whereupon one squinted with his eyes, a second spirited saliver into the air, and a third said that he neither knew nor cared. She was a good riddance, having more than once been nearly the ruin of them all, from the quantity of brimstone she carried about her. One, however, I suppose, rather ashamed of the way in which they had treated me, said at last that if I wanted to know all about the matter, none could tell me better than the child, who was in all her secrets and was not a little like her. So I looked about for the child, but could find her nowhere. At last the same man told me that he shouldn't wonder if I found her at the grave. So I went back to the grave, and sure enough, there I found the child Leonora, seated on the ground above the body, crying and taking on. So I spoke kindly to her, and said, "How came all this, Leonora? Tell me all about it." It was a long time before I could get any answer. At last she opened her mouth and spoke, and these were the words she said: "It was all along of your pal." And then she told me all about the matter, how Mrs. Hearn could not abide you, which I knew before, and that she had sworn your destruction, which I did not know before. And then she told me how she found you living in the wood by yourself, and how you were enticed to eat a poisoned cake. And she told me many other things that you wot of, and she told me what perhaps you don't wot, namely, that finding you had been removed, she, the child, had tracked you a long way, and found you at last well and hearty, and no ways affected by the poison, and heard you as she stood concealed, disputing about religion with a Welsh Maethodi. Well, brother, she told me all this, and, moreover, that when Mrs. Hearn heard of it, she said that a dream of hers had come to pass. I don't know what it was, but something about herself, a tinker and a dean. And then she added that it was all up with her, and that she must take a long journey. Well, brother, that same night, Leonora, waking from her sleep in the tent where Mrs. Hearn and she were wont to sleep, missed her baby, and, becoming alarmed, went in search of her, and at last found her hanging from a branch. And when the child had got so far, she took on violently, and I could not get another word from her, so I left her, and here I am. Ticksure, sure enough, there I found the child Leonora, seated on the ground above the body, crying and taking on. Page 454, J.P. Jake. And I am glad to see you, Mr. Petulengro, but this is sad news which you tell me about Mrs. Hearn. Picture Leonora, waking from her sleep, missed her baby, and, becoming alarmed, went in search of her, and at last found her hanging from a branch. Page 456, JPEG, somewhat dreary. Brother, yet, perhaps after all, it is a good thing that she is removed. She carried so much devil's tinder about with her, as the man said. I am sorry for her, said I, more especially as I am the cause of her death, though the innocent one. She could not bide you, brother, that's certain, but that is no reason, said Mr. Petulengro, balancing himself upon the saddle. That is no reason why she should prepare drow to take away your essence of life, and, when disappointed, to hang herself upon a tree. If she was dissatisfied with you, she might have flown at you and scratched your face. Or, if she did not judge herself your match, she might have put down 5 shillings for it turn up between you and someone she thought could beat you, myself, for a joust. This is not the first poisoning affair she has been engaged in. You allude to drabbing, Balor. Bah, said Mr. Petulengro. There's no harm in that. No, no! She has cast drowse in her time for other guest things than Balor. Both Gorgios and Romans have tasted of them and died. Did you never hear of the poisoned plum pudding? Never. Then I will tell you about it. It happened about 6 years ago. A few months after she had quitted us, she had gone first amongst her own people, as she called them, but there was another small party of Romans with whom she soon became very intimate. It so happened that this small party got into trouble. Whether it was about a horse or an ass or passing bad money, no matter to you and me who had no hand in the business. 3 or 4 of them were taken and lodged in castle, and amongst them was a woman. But the Lavengro, or principal man of the party, and who it seems had most hand in the affair, was still at large. All of a sudden a rumor was spread abroad that the woman was about to play false and to peach the rest. Said the principal man when he heard it, "If she does, I am nashgado." Mrs. Hearn was then on a visit to the party, and when she heard the principal man take on so, she said, "But I suppose you know what to do?" "I do not," said he. "Then him me devlis," said she, "you are a fool, but leave the matter to me. I know how to dispose of her in Roman fashion." Why she wanted to interfere in the matter, brother, I don't know, unless it was from pure brimstoneness of disposition. She had no hand in the matter which had brought the party into trouble. She was only on a visit, and it had happened before she came. But she was always ready to give dangerous advice. Well, brother, the principal man listened to what she had to say, and let her do what she would, and she made a pudding, a very nice one, no doubt, for, besides plums, she put in drowse and all the Roman condiments that she knew of, and she gave it to the principal man, and the principal put it into a basket and directed it to the woman in castle, and the woman in the castle took it, and I just like my case. Quite different, brother. She took it, it is true, but instead of giving way to her appetite, as you might have done, she put it before the rest, whom she was going to impeach. Perhaps she wished to see how they liked it before she tasted it herself. And all the rest were poisoned, and one died, and there was a precious outcry, and the woman cried loudest of all. And she said, "It was my death was sought for. I know the man, and I'll be revenged." And then the Popani spoke to her and said, "Where can we find him?" And she said, "I am awake to his motions. 3 weeks from hence, the night before the full moon, at such and such an hour, he will pass down such a lane with such a man." "Well," said I, "and what did the Poknees do?" "Do, brother? Sent for Lavengro from Bow Street, quite secretly, and told him what the woman had said. And the night before the full moon, the Lavengro went to the place which the Jewa had pointed out, all alone, brother, and in order that he might not be too late, he went 2 hours before his time. I know the place well, brother, where the Lavengro placed himself. Behind a thick holly tree, at the end of a lane where a gate leads into various fields, through which there is a path for carts and horses. The lane is called the Dark Lane by the Gorgios, being much shaded by trees. So the Lavengro placed himself in the dark lane behind the holly tree, till he was tired and the moon had not yet risen, and the Lavengro waited behind the tree till he was tired, and thought he might as well sit down. So he sat down, and was not long in falling to sleep, and there he slept for some hours. And when he awoke, the moon had risen and was shining bright, so that was a kind of moonlight even in the dark brother. I do not know what the Lavengro thought of himself, but I know, brother, what I should have thought of myself in his situation. I should have thought, brother, that I was a drowsy scapolo, and that I had let the fellow pass by whilst I was sleeping behind a bush. As it turned out, however, his going to sleep did no harm, but quite the contrary. Just as he was going away, he heard a gate slam in the direction of the fields, and then he heard the low stumping of horses, as if on soft ground, for the path in those fields is generally soft, and at that time it had been lately ploughed up. Well, brother, presently he saw two men on horseback, coming towards the lane through the field behind the gate. The man who rode foremost was a tall big fellow, the very man he was in quest of. The other was a smaller chap, not so small either, but a light, wiry fellow, and a proper master of his hands when he sees occasion for using them. Well, brother, the foremost man came to the gate, reached at the hank, undid it, and rode through, holding it open for the other. Before, however, the other could follow into the lane, out bolted the plaster-mangro from behind the tree, kicked the gate to with his foot, and, seizing the big man on horseback, "You are my prisoner," said he. I am of opinion, brother, that the plaster-mangro, notwithstanding he went to sleep, must have been a regular fine fellow. I am entirely of your opinion, said I. But what happened then? Why, brother, the Romane shall, after he had somewhat recovered from his surprise, for it is rather uncomfortable to be laid hold of at night time, and told you are a prisoner, more especially when you happen to have 2 or 3 things on your mind which, if proved against you, would carry you to the Nashki. The Romane shall, I say, clubbed his whip, and aimed a blow at the plaster-mangro, which, if it had hit him on the skull as was intended, would very likely have cracked it. The plaster-mangro, however, received it partly on his staff, so that it did him no particular damage. Whereupon, seeing what kind of customer he had to deal with, he dropped his staff and seized the chow with both his hands, who forthwith spurred his horse, hoping, by doing so, either to break away from him or fling him down, but it would not do. The plaster-mangro held on like a bull dog, so that the Romany Chal, to escape being hauled to the ground, suddenly flung himself off the saddle, and then happened in that lane, close by the gate. Such a struggle between those two, the Chal and the runner, as I suppose will never happen again. But you must have heard of it. Everyone has heard of it. Everyone has heard of the fight between the Bow Street in Grow and the Romany Chal. I never heard of it till now. All England rung of it, brother. There never was a better match than between those two. The runner was somewhat the stronger of the two. Aldos and Grows are strong fellows, and a great deal cooler, for all of that sort are wondrous, cool people. He had, however, to do with one who knew full well how to take his own part. The Chal fought the Ingro, brother, in the old Roman fashion. He bit, he kicked, and screamed like a wild cat of Benegent, casting foam from his mouth and fire from his eyes. Sometimes he was beneath the Ingro's legs, and sometimes he was upon his shoulders. What the Ingro found the most difficult was to get a firm hold of the Chal, for no sooner did he seize the Chal by any part of his wearing apparel than the Chal either tore himself away or contrived to slip out of it, so that in a little time the Chal was 3 parts naked, and as for holding him by the body, it was out of the question, for he was as slippery as an eel. At last the Ingro seized the Chal by the Belcher's handkerchief, which he wore in a knot round his neck, and do whatever the Chal could, he could not free himself. And when the Ingro saw that, it gave him fresh heart, no doubt. It's of no use, said he. You had better give in. Hold out your hands for the darbies, or I will throttle you. And what did the other fellow do, who came with the Chal? Said I. I sat still on my horse, brother. You, said I, were you the man? I was he, brother. And why did you not help your comrade? I have fought in the ring, brother. And what had fighting in the ring to do with fighting in the lane? You mean not fighting? A great deal, brother. It taught me to prize fair play. When I fought Staffordshire Dick, t'other side of London, I was alone, brother. Not a Romany Chal to back me, and he had all his brother pals about him, but they gave me fair play, brother, and I beat Staffordshire Dick, which I couldn't have done had they put one finger on his side the scale, for he was as good a man as myself, or nearly so. Now, brother, had I but then to finger in favor of the Romane Chal, the plaster-mangro would never have come alive out of the lane. But I did not, for I thought to myself, fair play is a precious stone. So you see, brother, that you are quite right, Mr. Petulengro. I see that clearly. And now, pray proceed with your narration. It is both moral and entertaining. But Mr. Petulengro did not proceed with his narration, neither did he proceed upon his way. He had stopped his horse, and his eyes were intently fixed on a broad strip of grass beneath some lofty trees on the left side of the road. It was a pleasant enough spot, and seemed to invite wayfaring people, such as we were, to rest from the fatigues of the road and the heat and vehemence of the sun. After examining it for a considerable time, Mr. Petulengro said, "I say, brother, that would be a nice place for a tussle." "I dare say it would," said I, "if two people were inclined to fight." "The ground is smooth," said Mr. Petulengro, "without holes or ruts, and the trees cast much shade." "I don't think, brother, that we could find a better place," said Mr. Petulengro, springing from his horse. "But you and I don't want to fight." "Speak for yourself, brother," said Mr. Petulengro. "However, I will tell you how the matter stands. There is a point at present between us. There can be no doubt that you are the cause of Mrs. Hearn's death, innocently, you will say, but still the cause. Now, I shouldn't like it to be known that I went up and down the country with a pal who was the cause of my mother-in-law's death, that's to say, unless he gave me satisfaction. Now, if I and my pal have a tussle, he gives me satisfaction, and if he knocks my eyes out, which I know you can't do, it makes no difference at all. He gives me satisfaction. And he who says to the contrary knows nothing of gypsy law, and is a Dinalo into the bargain. But we have no gloves?" "Gloves?" said Mr. Petulengro, contemptuously. "Gloves? I tell you what, brother, I always thought you were a better hand at the gloves than the naked fist, and, to tell you the truth, besides taking satisfaction for Mrs. Hearn's death, I wish to see what you can do with your mollies. So now is your time, brother, and this is your place, grass and shade, no ruts or holes. Come on, brother, or I shall think you what I should not like to call you." Chapter 82. Offense and Defense. I'm satisfied, fond of solitude. Possession of property. Shall Dovle, winding path. At our puttis and the petrol commenced, and when it are to Bendrek no farm, if the April, the prettled able my moffer at that of like wolves. So the struggle ended, and we resumed our route, Mr. Petulengro sitting sideways upon his herbier vitsing alshamworming. Thatchen ye tressions of our shenidays, at Waviung Wiverness, and wever fresh our cattle and ourselves. And as we sat over our bread and ale, it came to pass that Mr. Petulengro asked me various questions, and amongst others, how I intended to dispose of myself. I told him that I did not know. Whereupon, with considerable frankness, he invited me to his camp, and told me that if chose to settle down amongst them, become a Rami chaise, had would guardedy and picture, we came to a small public house, which bore the sign of the Silent Woman, where we stopped to refresh our cattle and ourselves. Page 463 Chishi. J. Peakage. I declined his offer, assigning as a reason the recent death of Mrs. Hearn, of which I was the cause, although innocent. A pretty life I should lead with those. 2, said I, when they came to know it. Prue, said Mr. Petulengro, they will never know it. I shan't blab. And as for Leonora, that girl has a head on her shoulders. Unlike the woman in the sign, said I, whose head is cut off. You speak nonsense, Mr. Petulengro. As long as a woman has a head on her shoulders she'll talk. But, leaving women out of the case, it is impossible to keep anything a secret. An old master of mine told me so long ago. I have, moreover, another reason for declining your offer. I am at present not disposed for society. I am become fond of solitude. I wish I could find some quiet place to which I could retire to hold communion with my own thoughts, and practice, if I thought fit, either of my trades. What trades? Said Mr. Petulengro. Why, the one which I have lately been engaged in, or my original one, which I confess I should like better, that of a calo mescro. Ah, I have frequently heard you talk of making horseshoes, said Mr. Petulengro. I, however, never saw you make one, and no one else that I am aware. I don't believe, come brother, don't be angry, it's quite possible that you may have done things which neither I nor anyone else has seen you do, and that such things may some day or other come to light. As you say, nothing can be kept secret. Be that, however, as it may, pay the reckoning and let us be going. I think I can advise you to just such a kind of place as you seem to want. And how do you know that I have got wherewithal to pay the reckoning? I demanded. Brother, said Mr. Petulengro, I was just now looking in your face, which exhibited the very look of a person conscious of the possession of property. There was nothing hungry or sneaking in it. Pay the reckoning, brother. And when we were once more upon the road, Mr. Petulengro began to talk of the place which he conceived would serve me as a retreat under present circumstances. I tell you frankly, brother, that it is a queer kind of place, and I am not very fond of pitching my tent in it. It is so surprisingly dreary. It is a deep dingle in the midst of a large field, on an estate about which there has been a lawsuit for some years past. I dare say you will be quiet enough, for the nearest town is 5 miles distant, and there are only a few huts and hedge public houses in the neighborhood. Brother, I am fond of solitude myself, but not that kind of solitude. I like a quiet heath where I can pitch my house, but I always like to have a gay, stirring place not far off, where the women can pen dukkerin, and I myself can sell or buy a horse, if needful. Such a place as the Chongav. I never feel so merry as when there, brother, or on the heath above it, where I taught you Romany. Shortly after this discourse we reached a milestone, and a few yards from the milestone on the left hand was a crossroad. Thereupon Mr. Petulengro said, Brother, my path lies to the left if you choose to go with me to my camp. Good, if not, Chaldevlehi. But I again refused Mr. Petulengro's invitation, and shaking him by the hand, proceeded forward alone, and about 10 miles farther on, reached the town of which he had spoken, and, following certain directions which he had given, discovered, though not without some difficulty, the dingle which he had mentioned. It was a deep hollow in the midst of a wide field. The shelving sides were overgrown with trees and bushes. A belt of sallows surrounded it on the top. A steep winding path led down into the depths, practicable, however, for a light cart like mine. At the bottom was an open space, and there I pitched my tent, and there I contrived to put up my forge. I will here ply the trade of calamescro, said I. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.